Hi everyone, this is a weird video where we watch a video together. We're gonna sit down side by side and watch YouTube. Why am I forcing you to do this? You don't have to, skip along. But what I wanted to show you is kind of the future of Photoshop, just so that you're in the know. I love being in the know. And it's all about masking out things out of images, and it's something called Deep Fill, which is something Photoshop is developing in the background. It's not in the product yet, but will be in the future, just so it gives you a kind of a secret backstage pass of what they're doing. They announced it at last year's Adobe Max conference, which is their big conference they have every year, at something called the Sneaks, which is the last day. It's my most favorite part of the whole conference, and they just kind of show you stuff that's going on in the background. Not available yet, but will be, and it's pretty amazing. All right, so let's watch it together now. You can skip ahead to the next video, or later on, just go and check out Project Deep Fill. Otherwise, sit back, relax. I've skipped the intro. Let's just jump in.
More about it, please welcome Jiawei Yu.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Jiahui, and today I will introduce some image hole filling technologies. As you all know, that Photoshop already have a very powerful image hole filling tool called Content Aware Fill, which can be used to remove distracting objects or undesired regions in an image to make it nicer. It works well in most cases, but my case here is quite complicated. Here, I have a sapphire. So I want to remove this region here because of the annoying alchemy. So I mask the region here. And let's see how Content Aware Fill can give us. Well,
We've all
now
done
I
that,
have
right?
1, 2, 3, 4, I have 4 eyes now.
Yeah, I'm
You
just
can
gonna
see
chip in
clearly.
and talk over this, annoying everybody.
The main reason for this failure is because the Content Aware Fill does not try to understand the image. And it's only relying on copying the surrounding areas, the surrounding pixels, into the hole. And we believe a good image hole filling system should be able to understand the face and fill the nose with the nose, not the eyes or mouth or something else. So to bridge this gap and solve these really challenging image hole filling problems, we introduced the project Deep Fill. We leverage the power of Adobe Sensei, deep learning, deep neural networks, and develop the Deep Fill that can understand the image. Here, let's see how it performs. I press the Deep Fill button, and yes, it can.
Cool, huh?
What if we mask the entire eyebrow? Can Deep Fill return us a new one? Well, let's try it. Here I mask the eyebrow. Oh, let's see Content Aware Fill first. Well, this time it copies the mouth into the location of the nose. And let's see the Deep Fill. Well, it can successfully hallucinate a new eyebrow for you. So we know that Deep Fill works on faces, but in more cases, people travel around the world and take photos and find some people you want to remove. For example, this one, in my case. Here, I take a photo in Bryce Canyon National Park. Well, it's a wonderful arc, beautiful weather, but I find two people on the top. So what I'm going to do is I take the photo, and I
don't
mask the region
explain, you can see
here.
it going on in the background, is that Adobe Sensei is their kind of machine learning, artificial
let's see,
intelligence
again,
thing.
Content
Watch
Aware
what
Fill.
happens. And watch it disappear.
Well,
Or
this
is this the
image
bad
is
one?
quite high resolution.
Okay, so this is a bad version. What Adobe Sensei is doing is it's looking at other people's images that they've found online. So it's crazy. It goes off and says, you've taken this photo of a popular spot. I'm going to go off and see if I can find it. Adobe Sensei is going to go off and see if they can find it online and grab data from that and put it into your image without you asking. It's crazy. Wait for it.
This one looks visually realistic, but it's not semantically correct because it's not arc anymore. So with our Deep Fill, by the way, we can mask multiple regions and hallucinate it in one shot. Let's see it. And yes, this is the Deep Fill.
Cool, huh?
One more thing. Given the deep field, users still have no control over what the deep field will fill in this master region. Of course, we can provide multiple solutions for users to choose.
Another
But what if we
thing to
can draw
mention
some simple
is that
sketches like
if
this
you are
one?
like me and kind of cross over into the video world, they're looking to do
Here
this
is
exact same
another
thing,
wonderful
but
arc.
in live action.
And I want to
so,
create some unique
like
features
people's
like this.
videos that they've got
master region
online
here.
can be used to
I want to
mask
draw a
out
heart. I
live actions of
selected the
people
sketch
walking in front
tool,
of your,
and I
you know,
draw a heart
your
here.
video of
Well,
I don't
I'm
know,
not
the
good at
Eiffel
drawing
Tower can be masked
with
out
mouse.
because there are enough videos online, enough data to kind of re-represent that.
Oh, it's the best
Back
part
into
I
it.
can draw now. So with the deep field, let's see how it forms. And yes, this is the AI-powered, user-guided image hole filling technology, Project Deep Field. Thanks.
That is awesome. They just have a bit of little bit of chat afterwards. So yeah, it's just looking at data that exists online and tries to use your image. Photoshop dives into the internet and says, oh, here's some images that are the same or we think are the same, and starts using that to put it together rather than what's just in the image. They call it Adobe Sensei as their kind of like background robot learning, machine learning, artificial intelligence stuff. You'll see more and more of this into Adobe. Content Aware Fill is pretty amazing by itself, but when we get into this kind of like reaching out of Photoshop and out of the image, things are going to get pretty cool. Also note, if you, this is Adobe Max, this is in Vegas last year. It was my first time. It was so good. If you are going to this year's one in LA, drop me a line. Like what we'll do is if any students are going and we want to hang out, we'll just grab a beer one night and we'll see if we can get a few students together and yeah, we'll just have a little chat. Doesn't have to be anything too special, but if you are going to Adobe Max, let me know. All right, that is enough YouTube watching together. Let's jump into the next group of videos. Hide it up. All right, this video is about changing some of your preferences to be a bit more helpful when you're using Photoshop. These are just my preferences. We're not going to cover them all, but just the ones that I feel like are, yeah, worth enough to spend some time changing. You'll have your own kind of quirks that you like. The biggest one is this new thing that's appeared. It's called Rich Tooltips. Okay, they're kind of cool, right? You can see how they'll be amazing for new people, explaining what all these tools do. They're a bit annoying eventually, you know, explaining them all. So to turn them off, it's up here under Photoshop CC and Preferences. If you're on a PC, it's in a slightly different place. It's under Edit. Down the bottom here is Preferences. Okay, but on my Mac, there they are. And we're going to go to the one that says Tools. And it's this one here, it says Use Rich Tooltips. I turn that off. Okay, the other ones that I like are under File Handling, and nope, not under File Handling. Let's go to Performance, and this one here, History States. By default, it's 50. I like to crank it up to 100. It just means that I'm retouching. I can go step backwards at least 100 times. You could go higher, but the higher this is, the slower Photoshop can start running if it's trying to record all these history states. Now, if your laptop is one of those, like it's a hand-me-down and the fans come on every time you open up, I don't know, Chrome, it's probably not good to raise the history states, but mine's a pretty good laptop. Like it's maybe a year and a half old now and it was the top of the line. So it's pretty good. If you're using a big iMac or a new PC and you've spent some money on it, then crank this up to 100, no problem. Try it. If you find everything's running a bit sluggish, drop it down to 50. This one here helps with my paranoia. Where are you? File handling. This one here I set to 5 minutes. So this is auto recovery. So if Photoshop crashes, it will have a copy every 5 minutes. So you've only lost 5 minutes of work. By default, it's at 10. If you're finding machine running really badly, like every time you hit, like it'll just kind of, I don't notice on my machine because it is pretty fast and I'm not dealing with super huge files, so I don't notice it at all. So 5 minutes is perfect. If you're dealing with a slow computer and a really big file, you might change this because every kind of like 5 minutes is going to have a little bit of a flicker while it's saving in the background. I don't find it noticeable, and Photoshop doesn't crash very often, so there we go. The last one in here in preferences is under cursors. Now what I like to do is when you're using the tips, let's have a look and click OK. So when I'm using, say, the brush tool, you can see here the brush is represented by a giant circle. And if I go, say, something like my eyedropper tool, you can see it's represented by the eyedropper. And knowing which end of this to use, I guess I know it's the bottom left, but I go through phases of not liking this. So I'm going to show you something that I I do and I don't. Sometimes I turn it on and then I have to teach a class and I go back to the regular one and it doesn't seem to affect me as much. But if I was working just by myself, not having to teach and kind of resetting everything, I'd make sure I go to this one here. It says show crosshairs in the brush tip, which does this. Okay, got my brush tool. Can you see the center of it now has a little target? It becomes really useful when you got a big brush, a nice little small brush. It adds that little extra thing. You might be like, why are you bothering, Dan? I like it. The other thing is under cursors, same sort of place, is this thing here. So instead of the eyedropper tool looking like that, it goes to precise. So it's a lot more of a, I feel like that's more scientific than it is like with the other one. I'm gonna switch it back just so that I don't freak people out in the rest of this course. But as soon as I'm finished, I'm gonna go turn it back. Now there are plenty of other ones. We'll do like speeding up Photoshop in its own little window, but yeah, there's tons in here and lots of them I just don't need to change. You might be more fussy than me and you can kind of work through them all. Let's click OK. Another kind of preference is using the crop tool. When you are using the crop tool, there's this one here people don't know you can do. So what they changed in Photoshop by default is when you crop things, right? So I crop it here and I remain it to be a PSD. If I make it bigger again, you can see it's always still there. And that can be a bit of a pain if you just want to like crop it off and go away. I just don't want you there. It's this one here, it says delete cropped pixels. So I hit return now. Now I go back to crop and it's just gone forever. There's lots of times where I want that to happen. So you just got to turn that on and off. So that's the crop tool. Deleted crop pixels, especially if you're dealing with file sizes kind of stressing your machine out. All this extra stuff can be just there for no good reason. There can be piles of it up there. Another thing that I do when I'm working is crop this is with the move tool is auto select. I make sure auto select is off. Okay, it's on by default and you might like that, and it's on group by default. When I'm dealing with groups, which we'll do a bit more in this course, it tries to auto select the whole group. I like to have it on layer if I'm using auto select, but most of the time I have it off. And the way I get around this is if I make a new layer, actually let's add some text. So I've got my name here, just goes. Okay, so I've got two layers. Instead of using auto select, okay, all I do is hold down the command key on a Mac and it changes the way that, can you see auto select comes on when I hold down the command key on a Mac? It's control key on a PC. So I have it off and when I do want it on, I hold down command and click on the background layer. You see it jump over here, click on Dan, jumps over here. So you can have a really big file and just hold in the command key and click on whatever layer you want. But when you're not, it means I can move Dan, you can see over here, without being actually on it. Okay, otherwise if auto select on, it would be moving the background. Another thing that I show you is it says show transform controls. This is pretty cool because then it just stops you having to do the command T or control T on a PC. Okay, they're always there. I show you that because lots of people need to turn them off because they've accidentally turned them on. That can be a handy one. Another one I'm going to show you is, it's not really a preference, I wasn't sure where to put it and it kind of fits in with this, is let's say that you got an image. Let's say I'm going to open up another image. You found it on your machine or you're working for a client or you're freelancing somewhere and you're like, I've got an image. Are we allowed to use this image? Who owns it? Photoshop allows you to, well, some images at least, go to File and go to File Info. There it is there. And allows you to kind of see things like the document title, just kind of like it's metadata. It's hidden in the background. It's stuff that the author of this image has added and allows me to do things like figure out who owns the copyright. If it was my own image, I could add my stuff here as well as a photographer. It's a bit slow using Photoshop. You'd use something like Lightroom or Bridge to add this data to like big groups of images. Plus it has some weird stuff like, see the camera data here? It shows me the cat was like, it's kind of not creepy, but it's like, I know that this photo or this photograph was taken on a Canon 5D and there's a serial number. Crazy, I could actually track this down. I don't know what I'd do with that information, but see, this can be super useful if you're a photographer. It shows you things like the focal length, exposure, f-stops, ISO, all sorts of cool stuff. Sometimes there's more and more in here. Okay, it was from Jennifer, Kingdom. Sometimes it doesn't have it. Okay, so this original image here from Unsplash, do the same thing, file info, and there's nothing in here. One of the biggest ones, I guess, is to look in here under basic and look under the copyright notice. Okay, whether it is public domain, copyrighted, it might be under the Creative Commons license, which means you could use it. All right, that's enough of that. Let's cancel. A couple more preferences that I like to change is in your layers panel, hit the burger menu. Down the bottom here is one called panel options and crank up this to at least the large size. Like these things are tiny. I have a nice big screen. You might not have the luxury. Click OK. You can see that just more usable. You can go to the super large size. I'd probably do that if I only worked on this big. I've got like a big LG 4K monitor and it's awesome. But often I'm working on the laptop that's plugged into it and they're just too big then. The reason I turn them down is just because the Photoshop courses, I like to have everything looking like yours. One other thing that's really handy in there, let's go to panel options. This one here, I don't know why this drives me mad. Add copy to layers. So normally when you duplicate a layer, you say, I want this one, duplicate them, it ends up with copy afterwards. And that's fine, but if it annoys you like it annoys me, just go and turn that off. Add copy. You can add just 2 dance. All right, that's going to be it for the preferences. We'll look at some workflow tricks in a next video, but those are the kind of like settings, tick boxes, turn on, turn off things that I like to change. Plus we'll look in the next video how to speed up Photoshop if it's running a bit slow for you. All right, onwards. Hi there, this video is all about getting the most out of Photoshop. If you're working with a super fast laptop or iMac or something that's really new, you probably don't have to do any of this. But if you're struggling along with an old secondhand laptop, then this stuff can be really helpful. So the first one and the real easy one is that say we're working on this, got multiple layers on multiple artboards. You just find after a while, it starts going slower and slower and slower. You can click edit and go down to here and go to purge. Just go to purge all. Know that it clears out your undos and clears out all the history and video cache if you're working from it. Just tidy the RAM up so that you can get back to what you're doing. If you have to do this a lot, you might set up a shortcut for this. There's the shortcuts there. Now just something to be aware of is I'm using smart objects through all these pictures of me. I made this kind of for the graphics for my intro course. Okay, but these are all smart objects. The smart object here, okay, contains a lot bigger file than I'm using it here. This is actually only a few pixels across, but it's using a smart object, which is really, really big. So it can stress your machine out. If you don't need it, you can right click the name over here and just say rasterize layer, and that gets rid of the smart object. It's a bit sucky because you lose all of that kind of hidden resolution in here, but if it doesn't need to get any bigger and you are just working with a file that needs to get smaller, that's one of the tricks. Now in the previous video, I'm going to show you how to undo exactly what you did. So under performance, so preferences, performance, remember it's under edit preferences if you're on a Mac. Down here, the history states. If you crank it up to 100, it might just slow down your machine. You can get it down as low as you like. Where it says file handling, turn down this autosave. You might turn it up to an hour. Just like, please don't crash, but please run fast. Otherwise, every 5 minutes it's going to be stopping to pause to try and save maybe a potentially really big and slow document. Now back under performance, this little bit here, now before we had history stage and cache levels and cache tile size, nobody knew what it does. I barely do. So what they did is they added these kind of like 3 handy little bits here. It says, if you're doing web design, click on this one. If you're doing kind of photograph, kind of like the standard stuff, you can see it changes it over here, and huge big pixel dimensions. If you're a photographer working on real high resolution images with very few layers, this is the one to do. This is kind of a bit of both worlds, but if you're doing UI design, which I do a lot of, and with lots of little bits and pieces and loads of layers, if you've got like 50 layers, then lowering the cache levels just means it's not going to try and like make a really good preview of a zillion different layers. It's just going to do a really small tile size and only do it twice. Whereas if you're working with a huge big, I love how they just call it huge pixel dimensions. Good work, Adobe. That's exactly what it is. Just means the cache level is going to go really high because you're only probably going to have 1 or 2 layers, probably just one. If you're working on like maybe retouching a really big image, you might only have a couple of layers. It's just getting the most out of your graphics processors. You can toggle between these two. You'll forget, so just stick it on default. If you're nerdy like me, you can switch between the two, and basically I leave it on web UI because that's a lot of my life these days. Digital products, small file sizes, but lots of layers. Now that's what you can do to kind of tweak the system that you have. If you are looking to upgrade your machine, if you're on a Mac and you've got a reasonably new one, it's pretty much impossible to upgrade them. Apple are making it super, super hard to upgrade them. You can find places that'll do it. If you're on a PC, it's super easy. It's the opposite. It's like you can take it to any kind of corner shop and get it upgraded. So if you are looking to get a computer upgraded, there's 3 things you look at. The cheapest and easiest is something called the RAM. Okay, when people talk about having 16 gigs of RAM or 8 gigs of RAM or 4 gigs of RAM, you can see the ideal range here is somewhere between 7 and 10 gigabytes of RAM. I have 16, but the computer I have 16 gigabytes of RAM. It says 13. It's just because the system takes some for itself and leaves me 13 alone that I can use in Photoshop. So I'm well above what the ideal range is. If yours is at the like 4 megabytes or lower. Photoshop's probably not opening these days, but even if it's 8 or 16, most PCs you can take into a shop for reasonably, like, it's not how much. I'm going to guess it's going to cost you like 150, 200 bucks to get somebody to stick some new RAM in it, just to get it higher. And that can be like one of the quickest and easiest ways to get your computer running faster. What you also might do is that, say you're doing like me, using Photoshop, but you've also got After Effects and Premiere open and Illustrator and InDesign. Photoshop here is really system demanding. It's saying, I want 70% of what is available up here. So of that 13, I want 9 of it, please. You can say, actually, Photoshop, just calm down a little bit, and I need InDesign to be running really fast, not you. But my computer is pretty awesome, so I'm just going to leave it up there at 70. The next thing you can do to kind of get your computer running a lot faster, in my experience, has been upgrading the hard drive. So a typical hard drive, especially on a slightly older machine, is a tape drive. Okay, it's this thing that kind of whirs to life. You plug your hard drive in, it goes whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, those tape drives are quite slow. Photoshop finds them hard to kind of read write to. So if you upgrade it to something called a solid state drive or SSD, don't worry too much about it. Like if you go into a computer shop and say, hey, I want I want a solid state drive, they can put that in there for you. And it costs a lot more. Yeah. It can really be what you want. The trouble with solid state drives is, say it's the hard drive space. Say your current drive has a terabyte of space. The new SSD drive, you probably can't afford a terabyte SSD at the moment. They're quite expensive. So you might have to go for half a terabyte. So you're going to lose hard drive space, but you're going to gain a lot of speed. I've got an old Mac that I did it to. Oh my goodness, it just flew. Like I was like throwing it in the bin. It was frustrating. Did some research, SSD drive, and it gave it new life. I do it for I've got a lab of computers where I run classes. I did it for all of those, and I got another year or 2 out of them. Wasn't that expensive, but if you are buying one new, so you're going to the website and you're like, ooh, this one's cheap, it's probably because they're using the older style of hard drive, tape spinning hard drive ones, okay, rather than the solid state drives. See if you can get one of those. I find them phenomenally good. A little bit harder to upgrade, but worth it. The other thing is the graphics card. And that can be really problematic to upgrade. If it's not kind of built into the machine, upgrading the graphics processor to something better, it's called the GPU. I haven't had much success upgrading them, but if you're buying one, see if you can get the graphics processor to be as good as you can get it. But I wouldn't go and upgrade it. Just stay with what you got. It matches the rest of the hardware, in my experience. Last thing to do is just make sure your hard drive's not full up. Where's my hard drive? How much have I got left in this thing? Here it is. I've got another 216 gigabytes. Of a terabyte drive, I'm getting down to kind of like the last 20%. But there's still enough to work. If you look at your available hard drive space, I'm not sure how to do it on a PC, but on a Mac generally it's just in the bottom here. If you've only got a couple of gigabytes, it's just your computer's going to be dead. It just means your hard drive is full, and Photoshop needs a chunk of extra available space. Even though it doesn't really use it, it uses it temporarily while it's working. You can kind of see down here, you can see it at the bottom here, this file is actually only 90 megabytes, but when it's open, it's 365, and it's a not very big image. These are all just web graphics. So very often I'll see something that is, say, 100 megabytes on my hard drive, but over here it'll be like 1.5 gigabytes open. Just means while it's open in Photoshop, it needs 1.5 gigabytes to stick it while it's working, and when it closes it down, it takes it off your hard drive, compresses it back down into the PSD. All right, we might have got a little bit nerdy in that one. If you zoned out, you've probably skipped on. It's all right, let's get into the next video. Hi there, this video is all about workflow tips and tricks. Now, this whole section following is going to be a few videos on it. This particular video though is all the little bits and pieces that weren't big enough to have their own video, just like lots of little handy things. Some of them we've covered a touch before maybe in the course, but let's put them all together here. The first one is opening files. So on a Mac, okay, this is Mac only, if you grab an image, hold down the Command key and hit Tab, it shows you all the available applications that are open. You can just drag it into the actual thing. Okay, so just drag it right into there and it opens up. Or you can drag it, if you prefer, just down to your dock and just drag it straight into the icon. The next one is rotating your canvas. So I know that, say I'm working on my mask here that we made earlier, got my brush tool, and I can drag down and, kind of down the edge of this really easily with my mouse, okay? All my arm muscles are really good at doing that movement. If I have to kind of go around this way though, I'm just not as capable of dragging it. That was pretty good. Okay, so rotating the canvas is pretty easy. Hold down the R key on your keyboard, just keep holding it down and then just click anywhere. You're not rotating your image, you're just kind of moving it so that you can then work in your kind of like natural habitat in terms of like masking. I'm not sure what I'm doing to the edge here, but you get the idea. Hold down R, move it around so that you can kind of get the natural angle for your Wacom instead of having to move it around your desk. Or me, I'm just using my mouse here. If you've got a MacBook Pro, actually, I think it works on any MacBooks that were built in the last like 5 years. You can actually just, you don't have to hit the R key, you can just use your 2 fingers on your touchpad and just kind of like squiggle them around. Squiggle's not the word, but I've got 2 fingers on my touchpad and just turning it. I don't have to change any tools, it just moves it around nicely. Does that work on a PC? I guess it really depends on the machine. Give it a try. 2 fingers, and just give it a bit of a rotate. Like you're in Google Maps. You can pinch and zoom too. Once you're finished, you can hit escape on your keyboard in the top left and that just gets it back. You can leave it like this all you like. It will still export the right way out. It's just kind of like a temporary thing. All right, escape. Next one is Zoomify. We covered this in an earlier video, but I want to tie it in here again, just to put it all together nicely. So I'm working around, fixing up the edges here, touching it up, and I need to get down to the bottom left. Remember, hold down. Do you remember what it was? There's a key. You hold it down. It's the H key. Just hold it down, hold it down, hold it down. Click, hold your mouse. Okay, I'm holding the mouse the whole time and the H key, and then let go of your mouse. Okay, it just means you can jump from this point rather than doing the old dreaded, like, we've all done it, right? You're dragging, you're like, you've missed it, and you're trying to find it, and you're like, where is it? Oh, I should have zoomed out. Okay, so just hold down the H key, click, hold, and drag, and then let go, and it goes back to that exact zoom. You can start working nicely. Okay, another little tip and trick is under View. If you're working on one of the new MacBook Pros that has the touch bar, okay, it's that kind of like, it's above your keyboard, it's a physical, half physical thing. Don't have a new MacBook Pro without the touch bar, it's probably not going to be there, I'm not sure. Go customize touch bar, and what you'll find is, you can't see it, it's on my other screen here, but it's giving me lots of ways to adjust that touch bar. I can just add different things to it. I'll do a screenshot and get the editor to add it in here. And although you can't see my kind of touch bar, they're all wiggling away, and I can say, actually, I want to go to the one that says blending mode, and I want to add that there because I use that quite a bit. Or see the one on the bottom right there says select a mask. We've used that loads. I'm going to make sure that's on my touch bar. Anything that you're using loads, you can drag onto it. All right, let's jump out. All right, so that's the touch bar. You can also customize the toolbar across here, which is kind of cool. So see these little 3 little dots here? You can click on this and click and hold it down and say edit toolbar. Just means you can tidy this up. If there's tools in here you just don't use, get rid of them. Let's say the lasso tool group, you just don't use any of these. You can just drag them over here and say, I don't want you, you, or you. You can see it just disappeared out of my list, tidying it up nicely. You can always go back to restore defaults. Another cool thing you can do is, let's say the slice tool was helpful, it's not anymore, right? But whenever I tap C, it turns the, I'm not sure if you've done this, but you accidentally type C and you end up with that little graphic in the top left corner, and you spend ages through View trying to turn it off. You can say disable the shortcuts for anything that's hidden. So we're not using the 3D materials, we're not using the ruler or these ones or count tool. Okay, all of these, once you've got it, you can save a preset and you're going to call these the Dan presets. You too can call it Dan presets. It just means that later on, if you restore defaults, okay, you can go back and load good old Dan's presets. Click open. Click done. You can see over here, and the eyedropper tool. See, nice and tidy, nice and clean. No lasso tool. One other one in there that you might turn off just to get it looking nice. Grab him. Click on edit toolbar. You also see the ones you have turned off are actually in here. So they're not gone forever. They're just under this little extras list. Okay, edit toolbar. This one here, you might not use quick select. See it down the bottom here. Appears, disappears. Same with this one you might not use. We're getting pretty nerdy here, right? So I'm going to go restore defaults, click OK, because yours needs to look like mine for the rest of this course. I would totally do this if I wasn't an instructor. All right, so let's close down a couple of these. Don't want to work with you. I'll leave you open and you can go close. So let's say you're working on a couple of images, this one and this one. So this one here you may be retouching and you're trying to work it into this larger kind of group of artboards. We'll cover artboards later in this course, but this one here is quite nice. If you go to View, not View, go to Window, go to Workspace. This one here can be nice. When I say Workspace, I mean Arrange. So Window, Arrange, and this one here, either of these two I find quite useful. So two up horizontal or vertical just means I can see this one and this one at the same time. So it means I can be working on this document and kind of like dragging it across. Just makes life a lot easier than trying to use that kind of up into the tab thing. Okay. Yeah, just allows 2 documents open. Maybe one's for reference, or over here you're building a montage and you just kind of like got lots of different images. And you can have tabs in here as well, but have this kind of overall document open. To get back, Window, arrange. And this one here, it says, where is it? Consolidate all tabs. Other interesting things that don't get their own video, they get lumped into here, is your libraries. We're going to look at libraries a little bit more. If you can't see them, go to Window and go to Libraries. And what's useful in here is, let's say that I've got an image in my library. Actually, let's go to my stock images. Okay, you can have anything in your library and just say, actually, I like this. Can you go off and find a similar image? What it does is it goes and look at Adobe Stock. You may or may not have a subscription to this already, but you can see it's gone through and found images that are very similar. Actually, in this case, they're super similar because I got them from, hey, look at that. Crazy that I got that one. It's pretty close. Okay, so it's just really handy. You can just dump anything into the libraries. Doesn't have to be a stock image. Let's dump this one into stock images. So I'm going to clear that out. I'm going to dump this one into my library, and then I'm going to right click it and say, go find me a similar image, please. It goes and checks Adobe Stock. Now, Adobe Stock is a paid service. I pay for it every month. Man, how much is it? It's like 30 bucks a month, I think. You get 10 images, 20 image, 50 image. Man, I need to check that out. More than I need, at least. All right, so mine's taking a little bit of a long time because I'm working in some terrible internet at the moment, but you can see it's gone through and found stock images that match this kind of image here. It's not related at all to Adobe Stock. It's just an image from Unsplash. So just dump it into your libraries and click Find Visually Similar. And if you have a paid subscription like me, I can just click on this one and say either download a preview, okay, or actually just pay for it, license it, and give it to me. Cool, huh? So if you are paying for like Shutterstock or iStock, they're great libraries, but there are just so many cool ties between Adobe Stock. So you might look at switching over. All right, another little tip is if we go to, what do we got? Yeah, let's use this one here. So there's a graphic that I'm working on for, actually I've finished this one now, but let's say I've got this type here. I'm gonna put it on its own layer. Get rid of this bit down here, just make it clean. Okay, so working with this font here, you can see it is font size. This is the line spacing or leading. So I can do a couple of things. One is I can just drag the icon up. Okay, that can be really handy. Instead of having to like go in here and type and go, oh, it only gives me 72. Okay, you can just kind of drag that icon up and down. We can also do in any field in Photoshop. So any field that we can find, I'll find a few more. There's ones up there, there's ones here. Just use the, so I've clicked in here. And I'm just going to use the up arrow on my keyboard. So up, 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 up. It just goes up and down. Cool, huh? Just, you don't have to like hold and drag and type. Just use your up and down. And if you want to go a bit faster, just hold the shift key down. And it does it in like 10 points rather than 1. So it's just a good way. So if I want a bit bigger, I can just hold down. I just click in here, hold down shift, and just tap the up key. This works in any field, not just fonts. You can hear line spacing. There is no line spacing. Let's click on this one. So click in here and I can just go up, hold shift and down, just to increase that. So it could be the points as well. So moving the X and Y position, it could be an adjustments layer. I could go into here and say, actually, not that one. I can click in here and just go up, 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 and down, 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 down. Hold shift, okay, and do that. So any field, bad example, I guess, but just any clickable field that has numbers in it, you can just use your up and down. Hold shift to make it go faster. All right, next pro tip is to look in the channels and paths to see if there's a selection already. This is a stock library image. I've downloaded it. It was a PSD and it's just one old layer. And you're like, oh man, I'm gonna have to mask these out. Okay, I can mask this out. But the thing to check, especially if it's a PSD and it's a file from a professional kind of like stock library site, there might be, if you're lucky, it's worth checking every single time under channels or paths, there might be a saved mask and they're just hidden in here. See here under the paths, somebody's gone around this one with a pen tool already and it's just sneakily hiding here in paths. It's not obvious. I can click on it holding my command key and it turns it into a selection. It's the control key on a PC. And now I can go back to my layers and add my mask and it's a whole lot quicker than trying to do it myself. Often I find these things after I've spent like an hour masking something out. I get to a point where I'm like, man, they should have done this before me. I'm like, uh-oh. I go and check in paths and let's undo. So they've done one for both books in here. Okay, so I can mask both of them out. Sometimes they are paths done with like the pen tool. Let's deselect. There's also one in here under channels. Remember we did channel mask earlier on? So somebody's done one of those for us here as well. There it is there. I can hold down my command key on my Mac, click it, turn back to RGB, and now I've got a mask, okay, for that little edge there. Not sure what that one's for, but it was in there. I might really need it. So if it's a JPEG, it won't include this data, but if you download something and it's a PSD, there are a few other file formats that do contain this as well. What, a PDF? Not sure, EPS maybe. It's worth checking. Where it happens to me a lot is when I get kind of marketing material, say Adobe, because I'm a certified training center, they send me lots of marketing material and it's just this flat graphic and I'm like, how am I going to use this? And I go into channels or paths and I'll see, there's a mask ready to go for me. So if you are working with a large supplier and they're sending you these bung files, it might be that they're just hiding in channels and paths. It's worth a look. There is my kind of Adobe Instructor certification badge, an Adobe logo. All of these I want to have a drop shadow and I want it to be the same. So instead of doing it per layer, what you can do is you can grab all of these guys. So I'm clicking and dragging across them all, make sure I got them all, put them in a group, and then go down to effects and just apply the drop shadow to the whole thing. Big drop shadow. I'm just going to have a teeny tiny one. And by teeny tiny, that's not even that teeny tiny. I'm not sure why I'm spending ages now, but you can see they all have a consistent drop shadow all around them, just using one of them on the whole group rather than each individually. All right, 2 more tips in this one. One is, I don't know why I feel compelled to show you this one. It is under the eyedropper tool, the one that says the count tool. And if you, I don't know, it's me, my math, I think there's some dyspraxia in there. I don't know, but this is helpful. Watch this. It's the count tool. How many of these have I got? I use this for rows and columns and stuff when I'm doing web stuff, or you might be I don't know. Photoshop's weird. It gets used by doctors and police and forensics. I teach all sorts of people. You think, I don't know. I feel like doctors should have some sort of specialized equipment, but often they'll use Photoshop, okay, with high resolution images. And yeah, I'm not sure what we're counting, but I know there's 20 of them. It might be for, say, you're an architect, or I'm trying to invent uses for this now. Let's get clear. All right, so I want to say last but not least, but it's on the end of my list here for a reason, right? I use it though, so I was like, it has to be in there somewhere. Because there'd be one person out there that they might find it really useful. So I made a basic selection in here, and most people don't know you can go to select and go to transform the selection, okay? And you can I can make it a bit bigger. I can shrink it down. I can transform a selection like I can do any other shape. I feel like we petered out at the end there. We started with some cool stuff and we ended up with transform selection. I hope you found something good in there. There's still a chunk more of our workflow tips and tricks, but they've got their own little videos now because they've got a bit more substance. So let's go and jump into one of those now. Hi there, this workflow video is going to be all about going fast with layers. We've grouped all the layer things together because for some strange reason, this is my favorite video to teach people, especially advanced people. I'm like, man, this is some cool workflow stuff. It's not super complex, okay? It's complex enough, okay? But let's imagine it's bigger. But I've got a few layers here. So we're working on an image we had earlier. Obviously this can work on any image, but let's say I want to work on this paint drop and the word super. It's actually SUPE and R's on its own layer, but the layers panel here is a little confusing. So what I can do is find R. I'm going to hold down my command key and click on this paint one here. So I've got the R and that selected plus the super, and then just say kind and click on selected. Okay, so it's only going to show me the selected layers I had. They're all still there. I can turn it off by going back to kind and turn it back on by going to selected. Just kind of like tidies everything up nicely. And I can work on these 3 layers. To turn it off, actually an easier way is just this little toggle switch here. And you can turn this on and off and it jumps back into what you had selected. Cool, huh? It gets better. So let's turn it on and instead of selected, let's go to kind. And you've got these little icons here. Everyone ignores this, right? You've been using Photoshop for years and you've never clicked on him. It just shows you all the layers that have text on it. Just makes it so maybe it's just me. No, not just type. You can have type that also have drop shadows. Might be type and images. You can have more than one on. So that's not that useful anymore. So let's just turn type off and just the ones that have pixels. Or just my adjustment layers, please. Just show me those. Or just my layers, I'm going to turn that off. Just the ones that have smart objects on it. So I can see all those in one big go. Remember to turn it off though, when you're finished. So have a look at a couple of the other ones in here. So kind, we can look at names and you can do a search. Or if I want to find ones that are called a banana, it'll just show me those layers. I never use that one. You might be working on some epically big layers and that might be useful for you. This one's quite good. Let's say we've got some drop shadows going on. I want to find the effects that have drop shadows on it, just those layers. So I can select them all and then go and change them or go in here and turn them off. Another one you might do is under here, under color mode, you might say, don't click this one here, click this one over here and say, I want to find all the layers that have multiply on them. None do. Okay, but you might find that useful. Attributes, what colors, are they smart objects, things that are selected. You might look at artboards. This one doesn't have any artboards, so this one does. Okay, it can get super confusing, right? So let's turn that off again. So normally you've got this kind of, it's never that tidy either if you're working in artboards. There's things all over the place. And you're like, actually, I just want to, I'm working on this file here. Just show me the Skillshare artboard. You can just go up to here, turn it on, and it's going to only show me the Skillshare one, not any of the other guys. Click on this one, and it's going to show me just the Udemy one. Super helpful, super quick. And I bet you've been ignoring it there. Let's turn kind on. Kind is the default one, and just make sure that little switch is off when you're finished. Let's jump back up to this original file. Another trick is, we've done this throughout the course already, is that, say I've got my banana layer and I want to duplicate it, I just drag it into this new layer icon and it duplicates it. Okay, I'm going to undo that. Another way is, with it selected, hold down the Option key on a Mac, Alt key on a PC, and drag it, just using the Move tool. That just makes a duplicate while you're dragging. Another couple of things, as we looked at it in the last video, you can change your thumbnails, but we know that if you right click the word, you get a bunch of options, but if you actually right click the thumbnail, you get a different set. And what might be useful in here is you can adjust the thumbnail size. Okay, that's fine. But also, can you see this this like here? It is the circle that I'm using to crop this girl here. It's like a small part of it's showing me the entire document. You can right click it and say, actually, just show me the layer bounds for all the different layers. So that one here is quite a big image, but the banana takes up the full image now, the circle does. They're all just a little easier to see now, rather than them being a small part like the banana and this. Watch both of them. Go to clip details for the document bound. The banana is kind of showing you in relation to the larger document. Same with this. And this image here. Up to you. I have to switch back now because I want everyone's to look the same like me in the tutorial. All right, next up is naming your layers. Like if I'm honest, I never name my layers because I'm working with myself and I'm okay that I'm lazy. But if I'm working with a client, definitely. One of the last things I don't do it while I'm working, but I've got to send them a file, quick, smart, I name all my layers. I'm trying to project a level of professionalism that does not get reflected in my layer names. But let's say I've got to go and do it. A cool little trick is, banana's there, but let's say I'm going to be case sensitive. Now, instead of double clicking these, okay, going here and typing blue berries. This is a weird little shortcut. I like it. Okay, and double clicking them all, what you can do, I'm going to undo, is, so I'm finished typing banana, just hit tab on your keyboard and it goes down to the next one. So you never have to lift so tab again, banana, this one here, I can leave a hue saturation. I'm going to call this one my mask. So I'm just tabbing down. It's just, I find it a lot easier. Blueberries too. Cool, huh? So just double click in one of them and then tab through them all. All right, the last one to do with layers is, let's say we've got the smoothies layer, okay, and I like it. It's got a drop shadow that I like, but I want to apply that same drop shadow to the banana. So what you can do is right click the word smoothies and you can go to, we looked at this a little bit before, but go to copy layer styles. Okay, I'm going to select on my banana now, right click it, and you can paste layer styles. If you're like me and try and drag them from one to another, it doesn't like duplicate them as you drag, it just kind of moves it, so that's handy. All right, I hope you found something useful in there. I don't know why I find it most exciting, but I hope you're sitting there at home or at work going, yeah, that one little thing is gonna change my life. Okay, it might not change your life, but hopefully it'll save you a little bit of time. Let's jump into the next kind of workflow video. See you there. Hello, it is time for actions. In particular, we're going to create watermarks. So we're going to record our custom own action, click on it and just hit play. And then it's going to add our watermark, okay, of our author right in the middle there. Okay, we can do it over and over again on every image. We can also do it with logos. So I've got one here that we make in this particular video on logos, goes in the bottom right, super quick, super easy, saving you loads of time. We love actions. Let's go. All right, let's get started by opening up our exercise files. You'll find them in the exercise files under O3 preferences and workflow. And let's open up image 1, 2, 3, and 4. We'll start with image 1. So let's quickly look at what actions are if you haven't used them before. Let's go to Window and go to Actions. And basically all they are is steps in Photoshop that somebody else has recorded. You'll see here, like there's one here for a vignette. If I twirl it down, it just means it's just going through steps in Photoshop is take a snapshot, add a feather, make a copy of the layer, fill it. All these steps are just recorded in here. So you can use some of the default ones. These haven't been updated since like, it feels like the 90s. If we click on wood frame and hit plus, Okay, it says it has to be that big. That's okay. And you get a very 1990s wood frame around the outside. You might love it. And there you go. Just click on that button. You can see over here we've got kind of images. The frame can be turned off. So basically somebody before us has created this wood frame, recorded it, saved it as the default ones in Photoshop. I'm going to go to File, Revert. That's going to go, there's just too many undos that's probably happened. So File, Revert goes back, right back to the beginning. So you can play around with these ones. There's a few more in here. Okay, there are some, say, text effects. So I can scroll up here. This panel is a little bit hard to use. I won't lie to you. And the easiest way is to, say, twirl up the default ones. Grab some text. Dan. Move tool. You can see it's just got type there. It means that this one needs to have a type layer selected. And if I hit water reflection and hit play, it's going to give me a kind of a ripply, watery effect, and you can see they're all separate layers. So some of them are kind of cool, and lots of them aren't. So let's look at making our own one, and we'll do specifically the watermark. So let's go to File, and let's go to Revert. I'm going to click on Text Effects and just hit the trash can to get rid of them. They're not deleted forever. I can go back and get them. So basically all we're going to do is type some text in the middle and record it at the same time. I want to record it in this default actions. I'm going to click on this one that says I'm going to make a new action, this little turned up page here. Let's give it a name and we'll call this one watermark. This one's going to be a watermark for just text. You can give it shortcut keys, but if you're like me on a Mac, none of these work. That'll open iTunes or something else. So let's just click record. And now you got to be careful. It's remembering every single thing you do. Okay, the little record button's going and we freak out. I do anyway. So just remember, it's going to record every step. So our steps are going to be, I'm going to click the type tool. I'm going to pick a color for my type. I'm going to click once in here. I'm going to type. Now this isn't my photograph. This is one from Herman, from Unsplash. So this is Paul Herman's photograph. So I'm going to be doing it for him. I have the copyright symbol. And if you're like me, I can never remember what key it is. On a PC or Mac, just hold down your Alt or Option key and just smash away the keys. That's my method anyway, until I find the copyright. Got lucky. Okay, with it being a watermark, you now decide on how big it is. Okay, I'm just transforming it. Say I want it to be that big. And I'm going to lower the opacity. I'm on my Move tool. I'm just going to type in either numbers on my keyboard. Okay, you can see I've set the opacity to 50%. Now, one thing you might have to do is, it's a little bit ugly, but it'll look good against black or a dark background, but it's going to be a little bit lost here on the white. So often an easy way to kind of have both ways, okay, instead of just creating two separate actions, is just to add a drop shadow to it. Okay, drop shadow, it's working for me. Means it can be seen up here and down here fine. I'll lower the opacity again. You can start to see it's recording everything, so I'm not going in a very linear method here. I'm kind of working it out. You can go through and delete these afterwards if you want to make it all nice and pretty. You don't have to though. I never do. So I wanted that. I want it to be in the middle. And that's going to be it. I'm going to hit the stop button. So it's recorded now. Let's look at image 2. And what we need to do now is play back that thing we've recorded, that action. Now, weirdly, if I hit play now, it'll play from wherever this little gray highlight is. So it's only going to do the move layer. So you need to click back on there for some reason. Then hit play and it's going to run through them all. Watch it. It'll scream through all these. Watch. Okay, so fast. No, it used to be able to like see it topple through them all, but hey, you can see there, added a watermark. Cool, huh? All right, let's get a little bit more advanced, and let's say we want to update it because we're going to run into a trouble. Like there's fine, that's good. Let's do two things. I want to put an image, okay, in it rather than text. So I'm going to go File, Revert. Back to the beginning, and instead of doing this one here, I'm just going to twirl it up so it's nice and tidy. I'm going to create a new one. Okay, and this one's going to be called watermark, but this one's going to be my logo. Instead of just typing in, and I've got like a logo that we've already made. I'm going to click record. Basically, it's the same thing. We're going to go to File, Place Embedded though, instead of typing out text. In your O3 preferences, there's logo white. I'm going to click place. I'm going to get it to the right size. Okay, there's works for me. Hit enter on my keyboard. You can see it's recording place. I'm going to lower the opacity down to like maybe 40%. Add my drop shadow again. There we go. Let's do something even more advanced because basically we could stop that now and go and play it. Actually, let's do that. Let's stop it, go over here, go back to the top, hit play, and it goes and brings through my logo. Cool, huh? We'll batch them in the next video. At the moment, we're just doing the action, and we'll show you how to do them to lots of hundreds of images in one go. That'll be the very next video. So file, let's go back to revert. Let's go back to this one. So another bit more advanced actionness. Okay, we've done this, but let's say we want to adjust it again, like do something else. We want to put it down the bottom right like this. Okay, so we've already created this. How do we go and edit it? What we can do is we can say here, at this stage, I want to start recording again. And whatever you do from now on, we'll just add to that list. I want to show you a little trick of how to do it in the bottom right because it's not as simple as it sounds. There's a little workaround. So what we need to do is we need to select both of these layers and then use the align functions up here. But it doesn't work because the background, this background here, because it's locked, gives us all sorts of grief, right? So all we need to do is double click the background, click OK. You should give it a name. Then we can use the feature, instead of just like shift clicking like we do up here, we can use like an automated feature that the actions is going to like a little bit better because it likes going to here, just going select all layers. Okay, it finds that easier. Then up the top here, we can go, I would like to align to the right, and then I want to go down to the bottom. You can see in here, it's just aligning the current layers I have selected. That one does the bottom, that one does the left. Next thing I want to do is I want to have just the logo layer selected, and I want to move it up and to the left. You can kind of see there in my little tooltip there saying kind of come up 32 pixels and across 44. That's kind of cool because it means it's going to work fine for portrait. It's going to go bottom right and then just kind of come out that amount of space. Makes sense, kind of. Let's hit stop. Now hopefully if I go to image 3, I can go back up to watermark logo, hit play, and edit it, put it bottom right. I'm sure I've said bottom left before, but just kind of comes out a few pixels. Let's try it here for one that's kind of like just a different shape, or at least back to this beginning one. That's a really different shape. Let's delete the text off it and let's go play. Cool, huh? All right, my friends, that is going to be it for creating watermarks. We did text and a logo. And the next video, actually the second one after this one, next one we'll do some more advanced actions. And the video after that will do kind of batching so we can do them for a zillion different images all in one big go. All right, I'll see you there. Let's now look at adding our watermark to a big bunch of images rather than just one at a time. So we're going to look at two features. One's called batch and one's called image processor. They're both great and bad. They both have their quirks. I'll show you both. They pretty much do the same job, but they've got a few extra settings that are worth both exploring. So we've created our action in the last video. If you haven't, we'll create an action in a second, but let's say we have created it, and let's go to File, and the one that I use the most is under Scripts, and it's called Image Processor. Okay, and all we say is what images do you want to select, and in your O3 preferences, there's a folder called Batch Examples. Let's just click Open. So those are the images it's going to apply to. We're just doing it to 4, but you could do 200s, right? You can include all the subfolders within a folder. So that's where the images I'm getting from. Where would I like them to go? You could save them in the same folder, that's fine. Or you can say, I would like to put them in a select folder on my desktop. And I'm going to call this one Image Processor. Click Create, click Open. So that's where I want to get them from. This is where I want to put them to. And the cool thing about Image Processor over Batch, okay, we're going to look at comparing the two. And one of them is you don't actually have to apply an action. You can just say, actually, I don't want to run an action at all. All I want you to do is save a JPEG that is a quality of 5 that has a width and height of this into that particular folder. So all you're using it for is basically resizing and saving as a JPEG. Good for raw images. Okay, you might crank this up super high. You might not even worry about the image sizes, just so you've got some JPEGs and bulk process them like this. But that's not what I want to do. I want a JPEG, but I also want to run that action, and we're going to use the watermark text one that we made. All right, and kick back, relax, and run. It opens and flicks and flashes. And on my desktop, I should have image processor, JPEG, and there are my watermarked images. Cool, huh? So let's go a little bit further and look at why we'd use batch over image processor. So the weird thing is that batch and image processor were kind of developed by different people at different times, and they've just kind of hung around both in Photoshop because they both kind of have little quirks that support each other. So the nice thing about image processor is it just kind of like, you can just save as a JPEG. You don't have to run an action. Batch is different. It's all about running actions. I like image processor because it's really simple. Batch though has a bunch more details, which can freak you out. You're like, it's not that much, but let's run through it. So same thing, in my default actions, there's the watermark one I've made. Where's the source coming from? I'm going to choose that same source as before. So it's an O3 preferences and workflows, and it's called bash examples. Sometimes you run into images that say that they open up and they might have things like color profile warnings, okay? And that might be causing the image processor, which we did before, to go bad. So you can click on this and say, actually, if it does have that, hey, you've used the wrong color space, just say, suppress that for me. The other nice thing this has is in here, you can say, actually, at the moment, it's just going to save them just like it did for image processor. But what I can say is actually, I would like it to give it a name. So I'm going to call these ones like Dan's wedding. Okay, Feb 2019. Okay, so you could add, these aren't wedding photographs, but you get what I mean. I can kind of add they might be called IMG 77421. Okay, and you just give them an actual name. And then here, instead of an extension, which is like .jpeg, I'm gonna say I'd like to give it a serial number. Actually, I'll just give it a serial letter. So it's gonna have A, B, C, D. And then I'm gonna put in the extension, which is JPEG. And you can kind of see it building up here. Dan's wedding, February, which is his first lot. Then I'm going to add a serial letter at the end, an A, B, C, D. Actually, you might have hundreds, so you might go for a 2-digit number at the end there, 01. And actually what I'll do is up here, I'll put in a little hyphen afterwards so that, I don't know, looks nicer. It's not actually going out as a GIF as well. It's just going to use, it's just an example that they put in there. So it's got some extra pieces, but it's going to run into a little problem. Let's click destination. Where is it going to go? I'm going to put it on my desktop. This one's going to be called batch. So batch is cool. It has extra features, but there's a few little extra things you need to do if you want to use these extra features. Let's click OK. It's going to roll through and it's going to say, hey, I'm not a JPEG because I've got more than one layer. It says I need to be a PSD. So I'm going to click save. OK. Save. OK. I could go now and pick JPEG and click save. Okay, so it's faster than doing it yourself, but still, you're like, oh man, what happened? This was meant to be super fast, Dan. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to get around that. So it works, okay. The only problem is it freaked out because image processor has the ability to force it to be a JPEG. It just says, you be a JPEG. Whereas this says, I'll save it as whatever it needs to be. And in this case, it needs to be a PSD, unless you say be a JPEG. You still with me? Batch has extra features, but this quick. To get around this, I'm going to delete these. I'll show you get around it. So I'm going to open up any image because all I really want to do is open up my watermark. Go in here and I need to add a last little kind of thing. So I'm going to hit play. It's going to run through and edit. There's my watermark. I'm going to go down here. I'm going to hit record and I need to go to this flyout menu here on the layers panel and to say flatten image. So now it doesn't want to be a PSD. I've hit stop. I'm going to go file, revert. Close this down, didn't want to mess with that. Back to the same thing, but because I've adjusted my action, we have to add that little extra in there. Hopefully now I can go to automate, I can go to batch, all the same things should work. Okay, click OK. And now it flicks through and does them. Let's have a little look. So there we go. Okay, a few little extra features, but we had to do a little extra step there. I want to get even nerdier. Is that okay? If you've already just said image processor is fine, let's go on. You're allowed to move on. But if you want, you're going to hang around, you might not. What am I going to show you is the image resizing. So the problem with using the image processor to do image sizing is that you need to specify the size, which sucks. What I want to say is I want to say 500 pixels, but not the height. Okay, I just want to say I want you to be the biggest size is 500 pixels because it's going out to our website. I'm a wedding photographer. I've shot loads of images. I want them to be of a nominal size. Otherwise, they're just going to be too big to upload. But because we've got portrait and landscape, I don't want them to be all 500 pixels wide. I want the longest edge to be 500 pixels wide. So let's get nerdy. So I'm going to open up my image again and this watermark text here. And before I do flatten image, what I'd like to do, actually I can do it afterwards, I totally can. So I'm gonna hit record. And what we're gonna do is instead of going to say something like image size and changing that, the problem with it is that, yeah, we've got landscape and portrait. So we're gonna use this special little feature in here. It's called automate fit image. Let's say we want 800 pixels. Okay, so I want it constrained inside of these two. It's not gonna force it. It's just these are the biggest dimensions. That's going to do what we want. Let's click OK. Let's hit stop. Let's close this down and not save it. Let's try another go. Let's go File. Let's go to automate, let's go to batch. So we updated our watermark text. I might have renamed that one to say resize as well. Might end up having two of them, one that just does the text and one that does the resize as well. I'm gonna keep all of this stuff and I think that's it. Let's click OK, kick back, relax, I hope. All right, let's go. I think I just resaved over the top of the ones that I made. So batch, there they are. And let's check the sizes, get info. You can see here, it's 800 pixels high. Whereas this one here is 800 pixels wide. I hope you followed me there. I think I even got myself lost a little bit. Basically, image processor is quick and easy. If you need any more details, like renaming as you go through, okay, batch is awesome. And that last little thing where we added the automate, what's it called, fit image, that will work for both batch and image processor. It doesn't matter. The big difference is, one more time to hopefully sync it in for myself maybe, is that you've got these options, okay, to say maybe there's some problems when they're opening and it's causing issues in the image processor version. You can say actually just suppress these things, but you can also add the naming here. But both of them don't do a good job of resizing, so we just did that within the action itself using that fit image. I think I've convinced myself now. Yeah, hopefully you understand too. Let's move on to the next video before my head explodes. Hey there, this video, we're gonna take a bunch of files that we've done. Okay, I've got all these kind of like screenshots, things that I really like, and I just wanna kind of add them to a Photoshop file in one big go rather than copy and pasting them. So I'll show you the feature that just dumps them all into one Photoshop file, all in layers easily, and then I'm just gonna make it into a kind of a mood board. I do this all the time when I'm getting kind of ideas for projects, and especially if I have to deal with a client. I show them a mood board like this to say, this is not my work, this is what I'm looking to do, have I understood your brief right? And it can really kind of save time. They might look at this and go, that is not what we want. Where's the Comic Sans? All right, let's go and do it now. All right, to get started, all you need to do is you don't have to have anything open, okay? Doesn't really matter what Photoshop looks like, might be work, might be learn. All you need to do is go up to File and go down to Scripts, and there's this one. It says Load Files into Stack. You can choose whether you want to select the files or load a whole folder. I'm just gonna click Files, let's click Browse. In your O3 preferences and workflow, let's click on the Inspiration 1, hold Shift, and click on Inspiration 7. So we've got them all selected. Click Open, kick back, and relax. Not yet. Click Open, and you can decide, like for me, like we said at the beginning, we're doing kind of an inspiration mood board. So I've just taken screenshots all over the place and just want to load them into a file. You might be, say, capturing something on a tripod that's maybe moving and you want to like attempt to align the images. So they all kind of line up exactly. Mine are just all very different images, so it's not going to work. So I'm using it one way, but there are lots of other times where you like actually just want to dump lots of images into a Photoshop file, and you might want to try and line them up. Maybe it's different exposures you've done of one image or some sort of time lapse. You can decide where you want to lump it all together as a smart object at the end. I don't want to do either of those things. I want to kick back, relax, and watch Photoshop do it all. Because the alternative, right, is to file open and then copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, close, copy, paste, close. Did you want to save? It's drama. Cool, huh? So see over here in my layers file, okay, I've got a bunch of images all just laid up together. You can see the names of the files there. And what I want to do for my kind of mood board here is I've grabbed my crop tool. I'm just going to drag this out over here. I have no idea how big it's going to be. Hit return, and I'm just going to kind of slowly move them out. And what I do when I'm doing a mood board is to decide how big I want different things in terms of, like, say I'm sending it to the client about my ideas about what we're doing. There'll be some things that I like say are prominent and some things that are just kind of subtle, and I use kind of size to show how kind of, I guess, important you feel to the overall theme different things are. So I like this kind of like cobbled together, overlapping. Nothing is really like, they're not your designs, right? So it's just kind of giving it an idea or a mood of what you want to do. So I might say something like that. I drag it a bit there as well. And that's, well, I guess we've learned what loading stack is pretty quickly. Now I'm just showing you what I do in terms of, I'm going to make a new layer. It's going to be at the bottom. I'll fill it with probably not black. I'll pick grayish, gray-green. And I'm going to select all these fellas and put a drop shadow on them. Now, weirdly, you can't add a drop shadow into them all at once. You can use a trick where you put a folder, add a drop shadow to the folder and stick them all in. We're totally getting off topic now. Okay. But hang around. There's a tip in here somewhere. Okay. So I'm going to go for size. You can see how with them all in a group, I can add a drop shadow to that group and you can see they all get it there. And that might be what you want. What I want though, is I want them individually to have shadows. So I'm going to step backwards until I got rid of that group. I'll add drop shadow to one of them. Drop shadow, and we'll go over here, size. That'll do. Then you right click one of them, or the one you've got the drop shadow on, go to copy. Then you can apply them all by selecting these other 6 here, right clicking it and say paste layer style. Now they've all got individual drop shadows rather than all in one group. It's up to you what you want to do, right? You might play with the layers. Okay, bring this one to the front. Want it maybe over these guys. Get this kind of like, I don't know, mixed up collage mood board thing going. Shortcuts for moving things up and down. Say I want this to be at the front now. I want it to be there, but I want it in front. Command Shift and the second of the square brackets. That's Control Shift square brackets on a PC. Square brackets are the ones next to the P key. Okay, it brings it all the way to the front. And that first one sends it all the way to the back, which is behind my gray box. So it's not what I want. I'm going to select them all except for that background and just kind of move them in there. And there's Dan's mood board. Now, other little tips, where I get my inspiration from generally, say I'm doing like this here is my kind of UI design mood board. I find most of it is from something called Dribbble. Dribbble with 3 Bs. And I've typed in UI here and it's the curation of this site is pretty amazing. It is beautiful work. You can find all sorts of stuff. There's a very kind of Dribbble feel to it, but it's often stuff that I can really relate to. You can start following people. You can upload your stuff here. Another really good place, and it has a really different kind of look to it, is Behance. Dribbble and Behance, for some reason, yeah, just have different kind of vibes in terms of the quality, well, not the quality, the style. Okay, Dribbble has this very more kind of illustration, clean, vector, like computer created graphics, whereas Behance tends to be a lot more of this type of stuff where there is a mixture of that, but there's a kind of, I don't know, there's a different vibe to it. A lot more pixels and grunginess in Behance. Up to you. Hopefully one of those is new to you. The other thing I want to show you before I go is because of Nice. Nice with 2 I's. We love extra letters. Nice is free to sign up. Okay, and you create your own boards, basically just mood boards. So this is one I was doing some hand lettering and I wanted ideas. So instead of dumping it into Photoshop, I dumped them into this program here. And the cool thing about it is it makes kind of resizing really quick and easy. Can you see this? Okay, so I can go, I want you to be a smaller part of this, and it does pretty cool cropping and allows you to kind of say, I like this one, I want to make it bigger. It gets really big. It's very cool. You can export these as PDFs as well, share them with a client like this. It's very, very cool. You get a couple of boards free and then you have to pay. It's pretty cheap. You should totally sign up for these guys. I love Nice. All right, that is going to be us. I will see you in the next video. Hi there, this video is full of random stuff that's not going to help Photoshop, but I think you need to know. If you're going to be advanced, you need to know how to make things like your color theme turn into toast, how to make random bananas appear, how to change the background color to pink, and this one actually might be that useful. We can change what appears down the bottom here to be something more useful, probably more than how many layers you have, but probably not much more. This is Advanced Person's Rite of Passage video. Let's go. First up, let's look at a kind of strange, kind of useful thing in Photoshop. So let's open up any image basically. I'm just going to use the image 4 from our O3 folder from the photographer Alexander Andrews. Just want something open. Why? Because this start screen's kind of doesn't have a lot of the parts. If you don't like this start screen, you can go to Window and go to Workspace. Instead of being on Start, just be on Essentials. Okay, and you go back to kind of how Photoshop used to be in the good old days. Regardless, let's have our file open. And we're going to look down the bottom here. Okay, by default, this little setting here that you've probably never clicked on, you've probably seen the file size maybe down here. But there's a few little things you can change it to that might be helpful for you. Say you are really hardcore on your profiles, your color profiles, sRGB. Okay, you just want to always look down there and go, phew, it's sRGB. Or CMYK or whatever you're using. Okay, other useful ones, document dimensions is kind of cool. Okay, it shows you that it's 2000 by 2000 and it's 72 ppi. Another little thing is, it doesn't really matter which one of these you've got selected, anyone. If you click on it and click and hold it, it tells you the kind of basics. So width, height, how many channels it has. You can see it's 8 bits per channel. That's what the ABPC means. We'll talk about bits later on. You can also see the resolution. So that might just be easier than going here and then going to image size. Let's have a look at a couple of other ones. So measurement scale, good if you're dealing with doing kind of retina stuff. Scratch sizes. Efficiency is a weird one. Like efficiency is at 100%. It means that Photoshop is running as good as it can, given it the resources you've given it. What I mean by that is, remember we had in here preferences, we went to performance and we said, here you go, have this much RAM. We'll have this much RAM. Okay, we've given it this much RAM. What you can do is you can see down here how efficient, how well it's working. If I try and stress it out, how am I going to stress it out? Let's try and do something like this, hit enter. Let's get it to change. It's working fine. If you find it drops below 100% for a lot of the time, it's trying hard, but it can't work as fast as it could. So that just might be useful. You might like, man, is my machine slow? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. This will tell you whether it's just Photoshop going through its motions or whether your machine's holding it up. And you can go back to kind of like the speeding up Photoshop video if you need to kind of upgrade things. Can't really change it that much, but hey, you might find it useful. Timing, I still haven't worked out what that actually does. I think it's for the task that you've given it. Okay, it took 0.2 seconds. Current tool's not that handy. I'm on the move tool. 32-bit exposure, we'll look at that when we do 8, 16, 32-bit later on. The save progress, how many smart objects you have, how many layers you have. For me, often it's document size, which is what it started out with. So that's why it's in this kind of random video. But this is the advanced course, right? We need to learn advanced stuff. Now let's get on to the Easter eggs. So what is an Easter egg? Basically, it's just a bit of code that the developers of Photoshop, okay, the guys at Adobe who kind of sneak things in to see if they can sneak things in. Like little surprises, like Easter eggs. Now in this version of Photoshop, there's a couple. There's a banana and some toast. They do absolutely nothing except what I find them useful for is changing these things on people's computers that are away for holidays. When they get back, I've messed about. Best one and most obvious one is, see this little 3 dot here, the edit toolbar? Hold it down, click on edit toolbar. And if you just hold down the shift key, okay, either Mac or PC, and just click done, okay, you can see what changed over here. There's a banana. Does nothing except it's kind of funny. And it never turns off either. Well, you can turn it off. So if you decide that that's not a good idea, click and hold it down, go back into here. And if you hold down the command key on a Mac and click done, or control key on a PC, to turn it off. I'm gonna turn my back on. I love having that on. Hold shift, click done. The other one is toast. This one's a little bit more hidden, and it's just fun to know. Like if there's a Photoshop party and you're there and you don't know about the toast, you're gonna be asked to leave. So on a Mac, go up to Photoshop, go to preferences. Now remember on a PC, it's under edit and way down the bottom here for preferences. And I wanna be in the one that says interface. And it's just this thing along the top here. Normally, its job is to kind of change the interface color. And you might like this just because. The good old days of Photoshop used to be this light white color. Now it's in this kind of moody, broody dark color. Now the trick here is to hold down shift and hold down, on a Mac, hold down the option key and click on this. It kind of fires it into like toast mode. If you're on a PC, it's shift and hold down the alt key and give it a click. Now that it's toast, it does the same job, just toast. But you can also do, once you're here, so do that first step first, which is shift and either alt or option and give it a click. Now you can hold down shift and hold the command down on a Mac or shift and control down on PC, and you can toggle between coffee colors and toast colors. If you go to a Photoshop conference, okay, you'll see these little guys on t-shirts and stuff. It's like the you're in the know, wink, wink, secret handshake. Does absolutely nothing, but you need to know the Easter eggs. One other little thing I'll throw in here is this background, because we were looking at interface colors, it kind of just got me thinking, this dark gray in the background's fine. You might not like it. You can right click it and say, I want it to be black. You saw the interface change the old background, but not this kind of like pasteboard area. So right click it and dark gray is the normal, but you can go through and pick. The other thing you might do when your friends are away or your buddy at school's away is go to select custom color and just put it as something awful. And there you go. They won't know how to change it back. They got bananas, they've got a pink background, which is hurting my eyes. So I'm gonna go back to dark gray. All right, so that is the weird features and Easter eggs video. Let's get into the next section now where we start fixing images. No more settings and workflow techniques. We've got all those out of our system. We are now ready to be super efficient and learn more advanced things. Let's do it. Hi there. In this video, we're going to look at enlarging images way beyond where they should go. We all got jobs like that. Somebody says, here's a tiny JPEG. I want you to make it into a billboard. So we'll go through the different ways of enlarging and the kind of different effects. We'll even show you cool little shortcuts on how to kind of compare them all in 3 little windows, all kind of checking details, deciding which enlargement algorithm is going to work best for us. Let's jump in there now. All right, let's open up the file in O4 fixing images, and it's called resizing 1. All right, so there is different methods for resizing. So at the moment, this document is 2000 pixels. Remember our shortcut down here? Click on this and it says, 2000 pixels wide, but we need it for a billboard. It needs to be huge. Okay, so we're gonna bump it up to like 8000 pixels wide. You might be just doing a little change, maybe not something this big, but it's under image. Let's go to image size. And in here, what we're going to do is, let's say it needs to be under pixels. It now needs to be 8000 pixels. Make sure resample image is ticked on. And by default, everyone just leaves it at automatic. Problem with the automatic is that there's some other settings and they might be great. The thing we're going to do also is just make this a bit bigger. Okay, because it's nice to see it rather than that tiny window. So you've got basically automatic is going to pick this first setting here out of this group. These are all the kind of enlargement automatic settings. There's just one for reducing. And to be honest, like you can test these other ones because it doesn't have to just be for enlargement. You could use this for reduction. They just give you kind of different looks and you might find one of these better for reduction. But enlargement is generally the most problematic one and the ones we're going to stick to in this video. So automatic is picking this one and that's fine. Even if you do use automatic, if you switch it to it and say, I want to use this actual preserve details, okay, I can play around with the reduce noise and just kind of decide, can you see before, after, okay, you can just have a little bit more control with even that one. Now, a good thing you can do to kind of compare these three, you can just like be super quick and easy and just go, actually, I'm just going to toggle through that one, this one, and just kind of decide which one's good for you. Okay, so you might decide that this quick, easy, and dirty method is just good enough, okay, and you can just kind of like eyeball it and say, because this one here, Preserve Details 2.0, is the brand new one for Photoshop CC 2018, but it's not default yet, even though it often has a better kind of finish, or at least a different finish. So decide which of these works for you. If you want my humble opinion, this one here works better. There's a mixture of kind of like noise, but also some kind of sharpening that goes on around high contrast areas. I find it looks good when I get up to bigger sizes. If you want to be a bit more scientific about it, I'll show you a nice little trick. Okay, so I hit cancel. What we can do is we can go to layer and let's go to duplicate layer. So I'm going to make 3 versions of this. So I'm going to say, instead of duplicating this layer, I'm actually going to stick it inside a new document. I'm going to call this one option 2. Let's just call it option 1. Click OK. So it's kind of taken that file, duplicated itself, and called it itself option 1. So it's just a completely separate. It's the same as doing file save as. So I'm going to duplicate it 3 times to compare the 3 different options. So back to resizing 1, back to layer, duplicate layer, new. I'm going to go option 2. Back to the first one, and we'll go third option. You can go through all of these. Like if you are like, man, this is a super important job, you might not just use the enlarge ones, okay? You might use the reduce ones, the gradient ones, because who knows what your content might be. It might be repeating patterns or gradients or weird trippy kind of 3D stuff. So have a play around with them all. We're just gonna do these 3, okay, and close down the original. So my 1, 2, and 3 options are exactly the same. I'm going to start with option 1 and I'm going to go image size. I'm going to go 8000. I'm going to just say you are that first option. Okay, preserve details. Click OK. Go to this option 2, do the same thing, image size, and let's go to preserve details 2. Let's bump it up to 8000 pixels. Click OK. Same thing with 3, we'll use our shortcut, Command Option 3, or Control Option. Sorry, Command Option I to go to image size, or Control Option I, 8000. We're going to go to that last option. Click OK. So now we want to compare them. So now you can just cycle through them if you want. You can hold down the Command key on a Mac, Control key on a PC, If you're on a Mac now, so hold Command and hit the apostrophe key. It's generally kind of tied in with that wavy tilde key. You can, I'm just toggling through the tabs. We looked at that earlier. If you're on a PC, you hold Control Tab, I think, to move through them. And you can just kind of see the difference. Option 1, which is the default, option 2, option 3. I find in this case, option 2 is probably the best. It's a mixture of a bit of sharpness, but it's not too milky like this last option. Let's go even a bit further to kind of compare the three. So let's go to Window and go to Arrange. And we're going to say 3 up vertical. You might be comparing 4 options or 6 of them, okay, depending on how many you have open. I'm going to go to this 3 up vertical. And it just shows me all 3 of them here. Now I'm going to be on this first option. I'm going to move it to kind of where the eye is. And what you can do then is go to Window, go back to that same thing where it says Arrange and say, actually just match all of the zoom, location, and rotation so they all match up. And then you can kind of start doing some comparisons. Cool, huh? Another little shortcut is, remember, shift and drag around kind of moves one around, okay, using your hand tool. But if you hold, actually I said shift, didn't I? So if you hold spacebar down on your keyboard and just click and drag, okay, you can move it around. But if you hold spacebar and shift, it kind of does all of them at the same time. So first up, let's arrange and let's match all. Then we can hold down that shift and spacebar. And we can just kind of work our way around and just say like, okay, for the teeth, that one there, oh man, I think this one here is the best for my option. There's always going to be pixels. There's this goop in here, which I'm maybe not happy with. And what I might do is start blending a couple of these images, start masking out parts. It really depends on how hardcore you need to go here. So my advice is don't listen to me or other Photoshop experts and say you have to use Details 2.0. Do the test yourself. It doesn't take too long and then just decide, yeah, that's the one that works in this instance with this image. Just think of them as option 1, 2, and 3. All right, before we go, last thing you might do is go down to Window, Arrange, and consolidate all into tabs just to get them all back into like this regular old tab structure that we had before. All right, we didn't cover reduction mainly because, in my opinion, I don't run into trouble reducing images. I leave it set to automatic and it picks this one here and it works fine. But again, if it doesn't for you, go through, test them all, see which one works for you. All right, that is going to be the end. See you in the next video. Hi there, in this video, it's all about taking images that are just a little bit blurry, out of focus. Things were moving when this little guy was wriggling around when I was trying to photograph him, but I love the shot. It's taken on a cell phone, everything is against it. But shake reduction, if I turn it on there, just adds a little bit of level of sharpness there, kind of tidies it up. Not 100%, but it's definitely a lot better. So let's look at shake reduction in Adobe Photoshop. To get started, let's open up the 2 images, Shake Reduction 1 and 2 from the 04 Fixing Images folder. Now the trouble with fixing this particular image, it's really hard to find stock library images of bad images. So you have to dive into your own images and then you're like, who's gonna put up a fuss? My baby's not gonna mind if I use him and I'm not gonna mind. Phil might mind, but Phil doesn't even have an internet connection, so he's not gonna know. So let's start with Oliver, my new little baby. I love this picture, but he was just wriggling around too much. So he's kind of like a little bit blurry. This background's kind of an okay focus. It's just a cell phone picture. I just want to get the most from it. So there is no like magic potion, but you can always make things, I'd say 30 to 40% better if they're just a little out of focus or a little blurry. Either you were jiggling around or, in my case, my little gremlin was. All right, let's be fancy and make this non-destructive. So right click the layer and say convert to smart object, just so we can apply it as a filter to turn on and off later on. And let's go to filter, let's go to sharpen, and we'll use this top one here. All of these guys do a similar type of job. They're all about kind of removing the blurriness and gathering some more detail. In my experience, shake reduction is the best out of all of them. Even if it's not a shaky image, more a blurry image, it gives you a lot of control in here, rather than just kind of like turning it up and down like, say, some of the other filters do. Now, twirl in advanced, if it's open like yours, that'll disappear. And the simple version is, if you click somewhere on this, you can see the little preview over here. And that's my main point of focus. And what it'll do is that wherever you click, it'll kind of tell Photoshop that this is kind of like the most important area. Analyze this as your kind of baseline to do the fixing. I'm going to turn artifact suppression on. Yours is probably on by default. And we've got these settings here. This one just looks at, we've kind of clicked here and it's using a portion around where I've clicked. You can slide it up and down to kind of include it and exclude more. It doesn't really matter. What you're really looking for is, does lowering it make it better, or does raising it make it better? Now what you'll find though, it's quite a stressful process. So watch this. I'm going to drag this down here. You can see this one updates first, and then I've got this little thing that says the quality's not quite right. We're trying our best. We're showing it to you, but wait until that thing's gone. Come on, gone. My poor little computer's flying around. Can hear the fans coming on. Okay, so just wait until that's gone. You'll notice there's often a little bar that runs across here, and you want to wait till that thing disappears. Or just keep an eye on this. This goes first. It's like a little preview, and then eventually it'll update the whole thing. So how do I like it? I'm going to zoom in. Best to probably look at 100%. So you can switch it down here to 100%. That's kind of like the best view to be in. You can be zoomed in any more detail, but if it's not going to get any bigger, if you keep zooming in, you're going to spot all, maybe get a little bit caught up in some of the artifacts when, you know, if it's going to be viewed about this size, then just preview it at this size. So do I like it? How good is it compared to the original? Just tap the P key and it just kind of toggles this on and off. So I just, on my keyboard here, P on, P off, P on. You can see it's doing a pretty good job. Okay, it's just like I said, it's definitely like, I'd say 30% better, maybe 40% better. A lot of details in here are great. Okay, his clothes get a lot sharper. So that's with it on, off. Give it a sec. On, you can see it just kind of flicking over here. Now with these other two settings here, like this one up the top here, don't worry too much about what it's like, what these mean. Although this one's quite obvious. Okay, you just got to look at the end result. Okay, smoothing up high just gets really milky, which might be necessary in some images. Remember, I'm waiting for this to be finished, or I'm checking it in here, okay, because I don't want to kind of make my decision based on this low res preview. Don't like it, P on. I'm just tapping the P key, P. Actually, smoothing, yeah. I'm going to keep it reasonably low. Artifact suppression, same thing, on or off. And basically what this means is we're using shake reduction. If I turn artifact suppression all the way down, I'm using 100% of the shake reduction. If I turn it all the way up here, it's actually doing absolutely nothing, the shake reduction. So this is more of like how much of this is applied slider. You can even turn it off completely to say, actually just don't try and suppress this shake reduction, go full noise please. All right, so let's leave him there and let's click OK. And I'm just gonna toggle the undo key, so Command Z, before, after, Control C on a PC. You can see it's just, let's go in here, handsome man. You can see there's some artifacts. It's just the way, like this is, we're trying to make lemonade out of lemons or roll a turd in glitter. I'm not sure we can actually use that one. Can you say that in a video? But you get what I mean, right? We've all had these problems and there's no like absolute magic cure, but shake reduction gets us a lot the way there. And because it's a smart filter, we can kind of turn it off or on, or just kind of like click on this, off and on. Or because it's a layer mask as well, we could click on this and decide that using my paintbrush, okay, and using black, I can kind of paint bits out. You can see there, I can decide that it's kind of good around here, but it's doing weird stuff around this area. So I'm just going to kind of paint that out. Okay, so it's not doing the shake reduction around these areas, really just kind of focus it into the little man's face. There's my terrible mask there. Let's look at the second version. We'll go a little bit more advanced. Okay, best dressed man I know. This is us at every year we meet up, me and all my friends and now kids, all get together and rent a beach house in beautiful old New Zealand. This is us cutting firewood, stuff you did not need to know, but I should probably explain this. But let's look at select. No, not in select. So I've got it selected. Let's convert it into a smart object because we're pros. Let's go to filter. Let's go to sharpen. Let's go to shake reduction. And the difference between this one and the last one is that there's kind of like two focus areas. So what we can do is twirl down advanced. And what we can say is grab the center of it and say that there is something that's quite important. Okay, Cypress Phil's face. And there's another one here. I'm going to click once on my face. Actually click and drag around my face. Okay, so there's kind of two parts. There's this one and then there's this one. So it's just analyzing these two separate areas. And you can actually change the settings per little box. So they're in pretty close focus. Let's say it's this and not Phil's face and it is way back here. So you can have a different group of settings here, the trace bounds and the smoothing for this particular section and different for this section to kind of get the most out of shake reduction. That's what makes it really cool compared to some of the other sharpen features. Again, you're just going to kind of work through blur, smoothing. You might turn artifacts back on just for this section. I'll turn it off. I'm gonna draw another one for my man, and then go here. Trace backgrounds, smoothing, probably come down a bit. How's this one doing? I'm happy with that. Let's click OK. And I've gone totally too far on this. Go back into shake reduction. Okay, so I just double clicked on the word shake reduction in the layers panel there and spend a bit more time in here. So I think I need artifact suppression on pretty much all of these. Here we go. Here we go. It's a terrible image. It's a bit better now. This one here just needs lower. And that's going to be enough for me for the moment. So before, after, before, after, before, after. You can see we lost a chunk of the milkiness from the image. So again, it's only going to get you a bit further through. Out of focus images are really tough, but shake reduction is the best way to clean them up. All right, let's get on to the next video. Hi there, in this video, we are going to look at advanced levels. We're going to set white balances. We're going to adjust channels separately. We're going to look at cool little options that show us things like clipping to make sure we don't destroy the image. We'll look at a couple of options. Let's jump in there now. Before, after, let's get level advanced. All right, in your images for O4 fixing images, open up levels 1 and 2. Thanks to the photographers Jeff Finley and Jacqueline Beals. I mentioned this in the first video, but anything from Unsplash, I've added the actual photographer's name because they've donated these images free to the world and you can use them commercially too. So just go to unsplash.com and check out these photographers. All right, so let's look at kind of advanced levels. In the Essentials course, we covered the basics. Let's go in a bit deeper now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Adjustments and I'm going to click on Levels to make sure it's an adjustment layer. And one of the cool features in Photoshop is just clicking the Auto button, kicking back and saying, Photoshop, do your magic. Okay, and it's done pretty good. I'm going to turn the eyeball on and off. It's pretty nice. But what you probably didn't know is I'm going to undo. You can hold down the Alt key on a PC or the Option key on a Mac and click on Auto. And it just gives you like, that's the default when you click on Auto, but there's other autos. Cool, huh? You can just work your way through and say, is this the auto that I want? Like, think of them, don't worry too much about the names. Think automatic option 1, 2, and 3, and see which one works for you. If you find after a while, you're like, I always prefer this one instead of this one, you can set it as the default for that auto. Let's say we don't like any of the auto ones. Let's click cancel. One of the nice things you can do is this photograph here instantly when I saw it, I was like, this is going to be easy with this tool here. Okay, the white balance tool. What you can do is you can tell Photoshop that I know, click on this, I know that that is pure white, probably. Okay, it's probably just white card printed off. So if I click on it, it kind of makes adjustments as that being pure white. So it kind of adjusts per channel rather than just kind of sliding these kind of 3 little adjustments. It actually goes in every channel and makes an adjustment because it knows what the white is and tries to counterbalance that kind of, we have a kind of a blue hue to it, which is not wrong. It's just what this image was kind of shot at. It's got that kind of Instagram grainy, moody feel. And that's why photographers will use something like this. I've just gone to Amazon, and if you put in gray cards or white balance cards, you end up with these things. So what they'll do is they'll set them up in a photograph. Okay, so we'll set them up next to the subject. So instead of doing it in Photoshop later on with these white, gray, and black settings, okay, you can tell Photoshop what's black, what's gray, what's white. You can do it in your camera before you actually take the photograph. You can set the white balance, the 18% gray card, and the black. Perfect if you're doing product shots and you have to, you might as well spend the time there with your camera, getting everything set perfect rather than having to fix it all up here in Photoshop later. Okay, so we're happy with that. Let's go to levels 2. Let's look at a couple of other advanced features. So under adjustments, let's go to levels. And what we want to do is, let's say we just want to tidy this up this way. Okay, that's generally what you do with levels, right? Bring in these 2 houses either side before they're kind of like halfway up the hill, either side, and then you use this gray slider in the middle here to decide which way it needs to go, whether it needs to be lightened up in the midtones or darkened down. Well, what's really cool is if you dragging these guys, because after a while, right, it starts kind of going this kind of full black and you start losing details, but that happens quite early on. But it's hard to know, like, when does it start happening properly? If you hold down the Alt key on a PC or the Option key on a Mac while you drag it, can you see get this kind of like weird color that appears? And that's just showing you, like over here, pretty much nothing's getting clipped. Okay, and when as I get closer into this hill, it's a little hard to do. I'm pointing at it with my nose. Can you see the tree down here? Okay, it's really dark in here. So as we make things darker, you can see it's starting to kind of just, that's all becoming one color. So So just making you aware of what's happening. Okay, you might still have to go for it. Same with the whites. Okay, click, hold, and drag, and it's just the opposite. They've inverted the colors, okay, to show you what's going to start blending as far as whites go, and it's all this kind of white clouds behind here. You can still go ahead and do it. It's not wrong. It's just showing you that, okay, there's going to be lots of detail in here. And because it's the back of the clouds, I'm okay with it. I've been making sure things like the eyes and stuff weren't getting clipped by dragging these in. Now this trick here works on, it's not going to work for the gray one because it's shuffling between these two. These kind of clip the ends, but this is just shuffling in between them. You'll find there's actually a lot of settings that will allow you to do that, okay, in your adjustments panel. If you start dragging a lot of these different options like curves and exposure, if you hold down the Alt key or the Option key on a Mac, and while you're dragging, it will give you a little visual preview of what you might be destroying potentially. All right, I'm going to reset it to its defaults to get back to the beginning. And I want to show you another little trick. So we're dealing with RGB channels. RGB, you probably know, is red, green, and blue. They make up this image. Instead of dealing with all of them in one go, you can actually look at the different channels separately, okay, and adjust them separately. And it gives you a lot more fine tuning, especially when they're color cast. You'll find you can fix up the color cast in levels. You don't have to jump out to, say, color balance as the adjustment. So what I mean is, let's start with red, okay, and just do the same, okay, halfway up here, or just up the beginning of the hill here. I'm gonna do the same for green. You can use your shortcuts, okay. It is hold down the Alt key on a PC and tap 3, 4, 5. You can see it toggles there between red, green, and blue. Okay, on a Mac it is Option 3, 4, 5. So I'm gonna do the same here, bring these guys in. You can see it's starting to get to a more natural color. There's some midtones that I want to adjust, and I find it really hard to adjust the midtones using these separate things. I prefer to go to RGB and do all of them in one big go. All right, so that's some more advanced Photoshop stuff. Okay, auto, if you hold down the Alt or Option key and click on auto, you get some extra adjustments. You might be able to set the white balance. Here for the clouds, you could click on this white one and click on the clouds. I find it never gives me an exact result. Using nature as your kind of backdrop, but as something kind of artificial like white paper. It's pretty good. Also remember, holding down the Option key on a Mac or Alt key on a PC, you can kind of check to see if you're clipping anything. And don't be afraid to jump in and fix the red, green, and blue channels separately. And that's going to be it. We're all ignoring the strange shaped mountains. I didn't notice them until halfway through this video. I've stayed grown up about it, but I feel like it needs to be acknowledged before we move on to the next video. Grow up, Dan. Next video. Hi there, this video is all about getting more out of curves. I'll show you some hidden features in the auto section. Okay, I'll also show you how to actually work on the document rather than over here in the curves panel. I've basically given away most of the tips in this video. There's a couple more, so hang around, let's get going. All right, open up the files curves 1 and 2 from your 04 folder. Okay, we've got these two we're gonna work on. This one here is just kind of, the darks are quite dark, right? So we're going to go to adjustments and we are going to go to curves. Like we did with levels, there's an auto feature, which is cool to get started. Okay, I'm gonna undo. Who remembers what I hold down to click on auto to get extra features? That's right, on Mac, you hold down the Option key, and on PC, you hold down the Alt key. And it just means it's gonna default to enhance, brighten, and contrast. You can just click through and just see if one of these other automatic modes are good for you. Because what you can do is you can set it as the default, and then say you're doing a huge group of photographs, okay, you can set up an action and then it will remember what you've done in here. But let's say we don't want to use auto, we want to go manual. The first thing people generally ignore with curves is this slider down the bottom here. You can see the histogram is all lumped into the dark side of the image. So there's nothing going on in this particular white one. So like we do with levels, just kind of tucking this in is going to kind of bring a lot of our work. So we're going to really be clipping all of this. How much are we clipping? Okay, remember our shortcut. If we hold down the Alt key on a PC or the Option key on a Mac, and I can drag this up, and you can see there's just nothing. There's a little bit of specks here and there, and you can start to see how far do you want to go. Okay, it's up to you. Okay, but you might decide, actually, I want to clip it up to here because I'm okay with that detail loss. But it's really kind of bumped up the image before I even adjusted the curves. Now with curves, often it's one of two things. You either drag this down a little bit and that up a little bit, depending on your image, or it's the vice versa. So just in here, it's just like either a little S curve or a little Z curve, depending on your image. This one here needs to be down and that one needs to be up. You end up fiddling with this quite a bit and it's a bit disconnected. Go back a couple of steps until it was back to 0. I'm gonna drag this up again, and instead of dragging like these little dots, what I'm gonna do is do it on the actual document. And that's what this little hand here does. Click on it, and what it does is you can kind of see, can you see the little dot moving up and down on my histogram? It's over here, watch over here. You can see it kind of bouncing up and down. Okay, so it means that when I decide, like, I know that's black, that's fine, but these kind of like blue jeans here need to just be brighter. So I can click, hold, and drag up. You can see what it's doing to my histogram there. It's kind of grabbing those quite dark colors and just lifting them up a bit. Okay, and you can just work on different areas. You might decide that I'm going to wreck it because I want to show you an example, but I'm just going to drag this down, or these need to get a bit darker. This needs to get a bit brighter. So you're just kind of working around and you start gathering dots in a more kind of organic way rather than you just going over here and just trying to lay in some dots here. Eyeball on, eyeball off. Now the other thing, like we did in levels, is that you don't be afraid to jump in and adjust the red, green, and blue channels separately. You can see here, okay, I'm on the blue channel, I'm using the OnArt kind of finger draggy thing, and I can just decide whether I want that particular kind of tone to be more blue or less blue, okay? And I can just do finer adjustments. Green, I want to kind of try and move out of that mid-tone. We kind of green cast going on there. Even if you don't like using this tool and you like adjusting these, okay, you can do it per channel. I want to show you in curves too, that OnArt dragging thing is not just in curves. What I mean is this kind of pencil hand thing. A lot of the other tools have it. Let's look at, say, hue and saturation has it. See this one here? And it can be really handy for, if I click on it and say this blue shirt here, if I click and drag it left and right instead of up and down, when I clicked, it jumped instead of undo. It started off as master, okay? But as I clicked and dragged, it goes, hey, you clicked on cyans. You must mean that. So that's just really handy. It picks the right color, and then you can drag it left and right depending on the saturation. So you might just go, let's say, more practical use. I'm going to click and just drag that up a little bit. Grab on this, drag it up a little bit, rather than having to kind of guess what it is or use the eyedropper. So check the different adjustment tools as you're using them and see if there's this little OnArt dragging finger thing. The other thing you can do is, if you click and drag it to saturation, you can do hue as well by holding on a Mac, it's the Command key. On a PC, it's the Control key. Okay, if I hold that down and drag, instead of doing saturation, can you see it does the hue? Just a really quick, easy way to change that man's shirt. Another thing I want to show you in curves is, we'll use this second adjustment, is let's go to curves. I like that kind of fashion look. It's kind of a blue, orangey teal, or blue and yellow, depending on what you're looking for. I find a real quick, easy way to get that fashion look is curves, click on the blue channel, grab the stopper at the end here and just drag it up. So right at the end, drag it up high and drag this one low. And you get this kind of like, hopefully you can see what I mean. It's this kind of like fashion photography, blue tealy color, and it's super quick and easy to do. It doesn't take super long. We'll look at a bit more detailed version of that. I'm kind of going maybe a bit extreme. Hope you get what I mean. So looking good, looking fashion magazine. I love that kind of rose gold teal look. All right, so that is some advanced uses of the curves panel. One thing I should note, if you've come from Essentials, curves and levels do not the exact same thing. I don't want to get in trouble, but they are solving the same problem. We're trying to work on things like the exposure and the color cast. And I've gone to work at places where, like, oh my goodness, you're using levels? What the heck? Why are you using levels? Curves are so much better. And I'm like, cool, so I got better at curves. Then go to the next job and they're like, well, why are you messing around with curves? And why aren't you using levels? They're so much better. Like, there's no right or wrong. People get a little bit passionate about levels versus curves. So don't worry too much. I use levels a whole lot more because I'm just doing quick, simple adjustments. I'll only open curves if I want to get into the finer details. And that's why you'll probably find photographers tend to use curves a lot more. You find if you're a photographer, you'll find a lot more tutorials using curves because of that finer detail. For me, I'm more in the design space. The photographs often aren't mine, so I'm often not as particular about the hardcore detail. They're both great tools, but you probably don't need them both at the same time. You're either a levels girl or a curves girl. Oh boy. All right, let's get into the next video. Hello, my friends, and welcome to my most favorite Photoshop feature of all time. We want to make this bigger without distort. Look at it. Magically grows bigger. So we're going to resize things without distorting them. And if things distort, okay, like our poor man here, I'm going to show you how to protect them in. So handsome surfer dude doesn't get stretched. We're gonna go to some more advanced uses as well, where we just want more surf because we need to add some text or stretch it for a banner ad, maybe a double page spread. It's all using the magical content aware scale. Let's get going in Photoshop. All right, so we have got exercise files from a new folder. This one is 05, cropping, aligning, distorting. If you can open up all of the content aware scale 1 to 7, there's quite a little tips and tricks we can learn with content aware scale. First tip is I can't see one. Okay, see this little double chevron here? Okay, you can click on this and it shows you everything that's open. So I'm gonna content aware scale 1. And let's say that we've got this image, but we just need it to be square for some unknown reason. Instagram, we just need it to be taller because there needs to be text in here. Or you need to stretch it this way because it needs to be kind of the right size for maybe a double page spread for a magazine. So first thing we need to do is we need to unlock the background. So double click background, give it a name. Don't tell anybody that I never do, but you should. Next thing I want to do is like generate some space up here. You could use image canvas size, okay, and you can type in a size that's square. I just like to grab the crop tool. Grab it, hold it, and just drag it to the size I want. I want it to be about there. Hit return. Now the magic tool, okay, so it's under edit. It's this one here, content aware scale. So unlike transform, right? Transform's just gonna do this. That's not what we want. We want this magic one here, content aware scale. Get ready, SETI. Holy moly, just invented more background. Cool, huh? Hit return when you're finished. And that is the magic tool that's been in there for a long time. And if you're like a lot of advanced users like I know, there'll be shock and awe on your face. I love it. I kind of picked an easy one, but in all honesty, it kind of works like that without any help, only about 30% of the time. But 30% of the time is good, rather than the clone tool stamp madness we all have to do, right? To try and fix it all up. But don't worry, the other 70%, there are tricks to kind of make it work for that as well. Let's look at content aware scale 2. This one's just the same, just a little one for you to practice with. Let's do it together. First thing, let's rename the background layer. So I just double clicked on the word background. I've got my crop tool, clicking once. I'm holding down the Alt key and dragging the corners, and it just goes from all sides just to give myself like, how far can this go out here? Okay, now I'm gonna use my edit content aware scale. Now you'll see I've got a shortcut here. That's not there by default. I added it. I went to keyboard shortcuts and I made my own one because I use it so much. And so much, I gave it like the world's most terrible shortcut. I know it anyway. It's my shortcut. It's my shortcut, leave me alone. What we're gonna do now is, just see how far this goes. Look at this. This one's particularly good as well. It works really well when there's small, unique, high contrast images amongst kind of more generic stuff. Where I find something like this really useful is if you've ever done like, I do a lot of advertising banners. I've got a course on HTML5 banner ad making, okay? And this is perfect for it because you get these kind of weird leaderboards. Okay, leaderboards are a pain, right? Because they are that shape. But look what we can do with content aware scale. Or the skyscrapers, they're the long and thin guys along here, okay? Maybe not resizing like that, maybe just invent more background this way. Cool, huh? Let's look at another use case. This one here, cool image. I need space over here to add text. And if let's name our layer, grab my crop tool, want to put some space in over here, please. But if I try and just fill it with a color, there's this kind of like subtle gradient in the background. I'll show you a little trick. So if I wanted to fill it, okay, I can make a new layer, put it underneath. I'm going to grab my eyedropper tool. I can click on this color. And then I want to fill this layer with it. A cool little trick is holding down the Option key on a Mac, the Alt key on a PC, and just hitting your backspace or delete key. The one just next to the plus, okay, and it fills with your foreground color. It's a handy trick. You can see there it's kind of blended in a couple of parts, but not over there. But what if we could use our Dan's Crazy shortcut? We're still using edit, content aware scale, and watch this. Magic. And say I want it over here, I'm just gonna keep on like abusing this poor image till I get this giant area for my come by my orange flyer or double page spread, and I've got this kind of cool thing spanning across. Cool, huh? I'm going to say cool, huh? Loads in this, of course. I love showing people content aware scale. But let's say you've used it before and you run into trouble. Let's look at content aware scale 4. And let's look at this handsome man. Remember, name the background. I'm going to extend out my background a bit. And now I want to resize it. We're going to run into a couple of problems. Or one big problem. Watch this. And oh, man got all stretchy. It's done a pretty good job of everything else though, right? So how do we fix Stretchy Man? Basically, we just need to protect him. So we can select, like the cool thing about it is protecting a person with a selection can be as blunt and as quick as using the rectangle marquee tool and say that bit there, I want you to be protected. So once you've got a selection, this little tip is a little hard to remember, so you might want to write this one down. So go to select, you save the selection. I'm going to call this one man, click OK, deselect it, don't need it anymore. So you save your selection, that's the important bit. Now, when we go to edit content aware scale, there's this option that says protect man. And that's just looking at my selection. Now, when I drag it out, it protects the man. Return, cool, huh? Now let's look at one that kind of almost works. I feel like I need to show you this because if I end it there, you'll be like, hey, it's not working on my one. So I'm gonna go through that same process super quick. Okay, I'm just making it bigger. I'm gonna use my content aware scale. So we're going to run into problems with the bottle here. Can you see it just starts getting a bit too tall? You might actually find that that's fine. Who knows how big the bottle is anyway, but you know. So let's say we want to protect that. So what we need to do is do a selection. You can use the quick selection tool, the magic wand tool, or the lasso tool, any tool you like. I'm just using the rectangle marquee tool. Remember, save the selection. Give it a name, deselect. And it's going to work to a degree. So watch this. Let's zoom in a little bit. So it works a lot better than it did before, but eventually it gives up and goes, I can't keep doing it. I can't keep protecting that area. It's better than it was, but there are times where it just won't work. I felt like I need to keep that in the class because sometimes, yeah, it doesn't work. What you might do in that case is we looked at content aware fill in the last video. So I'm just going to kind of settle him here. I'm going to use my content aware scale, which we've already done because the side to side worked all right. It's this height that didn't. So instead of kind of dragging this up to get the top, I'm going to grab my rectangle marquee tool, grab all of this, and I'm going to say, please go to edit, fill, and use content aware fill. It's going to look at the document and try and fill this background. I'm going to deselect, and it's done a pretty good job. So kind of a combo deal, the stuff we learned in the Essentials course, content aware fill, plus some of the newer stuff with content aware scale. Now we kind of worked around this one to make it work. There's just images that are too busy, too noisy. There's no small part of a more generic background. There's just lots of high contrast areas. So let's have a look at this one and I'll show you sometimes there's no fixing it. Go content aware scale. It's cool, like it's pretty amazing what it's done. Like it's done some interesting things. Okay, so the most generic stuff it found was this coffee cup, this coffee in the middle here, the plate, and it's tried to duplicate that and it's done an okay job, but I wouldn't know where to start with this image. And I guess I want you to know that if you need to extend this one, it's tough. It's really cropped in. What I'd probably do is I'd mask out all of these guys separately, find a new wood background to stick it on. That was bigger than what I had. Then I can separate them all out manually. It'd take a lot longer, but I can't think of a better way for that one. Let's go to the chevrons and find the last one. The other little tip I want to give you is sometimes, say this one here, I need more waves because I need to put the text for the banner ad that I'm doing. So again, I'm going to name the layer. I'm going to grab my crop tool. I'm going to make some space up here. And if I just use the whole thing, which we've been doing up until now, okay, it's fine, but it's not what I want. It's giving me more sand and more waves. What I want to do is just use my rectangle marquee tool, drag a box around the stuff you want, and then transform just that part. Most people try and do the whole image, where you can just do a part. Maybe it's sky, because you need a bigger sky for logos and stuff to go into. So just make a selection. I'm going to go to content aware scale and check out these people down here. That's the cool thing about it is that the people will stay the same. Okay, the waves get bigger and believable. The waves get a little taller, but the people stay fine. It's awesome, huh? You can tell I love content aware scale enough that I gave it the world's worst shortcut. All right, my friends, let's get into the next video. Hi there. This video is all about content aware move. You make a selection, you drag it around, you can resize it and reshape it and hit return. It removes the original and my little friend here is blended nicely. It almost works that easily. Let me show you my tips and tricks to get the most out of content aware move. All right, to get started, let's go to 05 cropping, aligning, distorting. So that's the folder and open up these two images, content aware move 1 and 2. Thank you, Floris and Bart. We're going with Bart. What it's good for is making selections, moving it around, deciding what kind of size it is and what angle it is, clicking return, and it tries to blend it. The cool thing about it is that it removes where it was. So in this example here, I'm showing off. So it's like the patch tool, except if I do this one here, I move it, I get to rotate it, I get to make it look like there's more than these birds. So hit return, and it gets a bit better, or even better. I want to remove the dotted lines. I don't want to get rid of them, I just want to hide them. So remember Command H on my keyboard, or Control H on a PC. They're still there, but it means see this structure and color. I can actually adjust these afterwards. So if they don't match or look nice, can you see it's kind of moving it around a little bit? So structure is kind of like how much it moved. Think of it as the kind of moving of the contrast areas, like you do a selection. Often the problem is, or the issue is the color and how it blends. So you can kind of work your way through after you've moved it and rotated it to try and get it to blend. This one works perfectly nice because I picked an example that has a very similar sky. Command H to turn my little selection back on, deselect. If you leave that off, forever and a day you'll be trying to select things and nothing will be appearing. If your transform's not appearing, turn it on there. And if it's still broken, it's probably because it's on extend. So go back to move. All right, let's do one more and we'll just show you that you can use any selection tool. I'm just using the rectangle marquee tool. Now go to my content aware move it over here, rotate it around, scale it down. It doesn't even need, I'm gonna hit return. It's moved it there, perfect. I'm gonna hit Command H to get rid of the selection around it, and I don't need to do any adjustments here for this structure and color. All right, back on Command H, Command D to deselect, or Control D. The one thing we should do though, to go a little bit more pro, is when you are grabbing this, or before you actually do it, so I'm gonna deselect, I'm gonna make a new layer. There's an option that says sample all layers. Lots of the features allow us to do that, where I can go move them over here, rotate them, select them, turn. I don't need to adjust these because it blends in nicely, but he's on his own layer. There he is. Hello, handsome man. All right, I don't want to leave you half-cocked running around going, oh, content aware move works perfect. I find it works some of the time. I'm gonna guess a number, like it works as good as that, like 30%, maybe even 20% of the time. Often I'm hating on content aware move, but the nice thing about it is it's really quick and easy to test. Okay, so all you do is do a selection around it and just see if it works. Rotating, selecting in, hit enter. You can see did a bad job, but now I can play around with structure and color. I think structure is the kind of mask that goes around the outside. That's a better way of explaining it, Dan. And color is the blending modes. Okay, so you can fit around with this and get it. Like, I find I struggle a lot with it. Hey, got it. And if I hit deselect now, you'll see that it's okay. You can see there's some weird stuff going on. So what would I do if I had to do this and content aware move's not working? So there's not a good way to get it to work. If it doesn't work and you can't use those adjustments, we're kind of stuck. What I like to do in this particular situation, probably the easiest thing is to actually, unless lazy marquee tool, just copy and paste it. It's on its own layer and just move it around, rotate it, scale it, and then a blending mode. And in this case, which one's gonna work? Darken, you can still see the edges there. Okay, but remember our shortcut, be on the move tool, hold shift down, and then tap the plus key. Just kind of work your way through until you're like, oh yeah, darken colors. There's kind of a red glow around it, which I can fix. Is there any better ones? Darker color is the one, and to get rid of that red glow, I'm just gonna go to adjustments. I'm gonna go to hue and saturation. I could just make it black and white, but I want the blue that's left in the bird, so I'm gonna say reds, I want to be desaturated, but only that layer, please. Is it quicker? Longer? It works, and that's the way I do it. We've done this before, so I'm gonna go fast. I'm gonna show you another way that I would do it if that didn't work or it wasn't black and white. Go to my background layer. I want you, my friend. I'm gonna copy and paste him. He's on his own layer. I'm gonna transform him and flip him. Now I wanna do a selection. I'm just gonna do a channel mask. I'm gonna turn these other layers off to make my channel mask a little less complicated. I'll zoom in on this guy. This has nothing to do with content aware move now, but you'll find times where content aware move is close to working, but just doesn't give you the result. You're gonna have to go out and do something like this. So instead of a channel mask, while we're in here, we'll do quick selection mask. We'll give it a go. I know it works because I've tested. Okay, so I've got the basics in here. I'm gonna add a layer mask with the mask selected. I'm gonna go to select a mask. I'm gonna look at it against black, and then probably bump up the radius, and then maybe shift the edge in a bit. Click OK, turn everything else back on. Right click this, disable mask. There's a bit of fullness that I lost because I was going a little bit too fast with the quick selection tool, or at least the selector mask. So the radius didn't give me what I needed. I'm gonna undo that. Do it again, be less lazy. Same thing, let's go decontaminate colors. Smooth it out a little bit as well. Let's click OK, that's a lot better. If that doesn't work for you, my next step would be the long version. You can kind of see how I start with like content aware move. It's the quickest, it's easy. It removes where it was originally and places it in a new spot, and you've got some adjustment. So that's the easiest. If that doesn't work, the blending mode worked nicely, but we had to kind of adjust it with our hue and saturation. Then the third option was a little bit longer again. So you just start at the easiest one and work your way along into the last one is I'm gonna delete this mask. I'm gonna just move this fellow over here, grab this original guy, delete the mask, and do a channel mask. So just that layer on. Actually, the shortcut, Dan, come on. Do you remember what it was? You don't. Hold down the Option key on a Mac or the Alt key on a PC and just click on one of the layers. Click it again, holding that same shortcut, turns them all off, except for the one you've got selected. So channel masks. Let's have a look. You can see here, we didn't do this during channel masks, but I do it all the time. See the shortcuts? It'll be Control 345 on a PC, but on a Mac. So I'm just going 345 on my keyboard and I'm just looking at which has the most contrast. And it's clear the red does. So I'm gonna duplicate this channel. I'm gonna grab my levels by hitting Command L. You can go to image adjustments. Don't use the ones in here when you're doing a channel mask. And I'm just gonna crank up the whites. Do something with these. It's looking good. Remember our cool little trick where we use the brush tool and we set it to overlay. And we can just kind of paint all that stuff out. You get quite close to the edge without wrecking it. There was no need to go in that close, but you get the idea. So it's a longer method. Another trick is instead of clicking this to load the selection, you can just hold down the Command key and click on the thumbnail. That's a Control key on a PC. So I've got my selection. That little guy there is useless now. I've just used him to get the selection. I've turned RGB back on. Layers. At the moment it's inverted. I've got the opposite selected, so I'm going to undo. Invert the selection under Select, Invert. Okay, that was the long way. But it gives me a more kind of realistic, these guys have a kind of a jagged edge, so you can't judge my jagged edge here. I feel like the original, where is he? He had a jagged edge too. There he is there. It's his feathers. It's not my selection. All right, so content aware move works. I don't love it, like I love you content aware scale, but it can work. And if it doesn't, we tried the layer mode trick. Then we tried the quick selection with some select and mask action. And then we went to our big guns, channel masks. If any of those things are a bit quick for you or you haven't watched the previous tutorials, all of those things are explained in the select and mask section. Go check those out. But for now, let's move on. Hi there, this video is all about content aware extend. It's brilliant for things like this where I just need more grass, but it needs to be kind of random. I don't want to see any repeating patterns or spend ages kind of masking or clone tool stamping. This one here, I need more grass. Magic. More grass, the blend is pretty seamless. I've removed any kind of repeating patterns. Thank you Photoshop, and thank you Content Aware Extend. Let's jump in and learn the ins and outs. All right, from your O5 cropping and aligning folder, open up Content Aware Extend 1, 2, and 3. Let's start with the first one. So Content Aware Extend has two uses. Okay, so it's hidden under the spot healing brush. Grab the Content Aware Move tool. It's weird, it's kind of tied in with the Move tool. Okay, and up the top here, by default it's set to move. Let's switch it to extend. Now to use it like a pro, you need to have a layer and then say this one sample all layers, because then it's gonna pick them up and put them on their own layer. So let's have transport on drop selected as well. So the first way of using it is basically just like a move tool, like we saw in the previous video. So we drag it here, we get it to the position we want, we can rotate it around, we can scale it in. And the difference is when I hit return, that's the original guy, he just doesn't disappear. So we use it the same way we do use the move tool, but in this case, we just don't want to delete the birds. We want to leave that guy there, but we want another version of him down here. Hit return, he stays, this guy stays. The other nice thing is that I get to play around with structure and color right now. Okay, I don't need to now because it's come out nicely. I'll zoom in a little bit even. You can adjust this depending how good or bad, you can see him moving a little bit there, your selection was. So that's one way of using them. Let's look at another way, and it really lends itself to this kind of, not repeating pattern, but this really flat perspective. It doesn't have to be. experiment with it. But where I found it the most useful is in situations like this. So let's say that I've got a leaderboard banner ad to make, which is the really long, skinny banner ad, and I need this grass to go all the way along. This is where extend is super useful. So what am I going to do? First of all, I'm going to extend the background. I'm going to grab the crop tool and just kind of randomly pick a leaderboard size. Enter. Now I'm going to make a selection using my rectangle marquee tool. I just tapped M on the keyboard, so I'm going to grab it all. Can overlap it, it's fine. So once you've got your selection, go to the content aware move tool, make sure it's set to extend. Don't worry about the structure and color at the moment, we can adjust it. What we need to do is make sure there's another layer. Remember, we're professionals. Sample all layers is selected, and we're going to click, hold, and drag it this way. I'm holding shift, so it kind of slides perfectly to the right. Now what I want to do is, I don't want to kind of just join it up there, I want a bit of an overlap. The more overlap, the better. Just some sort of overlap. When you let go, what I want you to do is, actually I'm just going to zoom in. So I've got that transform going. So what I want you to do before I hit return, I want you to watch this side and this side. And the difference between using this and lots of other tools is that it's actually going to reach back to the original and try and blend it all the way across. So watch some of these tall grass bits change. I'm going to hit return, kick back, watch. Still watching. Do you see that? I'm going to deselect, and can you see it not only did the selection that I had, it actually reached back over here and tried to do some adjustment. Now it wasn't very exciting. So I'm going to go back, do it again, make sure it overlaps a chunk, hit return, and I'm going to play around with this because like the move tool, the extend tool, we can actually make adjustments. We can say, actually I want to play around with this structure and watch this side here, watching. It's freaking out a little bit. It's a big enough document. Can you see it went back to this side and made a different adjustment? Same with colors. I can go this side and say I want it to be higher or lower. You're just trying to find this nice balance. Wait for it. Deselect. There's a little bit of grass. I probably wouldn't even worry about it. You should probably fix that bit of grass up, but it's an amazing way of extending things out and getting them to blend nicely. Another pro trick is if I go undo again, I've got this selection, okay? And what I want to do is use content aware move, extend. Everything's the same, except when I drag it across, I've got that transform on drop. Okay, so that checkbox is still selected. But what I can do, instead of just leaving it like this, I can right click it and say, actually flip it horizontally, please. So that at least the repetition is not going to be as bad. Hit enter, keep an eye out on the join. Keep an eye. Wow, it did a big join. I went way back over here and started rejigging it. So structure here, turn it up, watch it do it again. So that's the cool thing about this tool. You can get it, and if it's wrong, you can slide these up and down. Playing with both color and structure, they'll give you different results. All right, deselect. I'm happy with it. Man, it's done a convincing job. All right, last option, let's go to Content Aware Extend 3. So we want this to be, we need it to be portrait. We could flip it over, that'd be too easy. I just want more grass up here though. So I'm gonna grab my crop tool, which is C on my keyboard. I'm gonna make this bigger, hit return. So in the previous tutorials, we use content aware scale, right? So edit, content aware scale, and it's gonna not work, right? Not particularly believable. But if I make a selection of this, I could use my rectangle marquee tool. Or if we hold down the command key and click on this layer, you see it put a selection right around it. Let's grab our content aware move, make sure it's set to extend. Let's be fancy on its own layer, sample all layers, transform on drop, and I'm gonna extend this up. Make sure there's a bit of overlap. Again, I'm gonna right click it so it's not, can you see there's some areas here that are symmetrical? So I'm gonna flip vertical this time. And let's flip horizontal as well. I could have rotated it. Actually, I should rotate it. There you go, now they're offset. But for me, the darken on that side is not quite working, so I'll show you another trick. But we get there, we zoom in, because we want to see the blend happen. I'm not sure why it's so important for me to see you know what it is. Click here, wait for the join. It'll reach both sides. That's what freaks me out about Photoshop. It's super clever. Again, I'm happy with that. You could adjust the structure and the color. What I'm going to do is deselect and be very happy. Now what I do is I go through and try and find any kind of repeating pattern. See this one here? He repeats. I feel like that's an obvious giveaway, obvious-ish. So what tool would I use? Probably just the patch tool. Set to source. I'm going to be on the right layer and I'm going to grab this guy, drag it over here and let go. Deselect, you can see, Cool, huh? Just work your way around. I feel like that is another problem spot. Very vague selections. Deselect. Thank you, Photoshop. You are super helpful. All right, zoom out. And that is Content Aware Extend. Before you rush off though, just so you know, I found it works perfect on these flat planes, this kind of stuff where that side is almost the same as the other side. Same with this one here, that side is almost the same as that side, well, very similar in texture and tone, does a brilliant job. Kind of randomizing things, gives you a bit of control over that randomization, and we can tweak it a little bit using the patch tool. All right, friends, go forth. Sorry, Content Aware move. Content Aware Extend is my favorite. Enough of that, let's get on to the next video. Hi there, it is time for Content Aware Fill, my second most favorite tool in all of Photoshop, and it's a way to magic away rubbish, say goodbye to windmills, but I use it most for magicking up new sky that didn't exist before. We'll look at a couple of other handy ones where there's text that's fused to the background, goodbye, and those birds that we wrestled with in the last video, see you later. All right, it's quick, it's easy, let's learn how to do it now in Photoshop. All right, to get started, let's go to 05 cropping and open up Content Aware Fill 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're going to start at 1, okay, and we're going to remove this trash here. For the Content Aware Fill to work, you need to have a selection first. I'm just going to use the lasso tool. You can make any sort of selection and you can be pretty rough with it. Look at this. Rough all the way back to the beginning. And they hide this magical tool, my favorite tool in all of Photoshop. Okay, Content Aware Scale is my main one. This is a close second. So under Edit Fill, this is where they hide this magical tool. It'll probably default to Content Aware, so just make sure. Click OK, kick back. Be amazed, look at that. Deselect, gone. Just so you know, I'm gonna undo. It's very similar, well, it uses the same technology as your spot healing brush. So there's times where you need to do a selection because it's quicker and easier, and like in this case, or just grab the spot healing brush. You can see it's set to Content Aware and you kind of just paint this out. It depends what is easier for you, but we get to the same position, kind of randomly grab stuff from the background and pile it all in here. Let's jump to Content Aware Fill 2. So I'm going to do a selection here again. I'm going to use my polygonal, I want to say polygonal. I'm not sure how to say that one. Okay, one with the straight lines. Clicking once, clicking once, clicking once, clicking once, clicking once. So I want to get rid of these guys. These are windmills. I know what they are. So once you've got your selection, edit. I use Content Aware Fill so much that I made a shortcut. If you're on a PC, you'll have a good shortcut here. Just check what it is, I can't remember. On a Mac, it's some random shortcut that on my computer opens up something like iTunes or something silly. So I went through and added my own shortcut by going to keyboard shortcuts and making one. You can see I've got shortcuts for Content Aware Scale and Fill because I use it so often. Okay, so Command-Shift-C is my one. Click OK, and it goes and removes it. And sometimes, can you see, undo. It randomly grabbed that and stuck it here and went, oh, let's put that there. So sometimes it does some strange things. To get around that, I'm going to undo. If you just kind of like, I'm going to minus just a little bit of selection out of this, maybe a bit of this. If you have a slightly different selection, you'll get a slightly different fill. Click OK. Hopefully we get no tree. Got a tree. I guess my main point is that it's you might have to do a second selection to get a different result. What I want to show you now though is a tool that is really closely associated. I find in these courses I have to separate tools out so that I guess you can see the definition between them or the different use cases. But there are some tools that have very similar functionalities, but they're hidden in different places. So the spot healing brush we just showed you there, we did that in the Essentials course, and we did it, I showed you here just to remove the trash. Another really similar tool is hiding underneath the spot healing brush. It's called the patch tool. We'll do a short explanation here. The patch tool has some other perks that we'll do in the retouching section. Okay, later on in this course, I think it's section 10. But this tool here is exactly like the Content Aware, except it's a lot more what I call intentional. I can click, hold, and drag this, okay, and I can move it around. Instead of like trying to grab more trees like this guy, I can say, actually, I want this part, and you can line it up perfect. And you can see the sky doesn't work until I let go, and it magics it all in. Deselect, I've grabbed that specific bit. It's blended the sky okay. You can see there's this little bit. I guess I just want to show you that the spot healing brush, the patch tool, the Content Aware Fill all use a similar sort of technology. Content Aware Fill though is kind of more randomized. So it really depends on what you need to do. Now what I use it for most is generating kind of new backgrounds. Okay, in this case it's going to be sky, it might be grass, waves, trees, great for nature. I will put some text in the sky. So I'm going to grab the crop tool, just drag it up. In the past, or in previous classes, we use content aware scale. That'll probably work, but I want to show you another technique. So I've got a big empty area, grab my marquee tool. I'm going to overlap it, so make sure it overlaps. Otherwise it ends up being a nice little line that joins. So overlapping, edit, content aware fill it up, and magic. And I've got a new sky. Now I left this one in here because there's a little bit of banding. It's just like a perfect sky, so there's a little bit of obvious kind of banding going on, and I'll show you how I get around that. If it's just one or two pieces, you could use the spot healing brush or the blur tool, which is there. There's a lot to do in this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select a big chunk of it, make sure it overlaps quite a bit, copy it and paste it, and with that layer selected, I'm going to go to filter, blur, and good old Gaussian blur. Cool, how much? It's up to you. I just want to move it up until the banding, those little kind of rivers stop running, and click OK. The cool thing about Gaussian blur is you can see there it's added a bit of a fade. It's not going to work on every one, but I wanted to, I guess, show you how I would fix it in this case. Often if it's clouds, it just does a perfect job. So look at the last one, content aware fill 4. I do this as well. So I'm a certified instructor for Photoshop, right? So we get given marketing material that we get to use. Sometimes it comes through the official Adobe channels. It takes a long time at least. And I see all these cool graphics that they're using and I want to use it straight away. Let's say that I want to use this. I'm allowed to, it just hasn't come through the official channel yet. So I want to remove this. It might be that you've got sent something from a client. They're like, hey, can you do this? And you're like, the text is fused to it. You can see there's no layers going on. It's actually just jammed onto it. The problem is if I grab the eyedropper tool and pick kind of some part of the blue and then try and fill it, it's going to be very obvious, right? So I need that gradient, and that's where content aware fill is magic. Content aware fill, click OK, goodbye text. Cool, huh? Content aware fill is awesome. Let's have a little look. We did this. Content aware, remember this one? Content aware move. So we moved these guys and reshaped them. I just want to show you this one because you don't have to do them one at a time. Okay, I'm going to switch to the other lasso tool. So you can see holding down the plus key and I'm just drawing really rough guys around here. Let's say instead of moving these guys, we want them out. You're like, you ruined my shot, bird. You're out of here. So make lots of selections, content aware fill, kickback, just an amazing job. All right, that's it for content aware fill. What an amazing tool, super easy to use. It's just hidden under edit and fill. We know where it is now though. I'll see you in the next video. Hello friend, I'm setting you a challenge. It's a tough one. I want you to use the skills you learned in content aware fill video, the one previous. And in your O5 cropping, aligning, distorting folder, there's a class project 1. It's called content aware fill A. Thank you, Philip Bunkins. This here, I would like you to see if you can remove the windmills and these two boats here. It's not an easy one. I did it on purpose because otherwise you just make a selection and hit the button and it'd be done. You can use more than just your content aware fill skills. If you need to use the spot healing brush, you might have to feather edges. You might find the patch tool works better for you. But the name of the game here is to remove windmills and boats. It's pretty easy to explain, but it is there in your class projects Word file. And I'd love to see what you did when you finished. Did it go bad? Show me. Did it go really well? Did you spend far too long on it? Did you spend 2 seconds? I'd just like to see your examples and you can compare it with others. Post it in the assignments or in the comments or tag me in social media. Remember Instagram, I am at Bring Your Own Laptop. On Twitter, I am Dan Loves Adobe. All right, let's get on to the next video. Hi there, this video we're gonna look at the weird and wonderful extras when we're looking at the crop tool, like all these different kinds of cropping grids. We'll look at deleting pixels, how to get them back, how to straighten images, so that you know that the horizon line is perfectly straight, plus a few other tips. Let's jump in there now. All right, to get started from your O5 cropping folder, open up crop 1 and crop 2. We'll start with crop 1. So kind of advanced cropping techniques, grab the crop tool, it's the fifth one down. And the first one is by default, it's probably on always show overlay, which in most cases is the rule of thirds. So if I click once anywhere in here, you get this kind of rule of thirds, which you might love. It just helps you balance compositions. I'm not going to go through what the rule of thirds here is. It's worth going and checking if you've never heard about it. It's really useful when you are composing an image, deciding on where it actually falls within this grid can help with symmetry and balance. I said I'm not going to explain it, so I'll stop. So first thing I do is I turn it off. I don't use it. I just find it's kind of in the way. So I never show overlay. But let's have a look at some of these other ones. Grid, Okay, I don't use them, but I thought I'd show you just because there are times where there's people that like this sort of stuff, and I want to let you know that this is an option. Golden ratio is cool. Golden ratio spiral. I'm not sure why this would be here in a crop. You might see this and go, oh my goodness, I can't believe I've not known it's here. But for me, I just go in and say never show overlay. What you can do though is if you do pick one, you can hit the O key on your keyboard. So O, and just kind of cycles through them all. So you can kind of, I guess if you're cropping and you want to look like, what does it look like? A rule of thirds versus golden ratio. I don't mean to dismiss it, it's just something that I don't do. So I'm gonna go to never show overlay. Next thing is just making sure you know that you can delete crop pixels or not. So with it off, if I come down here and start cropping, I'm holding the shift key down to lock the aspect ratio, okay, so that it doesn't kind of do this. Okay, so hold shift just to make sure it's kind of cropping nicely and will still fit in a frame. So if I crop this here with delete pixels turned off, what ends up happening is if I click on it again, you can see that stuff is all still there around the background, so it's very non-destructive. If I turn it on, okay, and I hit return, it's very different. Those pixels around the edges are gone forever. Terrible crop down. So I'm gonna escape and I'm gonna undo. So you probably knew about that because we kind of covered it earlier on. And what I wanna show you though is, let's say you do a crop, or you've opened up a Photoshop document and it has already been cropped. Okay, so it's been cropped here. Know that you can rotate the crop by just kind of dragging it outside here. It's a strange old thing using the crop tool in Photoshop. But let's say we've got that turned off. Okay, we know there's stuff around here, but we just want to expand. So this is later on, we've cropped it, we've reopened it later on. We're like, I know there's stuff around here. So you're like, what do you do? Like, how do you get this to kind of expand back out? What you can do is you can go up to image, and there's one that says reveal all. So it's gonna actually expand your canvas to match whatever's in the background. It's a great way of just kind of like unpicking something, a Photoshop document, to see actually what's in here. Because sometimes you can have like cropped bits that are all the way out here, maybe big file size, or just bits of the image that you want or need to see. So just remember, image reveal all. Let's look at the last bit of advanced cropping is the straighten. So I'm gonna go back to the crop tool, and in here, it looks pretty straight, the horizon line. There's an option in here just to kind of double check. So if I click on this, and draw a line across the horizon. That's not a great line, but you get what I mean. So I've made sure it feels quite nice, and you can see it's about 0.3 degrees off. So I click on that. Can you see it straightened it up for me? It's twisted the image a little bit. Okay, so it's turned it on an angle. If I hit return, now I know the horizon line is kind of perfectly straight. Let's take that a little bit further with crop 2. Okay, this one's off a lot more. It's quite obvious. So crop tool, grab straighten, click and drag across it. But what we're gonna do is, so if I do this, there we go. You can see at the top here, there's all this extra gap. So I'm gonna drag this out because let's say that I want it rotated, but I like, you know, if I hit return, it's kind of rotated around. So, but there's these gaps around here. So what we can do is before we use straighten, just turn on content aware. So like we did content aware fill in the essentials course. Whoop, wrong tool, I want straighten. Make sure content aware is on. Watch this, if I drag this around, and I expand it out now, and I hit return, give it a second, and it should fill in all the holes. Pretty cool, huh? There's a little bit of trouble with the tree there, but to be honest, I'm not sure who would notice. If it was your photograph, you might. John Tyson might be not as impressed. So if you are using straighten, just turn content aware on and it just goes and fills it. You can do it another way. Say you have done this and you didn't turn this on, or this, you've got a slightly earlier version and it's not available. So I want to straighten it up. Okay, so I'm just going to straighten my horizon line. Deleted pixels is turned off, so I'm going to hit return. So I know there's some stuff around the outside, right? So remember our trick, layer, and it was reveal all. It is not. It's under image, reveal all. Come on down. And what I can do is grab, say, my magic wand tool. Click that one, hold shift, grab that chunk, grab that chunk. So grabbing all these little triangles that are left. Go up to select, and let's go to modify, and let's go to expand that selection. Because at the moment, if we do it, I'll show you, it just goes edit, fill, and it works, content aware fill. But if I deselect, there's like this little kind of strip around the outside. So I just need to make that selection just a tiny bit bigger. Select, modify, expand. You can contract in there as well, it's cool. And let's expand it by a couple of pixels, maybe 3. Doesn't matter too much, just so it's overlapping. Let me do the same thing. Edit, fill, content aware. And hopefully now, magic, it fills in those edges. Average job up here, but a pretty good job in the other corners. All right, so that's it with the crop tool. We're gonna do some other cropping. Somehow I'm gonna make it into like another 3 videos of cropping. But they're all interesting tricks. Let's jump into the next one now. All right, you've done a scan with your scanner. Old technology when photographs only could be printed. Don't worry, it might be receipts. Anything that you've got a big group of that you wanna all crop and rotate into separate little groups. There's just one little button. I'll also show you how to remove the rounded corners that the 1980s love so much. You can see this corner's done, this one's not. Same with this, I did this side easily, quick, and left the rounded corners over this side to show you. Plus you get to meet my family. You didn't even ask, but you have 0 choice if you want to learn the technique. All right, let's jump in. All right, from the O5 cropping folder, open up crop and rotate 1. So this here is a scan of a bunch of images from me as a kid, my little brother, and I want to scan them all in bulk. I don't want to have to scan them individually. The trouble is, I've kind of done this on purpose to kind of rotate it around so it's a little bit harder to crop. We want to let Photoshop do a lot of the work. Now we're using photographs here. I do this also for receipts. I need to scan them and send them in, so I just put as many as I can fit, like Tetris, onto the scanner, scan them, and hit the auto crop and rotate. Pretty easy. File, go to automate. And this one here says crop and straighten photos. Kick back, relax. And you can see it on the top. Here's my original. And then there's these other tabs, all the images. Okay, it doesn't know which way's up, so we're gonna have to go and rotate them. And I'll show you a couple of other little tricks. But that's the basics. Let's say this one here, that's me as a kid. Family history time, that's my mum and my little brother. That's me and my dad, and that's my little brother. That little bee there is now hanging above my son's cot. Go ahead, mum. All right, let's fix this one, my little brother. So image rotation, we're gonna go counterclockwise. If you're like me, you have to draw the clock in the sky, can never remember. But let's say these corners here, up until now we've been using like the lasso tool. We're gonna jump back to one of the tools we learned in the Essentials course. It's a spot healing brush, it's this Band-Aid here. Now, if you haven't used it for a while, it's a whole lot better because it's using content aware. So basically we are using content aware fill, but more as a brush. So it's gonna be a bit easier. Pick a brush size that's kind of appropriate and just paint out the edges. You can be quick and rough. 1980s, they loved the rounded corners, huh? It's pretty amazing. The spot healing brush, awesome. I'll show you another trick that I do. Let's say, not that one, this one here, it didn't have rounded corners, but there's still just this weird trim around the outside. So I'll rotate it clockwise, clock in the sky. What we can do is a select all. So Control A on a PC, Command A on a Mac. And then there's this option in here that says select, modify, and contract. I want to bring it in a bit. Now, by default, that's off. Because we're using the canvas bounds, like the outside, it won't work unless we turn that on. So how far do I want to come in? I'm just going to come in, accidentally click 12, that'll do. Just so that I've got that kind of banding around the outside, I'm going to invert the selection, Command-Shift-I, or Control-Shift-I on a PC. And then we fill it with Content Aware Fill. Now, just so you know, I use it so often that I've added this shortcut. There was a shortcut on my Mac. I can't remember what it was, but if you look at yours and you're on a Mac, the problem is that shortcut opened something like iTunes or something. So I've made my own by going down to keyboard shortcuts because I use it so often. Go, click OK. I find that's an easy way to kind of get the edges. Now, if you're doing a lot of these, they could easily be an action. Select all, contract 10, 12 pixels, fill, content aware, save, close. All right, you can leave now because I'm just going to go down memory lane. Look at my dad. Oh man, he was young. He still has the mustache, bits of his hair, more than me at least, that he did not pass along in his genes. Same thing here, probably just needs to come in just a tiny bit. The cool thing about it is it'll remember the last thing you did. You can turn it into a slightly fast. I'm using shortcuts and stuff to impress you and to show you that you can turn this into like a little production line. Ooh, make sure you invert selection first. Otherwise, let's see what Content Aware Fill does. All right, totally go to the next video now. So inverting selection, I'm just finishing these off. All right, looks good. And we've already done that one. That is my little big brother. He's younger than me, but he's about twice the size of me. About as tall as I am, but twice as broad. You did not need to know that one, but because you hung around to the end and got to know the family, I'm going to show you a little trick. I'm going to go file close because I've already done these scans and I don't need them again. Let's just say you've done it and you're working on stuff and you just don't need a bunch of stuff that's open because you're messing around. I'll show you a cool little shortcut. So people don't know that you can go file close all which is handy. You just want to get out and I want to close all of these done, apply to all and hit don't save. And it just closes them all in one big go. Another little trick is this only works on a Mac, I'm pretty sure. If I go Command W to close, and instead of coming down here to don't save, okay, I just hit Command and whatever the first letter is, so if I go Command C, it'll cancel. Command S will save, Command D will don't save. So is it a shortcut? If I'm doing shortcuts with a keyboard, both hands on it, I don't like to then grab my mouse and move it down and click again. That could just be me, but so close, don't save. I'm just kind of Command W, Command D, Command W, Command D, Command W. Okay, so whatever the first letter is. Drop me a note in the comments if there's a technique for doing PC as well to help PC people out. All right, on to the next video. Hi there, this video we're going to look at cropping tool, but the perspective cropping tool. We're gonna fix corrections, say in this building here, so it looks nice and straight now, like we were photographing it from straight on. We'll even go a bit further and remove this kind of lens distortion here where it's kind of bending, just to tidy it up. Then we'll crop it right in to be a nice cool brick wall. Super flat, super straight. All right, let's jump in now and learn how to do it. All right, from your O5 cropping folder, grab perspective crop 1 and 2. We're gonna start with number 1. And it's just for images, like it's really hard to get, especially when you're photographing, say something on the wall, you want it to be perfectly straight. Okay, maybe it's for a lookbook or photographs of art. It might be a poster, a billboard, something that you want to be straight, but it's just not. I've got a really kind of extreme angle here, but often it's just something that I'm just trying to get right in front of. I line my camera up and there's still just a little bit of perspective, especially when you're photographing something large like a billboard, you just can't help the perspective. So we're going to use this tool here. Click and hold down the crop tool until you find the perspective crop tool. And all you need to do is click on all the edges. How accurate this is, you spend on this, zooming in and kind of getting it perfect, generally the nicer the result. We're going to give that a whirl. Click on all 4 corners, hit return on your keyboard, and there you go, it straightens it up. This is a strange image. I think it is meant to be this tall, okay, because the font looks fine. If you find yours like super tall and skinny, you can either undo and go back and try and get in the corners a little better, or just kind of stretch it out a little bit. Which brings me at a cool little shortcut is, I know that crop tool is C, but so is perspective tool is also the shortcut C. How do I like toggle between them? So if you hold the shift key down on your keyboard and tap so I know that V is the move tool, C is the crop tool. But if I keep hitting C, it doesn't go through like the rest of them. You hold shift and C and it just toggles through all you can see them there. Holding shift, tapping C, toggles through them all. And that's true of any of them. So I do a lot for the rectangle marquee tool, which is M for the marquee tool, but if you hold Shift M, you can see it toggles through between the elliptical and the rectangle marquee tool. Anyway, so Shift C until you get to the crop tool and I'm just gonna expand it out. I hold Alt when I drag the sides. That's Alt on a PC or Option on a Mac, just so it goes equal distant both sides. And I'm just gonna use my transform just to kind of decide how I feel it was when I photographed. It's not my photograph, but sometimes there can be a little bit of this just tweaking to get it perfect. Let's look at another example, this one here. So perspective crop 2, and this is a building. It's just, it's impossible to get it kind of flush on because we don't have a cherry picker or the right lens. So we just want to straighten it up. We're gonna follow these lines. I'm gonna click once up here, click once there, click once down here. Trying to follow the edges, click on all 4 corners. If you get it wrong, you can just drag these things afterwards. Okay, and when you're ready, click return on your keyboard and kind of just straightens it up like you're looking straight on. This particular image, because of the lens, there's a little bit of bowing in here. So a little extra trick if you're dealing with larger objects is you can fix them up using the filter and the one that says lens correction. Now, if you've photographed this, what can happen is that the data from the JPEG comes through and it tells you the camera model, the lens, the settings, the f-stop, all of that. And if it does, it can do some automatic settings to fix what you're working on. Ours doesn't, so I want to turn on the grid down the bottom here so that we can kind of see that. You see it kind of bows out there. So just to fix the lens distortion quick and easy, click on this top option here. It says remove distortion. And basically you either drag towards the center or out of the center, okay, to get either more fisheye or less fisheye. Okay, so I'm dragging out. You can see it's kind of going the other way, so I'm gonna drag it back. I'm holding my mouse down the whole time, just little steps, and I'm just trying to match the grid. So it was bowing out. Now, slowly but surely, you can see there, now I've got a nice straight edge there, a little bit off over here, and that's just my fault for not spending a bit more time with the perspective crop. Okay, I just kind of clicked around the outside. I could fix that now by just clicking around the edges again, but being a lot straighter around here. Let's say we just want to clip on the inside of this. I don't want any of I just want the straight up brickwork. So I'm going to be a lot more perfect along there. This one here needs just a little tweak. Don't be afraid to zoom in, Dan. Hit return, and now I've got a kind of a perfectly straight wall. So that's the perspective crop tool. Your object might be laying on the ground, up on a wall. Then we added a little bit of extra when we looked at lens correction. And lens correction doesn't have to be used just when you're using this perspective crop. You can use lens correction for any image. All right, let's get into the next video. Hi there. This video we're going to look at trimming out, say, something like this where there's a scan, there's all this kind of like white area that I don't need, and just magically trimming it up right to the edge of the pixels without messing around with the crop tool. Same here when we open up an Illustrator file. There's this kind of mysterious transparency that's appeared here. It's not what I need. I just want to trim it down so that it's right around the outside, ready to go. Let me show you how now. All right, to get started, let's just open trim1.jpg by itself first. So this trick is great for scans or anything that's just on a white background. Doesn't really matter what it is, but I do it often. I hand draw stuff with a sketch, bring it into Photoshop. I'll use the levels just to get the nice strong whites and the blacks. And then I just want to trim it all up. Got all this kind of extra scan junk around. I've got all this kind of extra white stuff around the outside. So just go to Image, go to Trim. And what it's going to use whatever the colored pixel is in the top left-hand corner, which is white. It's going to use that to trim. If this is on a blue background, it would use blue as its kind of like trim color. You can decide only trim away the top left, bottom, or right. I'm not sure why you'd ever do that, but let's click OK. It just trims it down to what we've got. Cool, huh? Save it. Nice and clean document. A lot easier than trying to drag out the crop tool and trying to get it in there and get the edges. Let's look at the second example. It's got a file open. We kept this separate because it's an AI file, Adobe Illustrator. So trim2, I'm just going to leave it all at the defaults and click OK. And because of the way that this is constructed, this happens to me a lot with logos that I've got from people. You open them up in Photoshop, there's this mystery transparent box. You don't know where it came from, but you don't need it. So you want to trim this up, and it works the exact same way. Okay, so you go to Image, you go to Trim, but there's another option here that says Transparent Pixels. Okay, so I want you to remove all the transparent pixels, please, and get it to a nice tidy shape. Save this maybe as a PNG or a JPEG, and you're ready to go. It's a nice simple tip, useful every now and again. All right, next video. Hi there, in this video we're going to look at aligning images. Why am I doing it? In this case I photographed my desk and I need the exposure level for my desk so I can see all my weird soundboards that I use to help make the sound on this microphone nicer. But because of that exposure level I can't see anything on the screen, so I had to change my exposure so I can see the screen, but then the background's too dark. What do? I mask one out and blend them together, but because they don't align, I shot these handheld, you can see they don't line up. I'll show you how to, in this exercise, how to magically line them up so they're perfect with a click of a button. Then we can mask out the lower exposure with the higher exposure, and the world is a beautiful place. All right, let's get started. All right, so there's two ways of doing this. There's the caveman way, which we'll do first. Okay, so we're gonna go to File, open up the Auto Align 1 and 2, and then I'll show you another way. Both ways are useful. So this one here has got my low exposure for my screen, and this one's got my high exposure, and all I'm gonna do is go select all, copy, move to this one, and paste it. So I've got them on top of each other, but they don't line up because I was hand holding this. And while I adjusted my exposure, it wiggled around. So the auto align feature is select the top one, hold shift, click the last one. We're just doing it with 2. You can do it with 1,000. Actually, probably not. Photoshop would freak out, but you can do it with 10 or 100 maybe. Select all the images you want to align, go up to edit, and there's one down here called auto align layers. Leave it at auto, seems to always work at auto. Let's click OK. Magically, if I turn the top one off and the one underneath, you can see the screens line up perfect. Cool, huh? Now we'll mask these two to join them up in a second. I just want to show you the other way. So that's the caveman way, and if there's just a couple of images, that's all you need to do. There's another way under File. Let's go to Scripts. And we looked at this earlier on. Remember we looked at loading lots of stuff into a stack. The cool thing about it is, say I want to load Auto Align 1 and 2, but let's say there is 100. You definitely want to use this automatic feature. Okay, auto align, but also attempt to align them as well. So it's just going to do both processes in one go. It's going to put them all into one file instead of our copy and paste, and it's going to try and align them. Kick back, relax. So with just 2 images, it doesn't really matter which way you go, but with loads of them, it's easier using that script. Now we're using it for exposure levels. It could just be that you have to kind of move around to get the entire front of a building, let's say. Or instead of doing exposure, you're doing kind of like focal length. You're trying to get different kind of focuses along. However way you got here, what I need to do is I'm going to put this one at the top. the dark one, and I'm going to grab my, because what I want to do is actually have the screen, which I can see in this one, but it's too dark back here, appear on this image, because this one, I can see all the background. So I need to combine them too. So with Auto Align 2 selected, I'm going to grab my quick selection tool. I'm going to drag a box around here. Did a pretty good job. I'm going to click in here as well. Did a pretty good job. I'm going to go in. There's a little bit here that probably needs a little bit of love. So I'm holding down my Option key on a Mac, Alt key on a PC, just to kind of fix that up. You could use the lasso tool, the polygon lasso tool, which has a straight edge. However you do selection, I'm going to add a mask, and hey presto, they're kind of both combined. So the top one is just the screens. This bottom one here kind of fills out the outside. This top one here, what I might do, that's it. That's the end of the tutorial. I'm just going to go through now and show you what I do when I'm trying to blend the two. I'm going to add levels just to, the little arrow there says just to the layer underneath. And now I'm going to kind of try and make it look more believable. There were too dark there. There's too much detail. So I'm just kind of fine-tuning what looks real, but still legible. Whereas before, remember, totally illegible. Exact same screen, different exposure, I can see more. All right, a couple of last little things I want to do to touch it up, but you can go now. This is just me messing about to fix this up. So the easy way would be to grab the crop tool and just kind of like shrink it in there, crop all those kind of transparent pixels out, and yeah, nobody'd know, except for that bit. But let's experiment with our cool new tools. I'm going to use the lasso tool. Like you saw me earlier on using the magic wand tool to grab the edges over here, and you probably noticed little white bits appeared in the corner, and I kind of ignored it. I shouldn't have. I'm here to repent and show you a better way. We're going to use the lasso tool, okay, the polygonal lasso tool, which is the straight edge version. And I'm going to draw, I'm just going to kind of manually do it. So I'm going to click once, click twice, and I'm making sure I overlap it in a reasonable amount. Click once, come all the way back to the beginning, and where it gets close to the beginning, you see that little circle appears. That means it's a complete selection. Now to add to the selection, I'm going to hold down the Shift key. I'm going to maybe start down here. Once you've started adding, you can let go of Shift, because if you don't, it really wants to do straight lines. So just Shift to get it going. Okay, click around here, we'll do it one more time. It's a bit of a weird one, that one. So Shift to get going, so I'm going to click once, then let go of Shift. So it is adding, but it's not trying to do straight lines. You can see how overlapping I am there. Shift, get started. Any which way you like to do a selection. Okay, and then we're going to go to Edit, Fill, and I have no idea how good or bad this is going to be. Let's just see. Not bad-ish. Pretty good job though, like that's pretty crazy. Like my whiteboard has now just got magically bigger. It's reusing some of the numbers. My microphone got a little bigger. The desk is not too bad. It's a little bit weird perspective. This is good. Something weird's happening down here. The blanket that I've got pinned to my whiteboard. Why? Because if I don't, that whiteboard somehow vibrates. So on the microphone, instead of me sounding crystal clear, I sound like I'm recording in the bathroom. All right, I missed a bit there. Get the idea. The last thing I want to do is maybe the edges here is a little bit white. You can kind of see it coming through here. The cool thing, remember, we've got our sweet new trick when we select on the mask, select and mask. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to shift to the edge, and we've always gone in. Okay, I'm going to go out just to kind of expand it out a little bit. And up here, let's have a look at it on the layers. Show original. Just expand it a bit more. Might even feather it. Haven't feathered it. Haven't feathered anything in a long time. Ah, there we go. Click OK. Got rid of that kind of really strong edge there. All right, that is not a particularly good photo. I shot it right now. This is the desk I'm sitting at, just as an example. I want to tidy up these cables now. I made this desk, and while it looks kind of cool, I like it. I made it. I made a big ridge exactly where the mouse goes, which doesn't make it useless, but it makes it a terrible desk for anybody using a computer. Anyway, auto align. You might be thinking in your head, I can think of 10 other good ways in my situation to be using it. I use this for exposure. It could be focus lengths. It could just be you've got images you just need to line up. Some people do it where you've got like a staff picture and you say, okay, everybody, say cheese. And most of them look, except for Sandra. Sandra's not looking at the camera, but in the next photograph, Sandra's looking, but Dave isn't. I don't know who these people are. So what you can do is you can line them up and then mask out Sandra's face on one of them and have it so both Dave and Sandra are looking at the same time. All right, my friends, that is going to be it. Let's get into the next video. Hi there, it is Puppet Warp time, where we're going to get the monster to dance, we're going to get him to scratch his belly, we'll distort text to fit other shapes, then we'll take our new skills and we'll cut out this vine, we'll bend it around into a new shape, so that we can add a background, add some type, and then get the type to interact with the vine. Thank you, Puppet Warp tool. Let's learn your magic. Let's get started with opening up the Puppet Warp 1, 2, and 3. We'll start with Puppet Warp 1. Now what I've done in this one is that this is on a PNG, so this has a transparent background. Everything up until now has been a JPEG, which is forced to be a white background. The nice thing about this is basically it's already masked out. And this would be true if you say drew this in Illustrator or got it from a stock library site. If you haven't, you're going to have to mask it out to get started. We'll do that in one of the other examples, but at the moment just know that it's on a transparent background, which is going to make it super easy. All we need to do is go up to Edit and come down to Puppet Warp. All we need to do now is we need to pin the monster here in at a few different places. You need at least two. So I got one in his hand, one in his armpit, do both armpits, both hands, both feet, any other joints. He's got some hips there. I'm gonna get him once in the hats. That'll be it for the moment. This mesh here is kind of useful. I'm gonna turn it off because I wanna do this. 1, 2, 3. Oh, scratching his bum. Cool, huh? It means that you can draw your characters in a kind of a starfish shape and then kind of readjust them depending on what you want to do. You can get them to dance? Yes, we can. And if you find that, say you're moving this around and let's say we move this one and the middle of them's moving and, so it's not doing what you exactly want. You can add pins later on. One in them knows so that I've got a bit more kind of control. So I want a bow tie there. So the more pins you have, the more you kind of force it to stay in different parts. Now let's say we want him scratching his belly. With that pin selected by clicking on it, there is an option up here called pin depth. So I want to bring that up to the front or send it backwards. So I'll bring this one to the front. The other thing we might do is look at the rotation. So if I click on this, I can rotate it around by holding down the Option key on a Mac or Alt key on a PC. So I'm going to zoom in so you can see, holding down my Option key on my Mac, Alt key on a PC, I can rotate that one around. Tippity tap. This monster is a lover of country and western, you can tell. This is how you know my dad likes a song. He doesn't dance. This is it. Tippity tap. All right, you'll notice some weird stuff going on. Don't worry. It's we're kind of like stuck in this middle ground of like Puppet Warp. You can't do other things. Can you see it's all grayed out? When you're finished, you have to enter on your keyboard or click this little tick up here. And then it goes and redraws it properly. Okay, so don't worry if things are a little artifacty. Have a little look when it's finished. Now, the weird thing about this, not the weird thing, but the thing to note is that that is fused there forever. There's no way of pulling that off now. So if I was going to be doing this properly, I would make sure I've got a duplicate copy of this. Okay, so I've got two of them. You can get all these different dance moves. All right, let's look at another use for the Puppet Warp tool. Let's say we've got this heart here and we want to put some text in it. So I'm going to grab the type tool, I'm going to click here. I love you. Aww. Okay, I'm going to select it all. I'm going to put in, I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'm going to get it roughly the size I need it. Because unfortunately what it does is that, just to kind of get it in here, but now what I want to do is actually, let's get a little bit more, play with the leading. I love dragging on those icons to make it smaller. Okay, so we're close. Now I want to kind of force it into the corners like you saw at the beginning. Let's go to, if I go to edit and go to Puppet Warp, it says, can't do it with type, no way siree. We have to rasterize type, which means it's going to turn into pixels and we can't edit it later unless I hit cancel, right click it and say, you are a smart object, please sir. And then you can do it. Go to Puppet Warp. How many pins we're going to need? Probably a lot. Trying to click and drag them, they tend to kind of move around. And we're going to start with these ones at the top here anyway. So this one here, I'm going to click and drag. You're going to go in there. I want you kind of up there. Add another pin. I want it to kind of bend around. You can do some fun stuff with type. I think I'm liking this example less. It seemed like a good idea, and I was playing around with it before, and it seemed to come out okay. You get what I mean though, right? This is what we're doing. Rotation comes in handy. Remember holding down the Option key on a Mac, Alt key on a PC. I'm probably going to have to spend a lot more time forcing this in here. Where I probably want to go to edit, transform, and then there's one in there called warp. That'll probably do better. We learned that in the Essentials course, but we're doing advanced stuff now, so we can use the Puppet warp. You get what I mean. Once you're finished, click OK. And now you, my friend, may also have some interesting looking type. The cool thing about it is because it's a smart object, you can turn the smart filter off and on. You can scale it up and down. It's going to temporarily turn it off, scale it up, hit return. It's going to apply it back on. The one thing you can't do is you can't go and edit the type and it take the form correctly. Mainly because it was really specific shapes. Remember we did this? If I do different text, it's not going to quite work the same way. Watch this. I double click to go inside of I love you. Let's say it's now I hate you. It's all over. I'm going to save this and close it. You'll notice that it doesn't, those things don't match up, so you're gonna have to redo it. The puppet pins are still there. You can go and edit it, go to Puppet Pin Tool. You can see it's created the mesh based on the words love, so hate kinda doesn't really fit in there anymore. All right, escape, undo until it was looking half decent. And let's go into this third example here where we're gonna kind of rearrange real life. You saw it at the beginning where we got it to grow through type, but you can do it for like fabric that's flowing in the wind. You wanna reshape it, or hair that's just kind of pointing in the wrong directions. So this is going to be a longer one, and we're going to reuse the Puppet tool features that we've already learned. So if you came here for the Puppet warp tool, you can leave now. But if you want to hang around, we'll do a little project together. Cool. First thing is that this is kind of fused onto the background, so I need to mask it out. And looking at it, of all my masking tricks, I'm thinking a channel mask is going to be it. How do I know? Because before this video, I kind of looked at it for a little bit longer and went, oh, it's not going to work, it's not going to work, it's not going to work. And that's the trouble, I guess, when you've got this kind of new tools, new masking tools. Knowing which one to pick really comes down to experience. So if you're new, you might end up wasting a bit of time trying color range. But color range is not going to work because there's such a different color between this, the stalk, these leaves here. So let's do a channel mask, which we've done in a previous video. So red, green, and blue. Blue has the really clear black versus white. So I'm going to duplicate that layer. If you can't remember a channel mask, you might have to jump back and test that one. I'm going to go to Image, Adjustments, and Levels. I'm not using the one in the Adjustments panel because we're in this kind of like weird little channels world. We have to use the old school Levels panel. What I'm looking to do is just make the blacks a little bit more black. You can see there it's getting a pretty good mask already. There's these bits here. If I try and get these bits though, I'm going to go too far and these are potentially going to go way too black. Wreck my mask. I'm going to come back a little bit. Do I tweak up the whites? Don't really need to. Let's click OK. So it's nearly there. There's a few parts though that are still see-through. You could just use your black paintbrush like we did earlier. But another cool little trick is if I zoom in and my black paintbrush gets me part of the way there. So if I grab the paintbrush, make sure black is my foreground color. In terms of the brush size, something, hardness at about 90. I'm going to have my opacity at 100, and I'm going to paint out these veins, right? Because I don't want those to be see-through. But let's say we get close to the edge here, and you're like, oh, you can get a really small brush and just work your way into the corners. But the cool trick is using the same brush tool, but use this one called Overlay as the brush mode. And watch this. I can just kind of paint over the edge here. Cool, huh? It turns kind of mid-tones or grays into black, leaving the white. So it means you can get really close to the edge. And what I tend to do is just lower the opacity so it's not as like vicious. Can you see I just kind of painted a couple of times around the edges here. I want there to be a little see-throughness around the edges, but not loads. You can see here I can just keep painting these in and I don't have to worry too much about getting close to the sides. I can leave a little bit of transparency there. Cool tool, wow. Might use a slightly fuzzier brush. Slightly harder. Might be here for a while. All right, I'm going to keep doing this. I'll get the editor to speed it up a bit. All right, and you're back. The one thing I did do is I switched back to normal blend mode just to kind of fill in some of these veins here. Why am I not making it absolutely perfect is because you'll see in the final example, a little bit of see-throughness in the leaves is actually kind of nice. So we're going to load it as a selection, go back to RGB, go to layers, and if I add a layer mask, it's going to be the wrong way around. So before I do that, I'm going to go to select, inverse, and now I'm going to add a layer mask. Cool, huh? Love channel masks. If none of the automatic features work, remember select color range, focus area, subject. You have to revert back to the good old channel mask. Next thing I'll do is I'll just double check the mask against black just to see how bad my selection was. On black, it's not too bad. And if it wasn't so good and I wasn't so happy with it, I'd go around using this brush tool here, the refine brush tool, and just kind of work the edges on any parts that need kind of fixing. I'm just wrecking that one. You might play with shift edge again. Decontaminate colors. I'm happy with actually how it is. I'm going to cancel because what I want to do is I'm going to put a background color in. So a new layer. What color? I'm going to use the gradient tool. I'm going to use a radial gradient. I'm going to use this first one here, which is the mixture of foreground and background. So my foreground color here is going to be I want a kind of a warm brown. It's going to be kind of lightish. And then the background color, which I click. Same thing, one that's kind of browny black. I find if you use just a little bit of color, just not much, you can go the midnight black or the kind of warm black. That's kind of what I was going for. Looks a bit weird against this background. I might right click the background, go light gray just so I can see it a little easier. Awesome, so now I've got it kind of cut out. I want to add some type. Grab my type tool, grow. Bit big. Select it all, font color, white, font size, click and drag the icon, something like that. Often I just use my Command T or Control T key just to change the font size. All right, let's get it in there a little bit smaller. All right, so now the trick is to get it to weave in and out. So what I'm gonna do first is I'm gonna duplicate this fella. So I've got a backup if I need to go back to it, and I'm gonna turn it off. I'm gonna make this thing a smart object. So my top one, right click it, smart object, so that now when I go use my puppet pin tool or the puppet warp tool, it's an effect that I can turn on and off and adjust. So what I'm trying to do now is I'm going to probably run a bunch of them where I feel like the stalk goes, because I want to reorganize this thing here. The more of these you have, the I guess more control you have, but the less fluid it looks. I'm going to put one in each of the leaves. Humming while I'm working. Some weird stuff going down the bottom there. A little weird thing there. I wonder what's going to happen with him. All right. Yours will look different because it'll be a different mask. So what am I going to do now? I am going to probably leave this first chunk. It's these ones here that I really want to kind of look like it's kind of coming out of that O. So I'm going to lift this one up here. And you can see now the power of the puppet warp tool. Okay, I'm just trying to like position this in a way that just looks nice with the text. I want that one to look like it's coming out between the W. This one here can kind of come out that bit as well. Add another one, move it up here. And maybe these ones here are going to go around this edge here. Kind of curl around-ish. All right, you're coming out there. Remember, rotate, let's hold down the Option key. Grab the corners, rotate it around. Actually, I liked it where it was. Hit return when you're finished. And now it's kind of the in and out part. How do we do that? The easiest way is to actually ignore this thing here. This could be confusing. I'd leave it there, but I want to make this crystal clear. When I'm teaching this, it freaks everyone out. And I'm going to twirl that up there so that it just looks a little nicer. So what you do is you have one copy down here. We're going to name, let's call this one Vine. Let's actually call it Vine 1. I'm going to duplicate it by dragging it onto here. I'm going to have one above. So this is going to be my Vine 2. Should be below and above, but anyway. So I've got two of these now. So one's behind the text and one is in front of the text. So with this one on top, add a layer mask and just paint. This is the bit where it gets a bit weird. So add a layer mask, grab your paintbrush, make sure you switch back to normal mode, make sure black is your foreground color, pick a size. Remember, I'm holding down the Control and Option key on my keyboard and dragging left and right. And on a PC, it's hold down the Alt key on your keyboard, okay? And then use your right mouse button, drag left and right, up and down. All right, so last time I'm gonna give you that shortcut, write it down. All right, so I'm gonna go something hardness about 90, and now you're gonna paint out, say I want it coming in front of this, but behind that. Can you see I can get right to the edge there? Actually, I could clip that vine there. Let's zoom in a bit. I'm gonna undo a few times. So watch this, I can be really brutal with it. Can you see I can kind of click over that whole thing? And because there's something behind it, filling in that gap, it looks quite good. Okay, same with this one. I want maybe that stalk going in front there, but not this leaf. Oh, missed a bit. Paint it back in. So I just remember X key toggles the foreground and background colors. So if I accidentally clip that bit off and I'm like, nope, X key, just paint it back in. X key to bring black back. Cool, huh? Then just kind of work your way around, decide what you want in front and what you want out the back. Going for a little bit of a zigzag. I mean, it's hard to know. There we go. The G needs a little bit of work. Can't even read that it's a G. X key, want to paint that bit back in. Paint that bit out. G key, X key again, and I'm going to need more of this down here because it's just unreadable. Especially this bit here, probably. Sorry guys, you all have to go underneath, maybe you don't. Oh, and that little guy pokes out. All right, so probably what we're gonna have to do as well is there's a little bit of ghosting around the outside. So I'm gonna jump back into select mask and look at contracting the mask a little bit, or don't put yourself through the paint and just have a white background with colored text. You don't have to worry about it at all. All right, I'm gonna cancel, let's go back, turn that back on. And that, my friends, is the Puppet Warp tool. If you enjoyed it, it is built into Adobe Illustrator as well, but it gets really exciting when we're working in something like Adobe After Effects. I got a course on that, you can go check it out. But the real perk is you get to animate it. So where we kind of bent this around, we hit return and it's kind of fused like that. After Effects allows you to kind of in real time, wiggle it around and have this vine kind of like moving and growing and wriggling. If you've done that course, you'll remember this guy where we made him dance. All right, that's it for the Puppet Warp. I will see you in the next video. Hi there, it is class project time again. You were thinking, hey, there's no more projects, this is awesome. Surprise, getting out of more of the tools-based stuff and getting into more of the project-based part of the course. So in this one, what I want you to do in your O5 cropping folder, there's one called class exercise 1, and there's 2 in here for this exercise. The first one, this little monster, I want you to reshape into a different pose. Totally up to you, but experiment with that pin depth with his arms and legs. The other one is the longer project or longer part of this one. So exactly like we did at the end of the last video, I'd like you to mask this out using any technique you like. This one here, color range might work because it is a more consistent vine. You might use a channel mask, anything you like, but I want you to combine it with your name. Use your name or any word you like. So mask it, move it around so it interacts with the type in some way, and do that trick where it kind of dives in and out. You're probably gonna have to go back and check out the last video. So mask it first, then you have 2 versions of it, one on top of the text, one below the text, and you mask out the top one. Then I want you to share it with me. When you share this one in particular, I want to know what masking technique you used. Be interesting to see what everybody does. All right, it's in your class projects file. Basically everything I just said. Yeah, go forth and Puppet Warp. I'll see you in the next video. Hi there, in this video we're going to learn how to use Perspective Warp to do this. See all the weird lines heading off in all sorts of directions? Ready, presto. Oh, he's all straight. That's one of the typical uses for Perspective Warp. Another use though is this. This is my original container, but I need to turn it a different direction. Imagine if you could go back in time and move it around. Cool, huh? That is the Perspective Warp tool in Adobe Photoshop. Go and learn how to use it now. All right, these two files are going to be perspective warp 1 and 2, not crop, though we're going to be doing kind of a similar thing. So let's start with perspective warp 1. And in this case, the lens, to get this shot with all the background, you can see it's kind of distorted, the lines here, so nothing's really straight. So this is a perfect option for edit, perspective warp. Now to be fancy, okay, we should convert it into a smart object first, then we can turn that effect on and off later. So edit, perspective warp, and what you do is you just click once anywhere. That gives you your first kind of plane. Just drag the corners so you're kind of covering exactly covering one face of the church. Okay, I'm just dragging this around, and the way I'm kind of lining it up is obviously there's a clear line down the bottom here in the dirt. But then there's this other rule of thirds here. So I'm dragging that around because I really want, can you see there? Now I feel like that's a straight line or a straight plane across it. I want to get the cross in. So just mess about it until you feel like these lines all align with, you can see that one there aligns with the roof line there. Now we want this other plane over here. Easiest way again is just to click once over here and just drawing these up. You join the first one up and it just snaps to it. Then spend a bit of time lining that up. The same thing, I want to, it's easy to line this bottom one up. Now I want to make sure that this guide here kind of aligns with the roof, and that should give me some sort of shape. And basically it just tells Photoshop what the two planes we're dealing with. So there's two phases. There's layout, which we just did, and then you move to warp. And this is where the magic happens. What I want to do is I want to say all these lines, I want you to be straight up and down. Cool, huh? Now it works really good with just boxes. But because this is a church and there's a pitched roof and there's a little bit of weirdness going on here, I'm just going to fudge it by lifting this up a bit. You can see I can kind of really manipulate real life. Like I've turned this thing around. When you're finished, either click the tick or hit return. And let's turn the smart filter on and off. Cool, huh? Let's look at another example. Okay, this container here could be the most perfect example of this because it's nice and square. Things aren't square, things can get a little weird, and also so you know, if there's a person standing in front of this, they're going to get distorted and it's not going to be that realistic. So there's kind of like a perfect storm that needs to happen for this tool to be amazing, but it's definitely good enough. But when the example is right, this tool is pretty amazing. Watch this. So here we go, here we go. Okay, so that's my first plane. I should be more perfect with it. You can click once and then just drag them into it. Another little trick is click and drag and just get it close. You'll see those two lines get highlighted and it will snap to it. So here we go, my friend. Here we go, my friend. So instead of just straightening it up, which is not what I want to do now, it is nice and straight. What I want to do is try and turn it around. So I'm going to switch from layout to warp. And what I can do is a little trick is I can hold down shift and click on this line here. You can see it kind of locks that into my straight up and down plane. And it means whenever I drag one of these, can you see the top one comes along for the right as well? And you can see, I can kind of turn this thing around. Grab you. There's a little bit of like tongue out. How is this looking? But you can see, I can kind of make it look like the container was actually facing the other way when it was photographed. How good is that? I forgot to turn it into a smart object, so I'm going to click return on my keyboard. You saw it there, ready? Ah, the whole thing's turned around. I'm going to use my undo. That way, that way, that way, that way. Cool, huh? Let's jump back to this one here and finish it up because I want to fill this with content aware fill, okay? But I can't because it's a smart object. So I'm going to have to destroy all my good work. I'm going to right click it. I'm going to go to this one that says rasterize layer, gets rid of all my hard work. But now I'm going to use my rectangle marquee tool just to draw a couple of quick boxes, holding shift key to add to the selection. I should use the lasso tool, being lazy. You've seen this before anyway. Let's go to edit. Let's go to fill, content aware fill. Oh, magic. I love it. Nature, it does so well with nature, right? Content aware fill just kind of like magics it up. Been teaching this for ages and I'm still super impressed. All right, that is perspective warp. One thing before I go, it can be really good for internal shots as well. So if you've got, say, the internal view of a house or a room, it can be a nice way of straightening up the walls. If like this image, they've been distorted, But as soon as you add like big objects in the middle of the room, or especially people or recognizable objects that can't look kind of smeared, like these windows smear just fine. They can be changed angles and they're fine. But if there was a person and they were slightly wider than they were meant to be, it just doesn't work. So keep it in your toolkit for those times that you need it. Quick and easy to use, but it doesn't work perfect every time. Let's get on to the next video. Hi there, in this video we are going to add color where there was none. Easy tricks with blending modes. Same in here where this dress was actually kind of a gray and we needed to add color, all the way through to taking something that already was quite red and just enhancing it by painting a color on top and then finding an appropriate color mode. All right, let's learn how to do that now in Photoshop. All right, to get started, let's go to 06 Color and open up color modes 1, 2, and 3. So we'll start with coloring a black and white image, and then we'll work through just some slightly harder ones where we really want to enhance dulled out colors. We're going to use color modes. So be it color mode 1, and we're going to create a new layer. Let's even give it a name. Let's go crazy. Color layer. So this is not essentially a black and white image, but we want to color the petals because there's no actual pigment in there that we can maybe use, say, the hue and saturation to change. So this one here has an easy contrast with the background. So we're going to use the quick selection tool to make a quick selection. Make sure you're on the right layer. I'm on the background layer and I'm going to drag out. We'll look at a next example that is less easy because this one has a nice clear background. Plus it has that pretty oil filter. Remember that from the last course? Oil paint. I didn't do it. It's from the photographer here. So I've got this. It's looking good. There's some stuff in the middle. I'm going to hold down the Alt key and just get rid of it. It's fine for the moment. So back onto my, you can see mine taking a while. There's two reasons. I've got auto enhance turned on, slows down the machine, but also I'm trying to film at the same time, which stresses my little computer up. Let's be on color layer. Let's pick a foreground color. I'm picking this pink. We're going to use our trick. Remember, hold down the Option key on a Mac, Alt key on a PC, and hit the backspace key. It just fills our layer with our foreground color. Cool, so now we're going to use our blending modes, and this is going to color it. So dissolve, not going to work, never works. Darken, multiply is always a good one to get started with. And just work your way through until you find something that you like. Now again, remember what the shortcut was for this? Okay, because blending modes are a pain to work through. So remember, be on your move tool. Okay, you have to be on that. Hold down the shift key and use the plus. It's a weird shortcut, but handy if you're doing things like that. Okay, so we've added a subtle color using soft light. Ooh, that's pretty cool. So I'm just gonna find something. Ooh, okay, it's over the top, but I like it. Color burn. Let's say a selection is not possible. Don't be afraid just to start painting in. So this dress here, I need to recolor. So new layer. I'm going to pick a foreground color. It's going to be red. Going to use a brush tool. And before I get too started, I'm just going to kind of paint in a big blob so that I can find the color mode that's going to work. So back to your selection tool, shift and the plus key until you find something that kind of works for you. You might be doing different looks. Pick something that works for you. What am I looking for? I'm going for soft light again. I'm not going for like a oversaturated red. And because this is just too hard to select it, we're just going to paint it in. And the nice thing about painting it in while it's already in blending mode, it's just going to make it a little, because it's quite forgiving. If you paint without it being on soft light, you can spend ages kind of trying to fix this edge when in fact the blending mode is quite forgiving. So soft light. Okay, and I'm just going to work my way around this. Now, in terms of brush sizes, just pick something that works for the image. In terms of hardness, try and match whatever's there. So there's quite a bit of blurriness on the edge. So I'm going to turn the hardness down to about 80 and just kind of work my way around. A cool little trick is you can click once, say you've got a reasonably straight line. Let's say this bit here. I can click once, hold shift and click again and it joins the two dots. I find that's a quick way. It's not going to work too well with the fabric here, but let's say you're coloring a building. You can click once, hold shift and click again and it joins the two bits up. So I'm going to speed this up now and just kind of work my way around coloring my dress. Sometimes these jobs just are long and tedious. I'll see you in a sec. All right, we're back. You notice I left the corners just because it's easier doing it this rather than getting a small paintbrush and just going into all the corners. It's easier probably just to paint it all in and go over the edges and then use the eraser tool. So I'm switching to the eraser tool here and just going to go smaller and just delete it off. Okay, it's easier just to kind of trim off the excess than it is trying to get in there with a really small brush. Cool, I'm going to speed it up again and do the rest of the corners. All right, you're back. So once you've got to here, if you are imagining a different color, you can have this layer selected. And I can use my adjustments and I can use hue and saturation, make sure it's affecting just the layer underneath and kind of start adjusting this to maybe more saturation, less saturation, pick a different color and decide kind of, where you need this color to be. All right, another trick with color modes is enhancing color. So you could spend forever trying to grab the color of this dress and trying to like lift it out, but there's just not a lot of color information there. So it's really easy to go in, make a new layer. I'm going to use the eyedropper tool to get close to the color. Then here in my foreground color, you can see it's really kind of washed out and red. I'm just going to kind of bump it up, not adjusting the hue. Okay, so it's in the same zone, but I just want it to be brighter. How bright? We can go bright because we can lower it down later on. Okay, using our opacity or picking a different blending mode. And it's the same principle as before. So if you're shooting product photography, or in this case, you want to make the dress brighter or more rich, instead of using, say, vibrance, grab the brush tool, pick a nice big brush. We'll get started by just kind of painting in the big bits. Then going to our move tool, holding shift and just plussing until we find one that color that works for us. Oh, yeah, there's one that works for me. Soft light again is working for me. It really depends on the color and the image that you're working on. And then a lot more precisely than I am, you go and work your way around. You can see you just kind of make that color. There was no way of getting that color to that vibrancy with using, say, hue and saturation. Cool. So I'm going to zoom in, use a brush, and get the editor to speed it up. Okay, now that's done, I regret using soft light. It's clearly fake, so we can either find another blending mode, which we'll try in a minute, but let's also look at opacity. And just kind of slide it down until you find somewhere kind of believable. 60% seems okay, on, off, on, off. It's full, it's rich, it's not overdone. You might disagree. What I also might do is I might actually add a layer mask, and there's some parts that are just too rich. You can see in here, it's really dark, unsaturated hand, but here it's really rich. So I've added a layer mask using my brush tool, using black as my foreground color. And I'm just gonna lower the opacity up here by tapping the 3 key, maybe at 30%, just to kind of start working out some of these bits where it shouldn't be that rich. There's just no need for it, or it's just not believable. There's some bits down here that just need to be not full on rich. More believable? I'm saying yes. All right, so that's coloring black and white images and enhancing colors that already exist in the image. Let's get on to the next video. Hi there, in this video we're going to look at how to create the duotone effect. It's quick, it's easy, but we'll go in a little bit deeper to have a bit more control about what gets covered and using shapes and circles. I'll show you some good places to find gradients in terms of colors. All right, let's jump in. All right, from the O5 color folder, open up Duotone 1 and 2. We'll start with Duotone 1 and let's look at the basics. There's a ton of ways of recreating the duotone effect. I think the easiest way is have the layer selected, go to adjustments and go to this one here that says gradient map. Click on that, click on this bar that runs through the middle. There's a bunch of kind of presets, okay? Lots of them terrible. Let's first of all look at kind of getting some colors. So I'm going to click OK on this one and let's go to Window, Extensions, Adobe Color Themes. First thing you need to do is switch it to Explore and just gives you kind of access to most popular this month. Okay, you can play around with most popular all time this week. Cycle down until you find something you like. This one looks good. Crepus. I can't say that word. Best way is to click on this little dot and say add to my swatches, please. If you can't see your swatches, the library might open up, but don't worry, let's close this down. Make sure you can see your swatches panel. If you can't, go to Window, go to Swatches. And now when you click on your gradient map, you can say, I want you, or double click on that, and then just kind of click, you might have to scroll down on this and say, I want maybe this first color. One of the colors needs to be dark. If it's not, you end up with just weird things happening. One of them needs to be dark to fill in all the shadows. Click OK. And one of them needs to be light. So double click on the little house. That'll work. Click OK. Don't be afraid of putting in a third color. All you do is click anywhere along the bottom here where these guys are kind of positioned. So about there, you get a third color. You can have a fourth and a fifth as well. To get rid of them, click, hold, and just drag down. Just drag them down, they just disappear. This one here, I'm going to double click. I'm going to grab one of those middle colors from this. One of these two. Just to kind of fill out the midtones. Then with a little bit more control, you can grab these diamonds. Okay, this is just, you can see what it does. It just kind of like forces this color to occupy a little bit more of the gradient. Okay, and you can decide on how you want to do this. If you can't see the diamond on this side, just click on any of the houses and just decide where this location is. So technically not a duotone anymore. It's like a tritone. Let's do what we saw at the beginning there where we turned it into text. Grab the type tool, click once. What brand is this? Like, I don't recognize that brand on the shoe. If you know what it is, let me know. I'm just gonna, looks like Etnies. It's the only skating brand I remember from my youth. Picking a nice big thick font. And I'm not worried about the color at the moment because I'm gonna use it like, actually gonna go way past the size. I want this kind of like super graphic style. I'm gonna go even bigger. Oh, cool, Dan. All right. All right, so now what we need to do is turn this text into a selection because I want to stick it into the, by default, with any adjustment layer, you get given an empty layer mask. Just handy, instead of you having to add one. So I want to turn this into a selection. The trick is hold down the Command key on a Mac, the Control key on a PC, and just click the icon. It doesn't work if you do the same and click the actual word here. Okay, so hold down the Command key and click the icon. It turns that whole bit of text into a selection, and then I'm done. I'm going to turn that text off. Click on my layer mask, and now I could go up to Edit, Fill with black, or I've got black as my foreground color. Remember, D just kind of forces it to be black and white. X toggles it back forth. Using our shortcuts. So black's the foreground color. Who remembers how to fill with foreground color? That's right, you hold down Option and hit backspace or delete. If you're on a PC, it's Alt backspace. It's kind of what I wanted actually. I'm going to undo that. I'm going to invert the selection first. So select, invert, and then I'm going to go and fill it. That's kind of the look I was going for. All right, duotone number 2. Let's get a little bit more control over how the gradient is applied. So background selected, adjustments, gradient map. I'm going to show you another little, it's not really a trick, it's more just where I get my colors from often. Okay, it's called gradient. I just like the gradients that are in here. Number one, I'm going to use this one here. Okay, all you do is click on this and grab this first part, the hexadecimal color code. Cool, and click on your gradient, double click the first little swatch and just paste it in down here. Here's my first color, and then this one here. Double click you. All right, so there's my kind of gradient. Now we can play with this a little bit like we did in the last one to kind of adjust like what gets affected and what doesn't, but a lot more control can happen when you click OK and you put in a black and white adjustment layer in between gradient and background. So I'm gonna go up to adjustments, I'm gonna go to black and white, which is this one, and just make sure it's underneath gradient. Cool, so black and white, let's turn the top one off. If you haven't used black and white, it's just instead of just going like convert to grayscale, this one here it's an effect, so it allows you to decide the reds, are they dark or are they light? And let's turn it off. So see there's a kind of blue in the hat. Instead of just leaving it as default, you can grab the cyan and say, actually so you get real good control. So with them all combined, okay, you can start to decide what gets applied to the duotone and what doesn't. Cool, huh? All right, so work your way through, decide how you want this to be applied. I'm happy with that, and maybe just for giggles, we'll put some banding in it, or maybe a circle. So I'm gonna grab my rectangle tool, and I'm gonna draw a big rectangle that goes through here. I'm going to make sure it's not kind of mixed up with my little group down here. Okay, I'll make this a little bit bigger so you can see. Okay, and I'm gonna grab a different fill color. Complementary, maybe. That one's kind of cool. Okay, so I'm going to grab that one. And instead of applying it as a gradient map, okay, which applies to my image, I'm going to do it actually to the rectangle. So I've used the actual rectangle tool down here, which gives me some options over here in my properties panel. You can double click the swatch, apply a gradient instead of a gradient map, but this only can be applied to these shapes, not our original image. So we need the gradient map, but there's another trick we can do with shapes. So I'm going to do what? I'm going to click on this little gradient down the bottom here. And click on this like before. One color. Where's my other purple? All right, kind of what I want. Maybe I'm going to rotate it around so it is that way. Close it down, move tool, 80s banding coming right up. Now what I might have to do is shrink it down a little bit. Now I'm going to find a blending mode that works. Remember my shortcut, Shift. So I'm going to move tool, Shift and hit plus. And just I'm just going to work through things that bits that I like. That's looking kind of cool. Hard light. Hard light. Oh, it's kind of cool too. But I want two of them. But that one's just going to be a bit smaller. All right, you can do the same thing with a circle or a star. What you want to do is you want to go look at David Bowie album covers to kind of get your inspiration for, I don't even know what. See, I tried to rotate it and it didn't. The gradient there did not flip around, even though I flipped this around. Can you see the purple wants to stay at the top? Okay, so with this selected, it's actually an effect. So if you double click on your shape here, okay, you can go in here and say, actually, I want to reverse it. Okay, you can go round and round in circles. I don't know. I feel like a gap was needed. All right, so there's duotone. We took a bit more control out of it by using our black and white adjustment layer and hopefully some new ways to find colors. All right, let's get into the next video. Hi there, this video is all about the glitch effect. We're going to take this image and kind of wiggle it around to look like it's distorting. We'll even add some kind of brush strokes to kind of make it look like all sorts of grungy matrix hacking stuff is going on. All right, let's jump into the tutorial. All right, in your 06 color, open up Glitch Effect 1. So we're going to do a kind of a glitch and a glyphic effect. So what we're going to do is double click the background, and this is going to be the cyan layer. Anaglyphic is that kind of cyan and red look, 3D glasses type thing. I'm going to duplicate, instead of dragging it down, a cool little shortcut is with this selected, go Command J. That is a cool shortcut that just doesn't appear anywhere. There's no like long version of it, you just need to know. But because you're advanced, you know, Command J just duplicates the layer. Another cool trick is if you have lots of layers, if you select them all and hit Command J, it kind of squidges them together and makes a copy, so they're all in one little layer. Anyway, Command J. This one here though is going to be called red. So 2 channels. What I need to do to make that anaglyphic effect is right click red, go to blending options. Actually, there's a couple of ways. FX, this one's easier. Well, not easier, but it's the way we've been using so far. There's 10 ways of doing everything. So I want red, so I'm turning off everything except for the red channel. Cyan, same thing, go to blending modes. And this one here, we're gonna say, we're gonna turn just the red off and it leaves the cyan color behind. You don't have to do this kind of red cyan. You can play around with turning these different ones on and off to get different colors. So to do the manual kind of glitch, just grab the rectangle tool, okay, rectangle marquee tool, and just kind of grab a chunk of it. I'm using the red layer and I'm gonna grab my move tool and I'm just gonna drag it to this way. You see you get that kind of like anaglyphic glitchy effect. So M for the marquee tool, I'm gonna grab this chunk, I'm gonna grab cyan, and it's just kind of messing about and deciding like how much glitch effect do you want. So I'm gonna speed this up. I'm just gonna grab some pieces and move it along. Okay, but now we want to do that kind of like wobbly, wiggly thing. So there's 2 ways of doing it. There's way that looks kind of nicer, but is super like slow on your computer. So I'm going to do a file save just in case it crashes. All right, so it's saved. Now I'm going to grab the, over here, okay, we want the smudge tool. So yours is probably set to blur, go to smudge. Pick a brush size, I picked a really big one, mine's at like 900. The strength's at 52, it's not really that important. The important thing is to go slow. So watch this, I'm gonna click, hold, and drag to the left. And it's still working. You see it's pretty creepy. It's kind of like slowly moving its way out there. So if you go wiggle, 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 your machine, the fans are gonna come on and it's gonna go pretty slow. So I'm gonna work on cyan and, oh, it's cool. So if you're happy to work that kind of slow way, that's fine. You can definitely use that effect. What I wanna do is show you a different way. I'm gonna use the liquify. So filter, liquify. You can see it's only showing me one of the channels. That's fine. Over here, you can show backdrop to show the whole lot. But we're still only affecting that one cyan layer because we had it selected, but we can see at least everything. I'm going to use the first brush here, the forward warp. Pick a brush size, start working, and okay, it won't work if the background's on, so don't have that on. Brush size up, and I quite like doing a wiggle, so left, right, left, right. And it doesn't look very exciting here, but let's come back out, and because it's part of that channel, it's doing some cool stuff back in here. So back in, and yeah, just do some experimenting. So we're using the forward warp. You can experiment with, say, pucker or bloat. So we use bloat on that channel. Nice big brush. And I'm going to do some stuff over here just to see what it looks like when things get bloated. You might have to play around with size and rate. Might be going a bit too fast or a bit too slow. Let's add a twirl just because. Let's see what's happening. All right, back to the forward warp tool. I'm going to do some things kind of out of his head. I am not going to do that. Let's just try some smaller bits just out of here. Don't want to destroy his face. He's the kind of, that'll just look weird. Awesome. Click OK. Subtle. Yeah, it's okay. All right, to add the brushes, we're not going to do it with these channels. We're just going to fake it. So new layer here. This is going to be my red brush. I'm going to grab my brush tool. I'm going to find in here. So in the new version of Photoshop, well, the updated version, if you can't see these general dry wet, you're not going to see drips and smoke. Those are ones that I've installed separately that we did in the Essentials course of Photoshop. But hopefully you've got a newer version of Photoshop and you can see special effects brushes. In here, there's some really cool stuff. Okay, so any of these, I'm just going to pick Supreme Splatter. That's going to work for me. And I need to pick a color. So I'm going to use the eyedropper tool. Okay, to go, I'm going to pick some red to start with. So I'm just using the red that's come from that channel Back to my brush tool, make it kind of big, and I'm just trying to like do some splattery stuff. Maybe a bit too much. That brush is a bit hardcore for me. Go for this first one. Like just kind of, there we go. It's a little bit less. Not on his face. Cool. I'm going to do another one on the cyan channel. Okay. Well, not on the cyan channel. I'm going to just have a cyan brush. Exact same brush. I'm just going to use the cyan. There's a good chunk of it there. All right. I'm just doing some bits to make it look like it's kind of, I don't know, grungy and distorted. A couple of really big ones. Some really big ones at the front I might do on its own layer because see these big ones here? I want them to kind of like feel like they're kind of close to the camera. So I'm just going to blur them to kind of fake the depth of field. Blur, Gaussian blur. So it looks like they're kind of out of focus and kind of close. You like it? I do. All right, my friends, that is the glitch effect. We did just 2 of these. You could separate them all out so you could have red, green, and blue. You could experiment with going to CMYK and splitting out 4 channels. All right, let's get into the next video. Hi there, class exercise time. In your 06 color, open up class project and there's one in there called glitch effect A. So like we did in the previous tutorial, I'd like you to experiment with the smudge tool and the liquify tool. So you separate them into 2 layers, red and cyan, or RGB, or CMYK, and do some distortions. But what I'd like you to do is actually add some type as well. So you type a type layer, you duplicate it, just like we did the image layer. So you'll have 2 type layers, one will be red, one will be cyan, and do some distortions with that as well. Okay, it's all listed here in your exercise files, and make sure you share it with me. So I can see what you've done, give you a high five. Now you don't have to use that project file. You might go to Unsplash and find your own image. It'll look good in your portfolio. All right, on to the next video. Hi there, this video we're going to look at color grading, specifically this kind of like orange teal and washing out the blacks a bit. Color grading is just a generic term used to describe changing the colors of an image on purpose for an effect. It might be to change the mood, to imply a time or a place, like a lookup table or a LUT. We'll do a couple of versions. This one here starts like this, ends like this. We'll do a third one that's just a little harder. Let's do it now in Photoshop. From your exercise files, 06 color, open up color grading 1. Now in a previous tutorial, I showed you the quick and dirty cheap trick to get the kind of blue yellow look, kind of a fashion look. And all it was is in your adjustments panel, click on curves, and then just go to your blue channel, drag the light colors down, and the blacks up. You end up with this kind of close, but not 100% there to that kind of fashion look we're going for. We're looking for that orange and teal look. So I'm going to bin my curves and I'm going to show you, it's a longer process to get set up, but once you do have it set up, you can use it over and over again forever. Shout out to Web Flippy, who I learned this technique from, totally just stealing it. So most of the work is done in your adjustments panel. You can see our close swatches just for this one. Okay, double click the tab and it closes. The one I want is the channel mixer. We're going to use a few of these ones in your adjustment panel that I bet you've never used before. So adjustments, channel mixer, hold up Dan, hold up right there. Okay, so I've come back from the future because I get to the end of this tutorial and there's a lot of clicking this and dragging this and lots of settings. And I said to you in the tutorial later on, you'll hear in a bit, that I should have written this down for you. So I've come back to stick it on screen for the entire tutorial so you don't have to like pause, go and type, pause. So here it is here. I'm just gonna kind of get the editor to add it to down here for the entire tutorial somewhere so it's not so hard. All right, get back to it, Dan. And whatever it says for output channel, switch it to green. Basically, we want to flip green and blue over. So we want green to be 0 and blue to be 100. I just clicked in this first one and tabbed down. So we flip those over, go to blue and do the same thing. I want to flip green and blue over. So green's now 100 and blue is 0. It looks weird until you click on the word down here so you got the whole thing selected and then play with the blending modes. Just kind of work your way through to find one. You can kind of start to see, even with darken, it's got that kind of orange and teal glow to it already. It's probably a bit extreme, so I'm going to go through and just find one that works for you. Or like their lighten. It's kind of washed out. I need to fill in some of the other colors. So you might be happy just with that. But let's go a bit further, and we're going to add another adjustment, and it's this one here. It's called selective color. Switch it from here to reds. It's probably at reds by default. And lift the cyan up about midway and crank the yellows up pretty much all the way up. And to fill out those midtones, let's go to neutrals, and we're going to mess with just cyan and black. So cyan, if we lower it down, it's going to bring a bit more reds into the midtones, so less cyan. This will depend on your image as well. So don't be afraid to kind of go more or less depending on what you're working with. I just kind of practice with this image. And play around with the blacks as well. All right, that looks good for me. What I like about the orange and teal effect is that kind of old, remember my scanned photos from earlier on? That kind of washed out black, that Instagram effect look. Okay, because at the moment the blacks are too rich, I want this to feel old, like it might have been shot in the 80s. That's the effect anyway. So we're going to go to adjustments, go to levels, and the easiest way is this little slider down here that we don't use very much. That's just going to clip off and say, I don't want any really strong blacks. Okay, so turn the preview on and off, and depends if you want, you want to kind of lose those strong blacks. It's up to you. Same with the whites, you can drag those down a little bit as well. This, it's kind of like counterintuitive for photo retouching. We're trying to make the strong whites and strong blacks, but not for this effect, I feel. So there is a bit of work getting it to here. Like I've practiced this. It's only taken us a couple of minutes. You're going to have to pause the video and type it all down, watch it a couple of times. But once you've done that, the cool thing about it is that you can just kind of open up another image. I'm going to open up color grading 2 and 3. And instead of having to type all that lot out, I can go back to my original image, just have it open, select all 3 of these, holding shift, grabbing them all, using my move tool and just dragging them to this tab here. Cool, huh? Easy. So off, on, same thing, dragging to this last one and then let go. Now, the settings that I did for this first photograph work fine for it. The second one works pretty good too. This last one, not so much. It's kind of cool. So if you're looking to adjust it, the main culprit is this middle one here. This one gives you all of your adjustments, okay? It's called selective color. And up the top here, you're going to mess with greens and neutrals, remember? So what worked for that first image needs to be changed here. And you can see I can kind of lower the cyans here instead of raising them because there's not much going on. Yellows probably want to be still straight up, and the neutrals is going to give me a bit of adjustment here. So cyans left, cyans right, decide where you want it to be. Blacks up, blacks down. All right, and I like that better. Now the main trouble with this one is that there's not a lot of color information to get started with. So just know that more colorful images are going to end up with this like really strong kind of orange and teal that you're going to have to probably lower down. Okay, lower the opacity of it. And this one here, because there's no color information, is going to be a little tough. But I think we kind of got the look there. Maybe not the levels. All right, that is going to be it. Let's jump into the next tutorial. Hi there, it is class project time. A nice easy one if you've followed through in the last tutorial. You can just grab your levels and put them onto the 2 files that I've given you in 06 color under class project. There's color grading A and B. Do your adjustments. I, in the tutorial previously, kind of probably went a bit extreme because I want to like express that effect. But to be clever about it, it's all about subtlety, and I'd love to see your subtleness or your extremeness. And I would also love to see your own examples, either a personal photograph, or you can go to unsplash.com as well, and there's lots of great images to start working with. If you post them on social media, maybe give the photographer a high five and tag them in it. Say thanks for the image. If you do, you can thank Igor and Asik. I don't know how to say that name. It's close. And show them what you've done. Make sure you show me too. Tag me so I can have a look. All right, next video. Hi there. This video is all about CC libraries. Even if you're using them already, we're going to go through some more advanced tips and tricks, so hang around. Just so you know, CC libraries don't work on all licenses of Photoshop. You might have what's called a machine license. That happens at universities often, some larger companies, so there's no personalization. Don't want to give my email address. All right, so open them up. Let's go to Window and let's go to Libraries. It's built into all Adobe products. What I'm going to do is actually just click my little double arrow up here so it's fully out. You can see I use libraries quite a bit. I'll drop down here. I've got all sorts of libraries going on. What we'll do is we'll create a new library. Going to give it a name and we're going to call this PS Advanced. Just a little dummy one that I'll delete. And like it says, all you need to do is click, hold, and drag stuff in it. I'm going to give it a name to make it easier later on. So the cool thing about libraries is that they're interchangeable between other programs. So say if you're using InDesign, in here you'll see my new library that I made, Photoshop Advanced, and I can start dragging images in between each other. Rather big. Same with say After Effects. Okay, After Effects, libraries, there it is there. So all the Adobe products have CC libraries. Adobe XD, Illustrator, Premiere, Character Animator, they all access the libraries. It makes it cool for sharing things that are normally hard to interchange, like swatches and say character style. So I'm in InDesign, I'm gonna go to my character styles, I'm just gonna click on this. You can see there's a little icon that says go to my Creative Cloud. Here's my character style. For some reason, paragraph styles aren't interchangeable between Photoshop and InDesign, but they are between InDesign and Illustrator. So you might find a couple of them grayed out, but let's say we like that. Also, we're in here and we like this color. So I'm gonna highlight the text here. And in here, under CC Libraries, down the bottom, there's a little plus that says, I want to add the text. No, just the text color. And click Add, and there's a swatch there. Jump back into Photoshop, and magic happens. Cool, huh? So I am going to change the text. Man, random. I picked this random color earlier in the class. It turns out it's exactly the same color I brought in. So what I can do is click on Character Style, which is using the same color as this pink, but you get the idea. It's great for creating your, say, corporate colors in one program, adding them to the libraries, and they're available in all programs. Another interesting thing you can do is, let's say you've got a document like this and there's lots of parts to it. What you can do here in your libraries, there's this little option here that says, what it does is it takes your document and loads any character styles you've used, any colors, you have layer styles, like layer styles are like drop shadows, really handy. Any smart objects. It depends on what you want to do. I'm gonna turn this off because what happens is that it takes them out of this document and links them to CC libraries. And that can be one of the, not the drawbacks, but it's just one of the things to note when you are using libraries, is that it really wants to kind of pull them out of this document and link them. The trouble is if you delete the library or if you send this file to somebody else, it's gonna come up with an error saying, hey, I can't find the library anymore. Much the same way InDesign works. So it's up to you. Just know that you can turn it off if you need to. I'm gonna create library. You can see over here, it's thrown in the images, okay? And you can see this one here, especially, it's thrown in the image that's in this mask, but it's pulled it out of the mask, which is cool. It's put in the original of my paint splat, which is the red one before the adjustment layer. It's up to you. You might wanna drag in the yellow one. There's my banana. There's all the colors that I've used and all the character styles. There's my drop shadow as well. That could be handy if you're jumping over here and you're like, actually this text here, I want you to have a layer style. You can see here, it has a drop shadow now. Just a teeny tiny one, keeping everything nice and consistent. The other thing to note is that, can you see it created its own new library? So it didn't go into PS Advanced, it went into the name of this actual file that I had open. There it is, 08. So there it is there. The other thing to note is that it didn't put the background image in. Why? Because the background image is locked. It's the bane of our Photoshop existence. Why is it locked? It only causes trouble. Double click it, give it a name. Oh, beach. If you name your layer, the layer name will be brought up in here. So I'm just dragging it into this. You can see there. Awesome, huh? Now, one of the problems, or at least what I found challenging at the beginning, was when I drag this in, right? It is a linked file. I click return. Awesome, it's linked. But then I send it to somebody else and they don't have a connection to my CC libraries. So it comes up with a missing link. Or one of the kind of perks and one of the problems is if I change this original, it's going to change in every document that this is linked to. And let's say I want to make this unique for every image, so I don't want them connected to the library anymore. You can get around it by just going up to here and sending this one that says share link or collaborate. That'll allow whoever you send it to have access to the CC library as well, so the links will work. So great if you're working with a colleague, but let's say you just don't want it to connect. You want it out of here, but you don't want it connected. There's two ways. If you've already dragged it out, you can just right click it and say embedded link, and that little icon will change and just show you that it's a smart object now, but not connected. Another easier way is while you're dragging it out, instead of just dragging it out like this, which gives you the cloud, okay, hold down the Option key on a Mac while you're dragging, or the Alt key on a PC. And what happens is it dumps it in full size with no link to the library. Now we've talked about some of the problems and how to get around it. Why are we using libraries for graphics? For handy things like this. So if I go into Illustrator, let's say we've drawn this amazing fox. Hands up who's done my Illustrator course. You remember the fox? But we want to use them in other programs, okay? And let's say we want to use them for Photoshop. So I'm going to go to my libraries. I am going to click here and I'm going to say my PS Advanced course. I'm just going to drag them in. There he is there. But in Photoshop, the cool thing about it is if I go to my PS Advanced, there he is there. Drag him out. He's all victory and good. Okay, but I'm gonna not hold down any keys. I want it to be actually connected to the library because I want to double click the library item. It opens it up in the original program it made. It's this kind of like temporary file here. Let's say I just go through and change one of the colors. Something obvious. Let's save, hit close. Go back into Photoshop and it should have updated. The reason it's not, and I guess I want to leave this in here because you can see down here, it's trying to. I'm on a really slow internet connection here at the moment. I'm waiting for fiber to get installed, so we're dealing with mobile broadband. This might be your reality. So the Creative Cloud is actually going via the internet to get updated. And you can see it's uploading all of these things and these things that I created, and they're quite big files. So it's busy doing that before it goes and does my small little vector adjustments. So what I'm going to do to try and hopefully speed it up is go to this one here and say, sorry, buddy, I'm going to delete you. Sorry about that. Delete the swimsuit as well, because that's a big file. And you can see instantly it got round to my little vector file. Hover above it. It gives you like, hey, I've almost done that. I'm at 24% for the My Library stuff. There was something I put in My Library. What was it? Can't even remember. But I guess it's useful to know. When I had fiber, I didn't even know that that was an issue. It's only since I've been in this new office here getting set up that I realized its reliance on the internet, but you can see it updated. Now, one thing I want to share is that say you are working on a file and you're working with somebody else and you're like, actually, I'd love to share the files. There's two options here. There's collaborate and link. So share link is what I'd share to with somebody that I want to have access to the files, but I don't want them to be able to delete, modify, and edit them. So collaborate would be somebody who was a colleague, somebody trusted, and this might go out to a client or just a junior designer or just somebody I just don't want them to mess with my library. And all it does is send them an email, tell them what permissions they have, what they can do. Once you have collaborated though, what you might find is that you're working on a document and it just disappears. And you're like, so if you've collaborated with somebody and they've gone and gone, oh, I don't want this, and delete it, like we did that swimsuit image, okay, it's going to throw up an error when you open the document, and you'll see a little question mark here in this little cloud here. What you can do though is go, I wonder what images have gone. Go up to this little burger menu and go down. It says view deleted items. It launches this page and you can see here all the stuff I've deleted from my libraries. Cool, huh? So it's never gone forever. You can go in here and say, actually, I want this thing here and I want to restore it. Or you might go through and permanently delete things because this archive is taking up some of your hard drive space. With my Creative Cloud license, I get 100 gigabytes. I don't think that's normal. I think I've got a special one because I'm a certified instructor. But anyway, I can click on it, hit restore, and it will appear back in my library. Another little tip is, let's say this, you can kind of tell the ones that you've shared with other people. See the two little heads there? That means I've collaborated with them. So I'm going to go to Adobe Logos. I share this with my colleagues because we all are certified and we all use the Adobe logos. Let's say I want to bring in, let's use the Photoshop one. Okay, but instead of bringing it in that way, what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold down my Option key or my Alt key on a PC. Okay, and I get my logo in here and it's perfect. But the link is broken, but I want to link it again. Okay, I liked that connection, but that connection is gone. What you can go in here is right click it and say relink to your library. You can actually relink to another file, which is kind of cool. Say you've got an updated version of the Photoshop logo, you can go link to it on your desktop, kind of like InDesign does with its linking folder. Here though, I can go relink to graphic, and this is one of the weird ones. You're like, kind of tells you, get this like warning, and then you're like, what do I do? And let's say I want to link to this one. Let's say it's a different product and it's a different design, and I'm relinking to, instead of relinking it back to Photoshop, I'm relinking to Animate. This is the hidden thing down the bottom here. Okay, that's really important. Relink, kick back, relax, and the different sizes. Not good. But you get the idea, right? That guy is now relinked to the library. It's got a cloud again. I can undo, and actually I might just relink it to the Photoshop file. Just to prove that it can be done. And because Photoshop's the right size, it's going to match up. More advanced CC library stuff is this little option here that says search Adobe stock. Or you can use this little version up here. By little, it's heaps bigger. Okay, I'm just going to use this version in here. And let's say I need a picture of the sun to complete my project. Okay, and it's going to go to Adobe stock. I've got a license, so it's really easy for me. I get 10 a month, I think, is my license. It's about $35 a month US, I think. All kinds of things. The cool thing about it is I don't have to like go out to the site. I can actually just go to here and say license and save to my library that I've got open, right? So if I go to my PS Advanced and now if I click on this, it's going to actually take a credit off my account and download it. Or I can just do this option here and just do a preview. and it's going to download it to here, but it's going to be a watermarked version. I can hover above it down here to see how long it's going to take. It's done, which is good. The cool thing about it though is if I do this and I get it out here, it's got a watermark in it, that's fine. I'm getting it proofed for my boss or my client, and I do some stuff to it. Let's say that I do some adjustments to it, make it black and white for no reason. I go and add a filter like liquefy, so like some serious stuff. Can't liquefy the actual mask, you need to liquefy the actual sun. Okay, so I go and do some serious modifications. Spend a reasonable amount of time, right? Beautiful. And the client says, yep, I like option A, go and do it. Instead of downloading it and trying to kind of mock it all up again, what you can do is you can just right click this and say license image. And this goes off and you don't do anything. I'm not going to waste one of my graphics, my credits now, but it just adjusts, the watermark disappears and it becomes a high res document. This number disappears. It's pretty cool. So if you are using something like Shutterstock or iStock or any of the other stocks, I use Adobe Stock. I love it. It's got video as well. What's also cool about it is, let's say this image down the bottom here, the background image. Okay, a lot of stuff above it. Oh, little tip. If you hold down the Option key and click on the eyeball, it's the Alt key on a PC. It turns off every other layer but the one you had selected. Alt clicking it again turns all the rest of them back on. So it's Alt on a PC, Option on a Mac, and just click on the eyeball. All right, another tip about Creative Cloud libraries is, let's say we like this image, like this one's from Unsplash. The photographer is Greg Cantra. I like the image, but I need either another one or something similar. Clients come back and said, I like it, but it's got the right feel, but it's not the right image. Maybe they're not the right pose. So what you can do is you can add it to the library and then do something crazy where you can right click it and say, find similar. It goes off to Adobe Stock again. Remember, these are paid, like I pay my $30 a month or $30 a month. I should know that. Okay, but it's going to go off and try and find images that match this one. And it's scarily good. Like, Photoshop should have no idea what's in this image. But Adobe have been working on this thing called their Sensei, which is their name for their artificial intelligence. Man, their searching within images has become like scary. Colors, the pose, like some of them are like perfect. Okay, so I could now go and download previews or the high-res versions and start working on them. Just so you know, within this little guy here, you can click and say, actually, I only want videos, not photographs, and it will go off and do that as well. Vectors, editorial stuff, premium stuff. Oh. You can see they're loaded, and if mine wasn't super slow, it would start playing as I rolled over it. Like, you can scrub back and forth, but poor old internet is struggling. You can see him down here trying to do his little thing. Okay, so I'm going to turn videos off, twirl it back up, and when you're finished though, to get back to your libraries, just click this little cross here to say, go away visually similar. All right, one last thing. It's not quite CC libraries, but it's worth mentioning because a lot of people don't know about it. If you go to your Creative Cloud app, okay, on a Mac, it's up the top right. On a PC, I think it's bottom right. You're looking for that kind of curly CC cloud thing. Go to Assets and go to Market. Market's really handy. Basically, all it is I'm going to turn that off. Yours should load up like this. It's free, absolutely free, commercially usable graphics. So there's not going to be any images like this, but there is lots of useful stuff in here. Say you need some, I don't know, social media icons because you're doing a mock-up. You can see here a bunch of different icons, mock-ups, vector graphics, all sorts of stuff that we can use. Maybe you just need something like, I don't know, sometimes you just need like an arrow. And you're like, I know I can go find it from some free vector site, but the cool thing is you're like, ugly. For some reason, arrows are more important than they sound. It's been hours looking for the right arrow. Click on this little download. It'll go into my CC Advanced Libraries. Click over here. Give it a second. Come on, internet. There it is there. Don't even worry about see the thumbnail's taking forever to download. You can drag it out without worrying about it often. And it doesn't do anything. This thing, the preview takes longer than actual file does. So now I have a scalable vector. And what I might even do is hold down the Alt and drag it out so that it is, or Option on a Mac, so it's not connected. And now I can add some colors and graphics. I can double click it. It'll open up because it's vector or an SVG in Illustrator. Life is good, man. It gets even better. How could it get better? Come out of Illustrator, back to Photoshop. It's when you start looking for, say you're doing mock-ups. We're going to do mock-ups properly later on, but let's say in here I'm doing a mock-up for a book. Okay, instead of Googling white book, you're looking for a template book. You're doing an ebook graphic. So in here, I'm going to go all categories. I'm actually going to go to for placement. Okay, so for placement is really cool. You can see these different search categories. I'm looking for placement because see these? They are ready to go PSDs. You can tell if they're PSDs or not if you click on them. See it says there, I'm a PSD, but it's all masked and ready to go. I'll show you one I've downloaded already because you can see these things are taking a while. So I'll jump into, which one has it? For some reason I have lots of my libraries. Here you go. So this one here, hardcover book. I'm going to double click it to open it. It opens up in the file that it was created in this case it's Photoshop. And what's really cool about it is, can you see? The background is separated out. It's already kind of masked. And what gets even better is, let's have a little look. Which book am I looking at? I want to look at the front book. So that's a cool thing. I can just turn that other book off. But let's say this one here, it says your design here. I think it even tells you if you make it bigger, like, yeah, double click this layer and drag it back in. So double click the smart object icon. It opens up that smart object in a different window. It's saying I'm missing some of the fonts. You could hit resolve. I'm going to say don't resolve. You can see here, that is all the bits and pieces that make up that front cover. So there's the book. It's opened up in a new tab, all the bits that are inside of it. I'm going to bin it all. Got to leave one layer in there. And let's say we make Dan's amazing book. It's going to win lots of design awards, especially when this happens. Oh yeah. So I'm going to save it and I'm going to close it down. And because it's already been mocked up on the book, look at that. It's been distorted and moved around. Oh man, even the drop shadows in the background are all separate layers. There is shadows that are on the top. The shadows, there's even a shadow layer. Look at that. You'll find lots of these kind of whiteout things that are commercially usable for free. They're just up there in market. Man, I gotta calm down. If you already know about it, it might not be as exciting, but it excites me. I remember when I first found it. Man, what a time saver. There's bottles of wine in there, lots of notebooks, postcards, business cards. Have you ever seen like, oh man, there's people that mock up those business cards real quick. Now you know. There's a cheap trick that most people don't know about. Keep it to yourself. The last thing we're going to do is going to segue into the next video because we're going to move into typography in the next section. So we'll go up to here and we'll start looking at things like Typekit and getting the most of that. Going up here to say, I'm going to go back out of this. We're going to start working on fonts, but we'll do that in the next video. All right, friends, I hope you found something useful or new in CC Libraries. Let's jump into the next section, which is typography. Hi there, this video is all about advanced type. I'm going to show you how to get the most out of Typekit, how to find visually similar fonts, how to set favorites, how to use OpenType fonts, variable fonts. It starts off with the really cool, helpful stuff, and eventually we get into the weeds with the nerdy stuff like anti-aliasing and CSS of fonts. Plus, hang around to the end, I save a cool thing called font pairing to the end where we go through, we figure out how to match fonts, headings, and body copy just to get ourselves out of our normal font matching. All right, I'll see you there. All right, let's get started. It is a long one. All right, to get started, open up any file. I've given us one just so we've got something to use. It's in 08 typography. It's called Type 1. Thank you, Kayat Herzog. So grab the type tool. And the first little trick is if I go up to here to my fonts, okay, list all my fonts, but they're really small. So first little trick is go to type, go to font preview size and go to huge. Okay, and it just means when I go back in, it's going to give me a better sample size. You might pick extra large. Huge might be actually huge. Anyway, so let's quickly introduce Typekit. If you're already using it, awesome. We're going to move past it real quick. If you're not, the skinny version is drop down your fonts here. Click on this one that says Add Fonts from Typekit. A website's going to open. Here it is. I'm logged into my Creative Cloud account. I'm at this browse option here. I'm going to ignore this first chunk, we'll come back to that. And down here, it's just, all it is commercially usable fonts that I get to use for free. And by free, it means that I've licensed them through my Creative Cloud license. It's all kind of tied into that, so it doesn't cost me anything. Up here, yours is probably going to have the word sample text. So if I'm working on, I need the word hello for that project. So you can type in hello and just look on here and say, which fonts do I want to use? And the nice thing about them is instead of a site like 1001 free fonts or DaFont, or what you'll find is fonts that are a bit more usable. They have a lot of the glyphs and ligatures we need for like other languages. But if you need a font shaped like a cactus or a blood dripping font, you probably have to go out to those other sites. But in here, some really pretty stuff. So let's say that I like this one. I just click on it. I can go into and have a look at what levels there are in terms of weights, widths, all that sort of stuff. You can see it here, and you can go to this one that says sync all, and that will download into Photoshop, InDesign, Illustrator. Super cool. This one here only has one font in the family, but you might find that there's a whole host of kind of different styles of the fonts, weights of the font, and you can sync them all. There's nothing to do, they just start working in Photoshop. The other thing you can do in Typekit is, don't forget these things over here. So say you're looking for a slab serif, okay, it's gonna go and just kind of sort out all the fonts that it has available for you in that kind of style. The big heavy serifs on the edges here. You might be looking for a handwritten font, or say a headings font versus a paragraph font. It gets really detailed, okay, the weights, the widths, what kind of X height does it have? Super helpful. This one I find useful. Picking a font for a client that has this weird drop down on the baseline font. Client comes back and says, the fonts are all mixed up. You're like, no, they're meant to be like that. You spend the rest of your time trying to track these things up and down. Anyway, so that's the skinny version of Typekit. Let's apply that font and just, it'll sync in the background as my slow internet does its thing, and we'll see if Elijah appears. And somehow I've exceeded my sync limit by a lot. I don't know how I've done that. Don't tell Adobe. Okay, back in Photoshop, you can see this is just updated here. It says it's been added. I'm going to click in here and type in hello. I'm going to select it. I'm going to find. There it is there. Just ready to go. Change the color to good. Scale it up so you can see. Too big. So let's get into some more advanced stuff. So when I'm working with my type tool up here, because I've spent so much time like thinking about the Typekit fonts that I need, because remember I've only got 100, kinda. These little settings up here are really important for me. So if I click on Typekit, it's only gonna show me the fonts that have come down from Typekit. And often it just clears out all of the junk and just gets my font list into a usable list of fonts that I've chosen for different projects. The other thing you can do is make sure you turn Typekit off, otherwise it's going to always sample it. Let's say that we're using a couple of fonts over and over, like that new one here. Hit the star, okay, and grab the ones that you use a lot, maybe Arial because you have to, because you're a client. And let's say up here, I'm using Museo for my business. Let's say this one here, so I'm going to add a star to it. Okay, the nice thing about it is you can just click on the star and it just gives you the ones that you've starred, plus all the weights that go along with it. So it just tidies up that list. If you're like me and you've traveled the world as a freelance designer and you've appropriated like a zillion fonts in your life, man, the font menu can be real tough. And this next little feature where it says filter is the most important. Okay, so filter here, I want to go through all my fonts and pick out the script fonts. Now the crazy thing about it is that I didn't tag, like this one, this is from Typekit. So yeah, Typekit went and added a tag to it that said, I'm a script font. But this one here just happens to be on my computer. Lots of these O types here, or these TT fonts, are just stuff that was lying around on my computer. But somehow Photoshop knows which is a script font and which is not. It's bananas. If you ever try to do it using, I don't know, your font book, or I haven't used those font library things for a long time. Suitcase, that was the one. Remember trying to sort out your fonts in Suitcase? Thank goodness we don't have to do that anymore. So filtering just goes through and says, I want all the handwritten fonts from your computer. This might be a font that you downloaded from 1001 free fonts or Font Squirrel. Somehow it knows. Make sure when you finish though, go back to all because it stays on those. It can be confusing. Okay, let's say we pick a font and say it says Lust here and we like it. I liked it, but the client says, it's a little bit too feminine for our Colorado sign here. Needs to be more manly, but similar. Imagine if there was a way to have a text layer selected, just on my move tool, have a text layer selected, go to your type tool, don't have to have it highlighted, but I can go to here and look at this little wavy one. Weirdest icon in the world, I don't know how that works, but it's the show similar fonts, give it a click, and it's gone through all of my type and matched Lust with all kind of other things that match it. You can see these are the ones that all on my machine just knows. Oh no. curls. Okay, so it's not perfect, but it's gone through and yeah, and picked them all. Pretty amazing. So client says you have to use Comic Sans. So you're like, oh no. But let's see if we can find something that is similar to Comic Sans, but it's not Comic Sans. We're not going to get in trouble from the design police. Here we go. Look at that. Look at that one, Proxima Soft. They're never going to know. Any other ones in there? Even that, anything as long as it's not Comic Sans. Now, just so you know, the ones that are kind of got the stars here are the ones that are on your machine. Eventually you'll get to this line that says, hey, we're now showing you fonts that we've downloaded, not downloaded from Typekit, but we're showing you, previewing from Typekit. So they won't work until you click that button, but because it's part of your license, you just give it a click. And let's say Sophia, just give it a click and it's gonna sync and work. It's pretty magic. You see there, Sophia Font Pro was installed. Still thinking about it. Where did it go? Sophia, there it is there. Hello. Okay, let's get even more advanced and let's pick, I'm gonna pick Lust. Really like it. Say I want this one here. Actually, no. I like the italic one. Now, if you've picked a font that's one of two things, it's either a Typekit font or this open type font. Okay, so open type fonts and Typekit fonts are the same. One's come from Typekit, but it's still an open type font. Okay, the ones that are not bad, but the older style ones, these true type fonts, these TT ones, aren't gonna do this. So if you're picking a font, pick an O or a TK, and it doesn't guarantee this is gonna work, but it's more likely to. So if I highlight the word H, you can see it's giving me alternatives for that selection. This is an easy way to find the glyphs and or ligatures for different font sets. So I'm gonna go to, I like the, where is it? I like the italic one. Actually, I'm gonna go regular. And if I highlight the H, you can see that there's an actual alternative that the font designer's picked, and I can choose it for my design. Same with the E. If I highlight this, not the whole thing, just the E, hover above it. Okay, there's all sorts of different, I'm going overboard here. But you get what I mean, right? There's all these kind of things that you're like, man, how did they do that? Often with type, there's just some beautiful ligatures. That's also what happens. Sometimes you've got fonts on your computer, right? And it says, you've got Arial, but you've got Arial Pro. And you're like, they're the same font. All these extra glyphs and ligatures or contextual alternatives, whatever you want to call them. There is another way to find these rather than, well, if that doesn't appear for you, one of two things. The font, even though it might be an open type font, just doesn't have ligatures. Or there might be a pro version you can go and upgrade to. So often what you have to do, say I'm doing a body copy font for a large client and they have multilingual or multi-language, there might be a version of the font like Garamond, but I need the Garamond Pro because I need all the extra weird accents above the letters, say for Irish where I'm at, or Maori from where I am born. Those languages use all sorts of extras to adjust the Latin letters. You can tell I really don't know what that's called. The little ticks and whip bits. So if you don't have it, it might not be in the font. But double check under Photoshop Preferences, go down to Type, and in here there's one that says Enable Type Layer Glyph Alternatives. If you get sick of that thing popping up, you can turn it off. Okay, it's on by default, so it's probably still on, maybe. The other thing you can check to 100% know if it has it or not, have the font layer selected and go to Window. You're looking for this one called Glyphs. And mine's defaulted to Alternatives for the selection, because that's what that's doing, right? It's going, when I hold over the selection, give me alternatives for it. I'm just gonna switch it to the entire font. I'm gonna make this bigger. And now I can see all the extras that it has. Ligatures, some just extra punctuation, all sorts of bits and pieces in here. Ooh, I love the R. I need to find a use for the R. All right, let's close it down. One of the other things I'm gonna show you before we go is, it's new but old. It was something that got introduced a long time ago and never took off, but it's coming back. It's called variable fonts. What are they? They're pretty magic. What you're looking for is, doesn't matter which one, actually large is too big. Huge, let's go to extra large. So I'm gonna grab my, doesn't really matter if you're using this one or the type tool at the top here. I'm gonna go over here now, just to mix that up. Okay, what we're looking for is, we saw open type. Can you see open type var? Okay, variable fonts. I'm gonna click on this one. You won't have many on your machine. They're really expensive to buy. There's another one there. So you just gotta scroll through. There's no searching in here for variable fonts yet. So you're going to have to do some serious scrolling. You probably don't have many. So I'm going to use this one here, a Cumin variable font. And what you're going to get, you might have to extend your properties panel out to see the whole thing. Okay, this chunk. And you're like, what does that do? Imagine if you could have a font that had, I'll put that to 0, variable weight. Okay, not just like light, extra light, condensed light. Look at this, you just drag it. It has like a zillion different properties. And it's not like, we've all done it right, we've hacked a font together to like put a stroke around it to make it heavier. This here is actually designed by somebody at all these different sizes so that it reads well and is beautiful. Okay, so same with the weight, I can look at the width. I can lower that down to make a condensed font or compressed, italicizing it. It's pretty amazing, huh? So if you are in charge of picking a font and you know it's going to be, say you're working at a place and it's huge. They do scientific documentation for atomic energy. I don't know why I picked that, but I feel like they're going to need lots of different weights and sizes and slants and languages. A variable font might be right for you. All right, let's say that you are doing a lot of web design or UI app design in Photoshop. Just so you know, we're getting nerdier and nerdier here. Okay, so let's say that I'm designing it, and in Typekit here, one of the options is up here, it says include web-only families. Turn you on. So you pick a font and you like Mighty Slab, it's awesome. What you need to do is just double check that it's actually a web font and not just a desktop font, because you want to use this in your app or in your website. So you can't just pick any font, right? Because we want it loaded with CSS rather than be an image. So what you're looking for while this thing is loading and spending a while, can you see that option means I can download it for my desktop? This option means it's available as what Typekit calls a kit. You can load them to a kit. Web stuff downloading for your computer. So this is available for a web project, so that's awesome. So what I want to do is back into Photoshop, we pick our font. What is that one? Mighty Slab 1. I don't think I have that one. Just going to pick something else. Something kind of body copy-ish. Roboto. It's like the Arial of the internet. Okay, if you're looking for a body copy font, Roboto is a good one. YouTube use it. I use it loads as well. But we need to use it quite small. Okay, and this is just a mock-up, remember, in Photoshop. This is not going out to a website yet, but I need to use it quite small. And it's starting to pixelate as it gets quite small because it's just, there's not a lot of room for it. So what you can do, just to make sure it's legible, first of all, don't use white. Let's go to black. Okay, and we're going to look at, so I've got this layer selected, Relo. Actually, what I might do as well in here is just after Relo, I'm going to put in a space and then I'm going to go type. I'm going to go to paste lorem ipsum, just so I've got lots of text in here so you can see it a bit easier. Just paste in an arbitrary amount of lorem ipsum, quite a bit actually. Okay, get the idea. But it's quite small. What you can do just to make sure it's doing as good as it can or look as good as it can in this mockup is with a layer selected, go to your type tool, there's this option up here. Okay, it's the anti-aliasing of the font. Don't worry too much about it, but a font kind of ends up looking like this horrible stuff. There's a little bit of magic that goes on top of it to smooth the edges. The computer does it as it shows it to you. Don't worry about that either. Basically, you've got options to tell the computer to kind of redraw it in different ways. So I can click on sharp. That's the way it came. Crisp, strong, and smooth. You can see it actually, it's the same font, same weight, just kind of redrawn slightly differently. So you might find that your font and your color might just need a different one of these to look nice in your mockup. It'll look perfect in your website because the browser draws it. And let's say you're not doing web stuff, you're just doing normal flyer design. Okay, so I'm going to increase the font. So when you get to a certain size, it doesn't matter anymore. Well, it doesn't matter. It's not as important. So I'm going to go down to something. So say this is a body copy for a flyer that I'm doing, and I want it to be easier to read. So with a layer selected, type tool, and just work your way through. Decide sharp versus crisp. I like sharp better. Strong versus sharp. And I just kind of run them off each other. It's hard to tell the difference between those two. I like strong best. So strong and smooth. Strong wins. Awesome, so great for small fonts. Normally it's mockups, T's and C's down the bottom, and that's called anti-aliasing. Let's say you are doing web and UI work. We're gonna look up doing proper web exporting at the end of this video series. Look out exporting, there'll be a section on exporting for web. But while we're here and all the type stuff is with that layer selected, you can go to layer, there's one that says copy CSS. not SVG. I want to go to the one that says copy CSS. And this is a nice, easy way. You could paste this into an email and explain to your designer or developer that it's this font size, it's that font family, there's the color. It gives them all the kind of code to make sure that your mockup matches what they build in the website. There's some bits you don't need. If you're not a web designer, that's fine. Just send them all of this. If you are a web designer, you'll realize you only need a couple of those things. It's cool how it even makes a class based on the name here. So if you name your layers right, you can name your classes. Anyway, if you are keen on web design or getting into it, Dreamweaver might be your go, and I've got a course for that. Shameless self-promotion. The second little tip I've got written here is drop shadows, and you're like, I know what a drop shadow is. I just want to show you a weird little thing you can do with drop shadow. Say I want this text here to have a drop shadow. So with a layer selected, FX, drop shadow. What you can do is say you like that drop shadow, but it needs another one. You can actually hit plus and have 2 drop shadows, which is crazy. Okay, maybe not crazy, but it's useful. So the one at the bottom here, I'm going to actually make bigger and terrible. Let's go that way. Let's get the distance out a little bit. I'm going to turn the opacity down a bit. You see what I'm doing here? I've added 2 shadows. So let's turn the eyeball off. There's one that's really tight around the outside just to give it the fullness on the left. And then this other one that's kind of more wafty that'll help it kind of lift out of the document. Okay, we're getting into the weeds here. One last little feature before we go is font pairing. If you're not doing type all the time, even if you are, I stick to the same fonts. You look at anything that I've designed lately, it's probably Lust, and it's probably either Museo rounded for the type or it is Roboto. So to get out of that, I need to do a client or another concept. There's a term called font pairing. It's not really a feature in here, it's just something you can go and do. I'll show you what I mean. So all I did is I went to Google and I typed Typekit font pairings, and I just clicked on the first 3 results, because what's happened is designers better than me, Carrie Dills, has spent some time going through and matching fonts for headings and body copy. And you just kind of go through and go, oh, I like that combination, and then work out what it is. And this font is actually just the same font, just in different things. So sexy. Okay, other ones, this one I end up at quite a bit. Typeo.io, libraries, Typekit. Okay, and you can just see, it's just like, I find this is nicer. You can see actually it used in design work with colors, and you can see here, this one here is using these 2 fonts. Okay, another one here, these 2 fonts. These 2 fonts are some really nice font pairing matches that you can go to now Typekit, download, see if you can get the same kind of effect. Another one here, justmytype.co, is a bunch of font pairings. There's a load of font pairings in here. Click on Typekit, there's a load of font pairings here too. Don't stop there though, do a Google image search for font pairing Typekit, see if you can get the old creative type combination juices flowing. So that's it for advanced type tricks and workflows. Don't go away. In the next video, we're going to do slightly more type. This is to do with matching fonts. Let's jump into there now. Hi there. This video is all about taking graphics, okay, that have fonts that are just kind of smashed into it that we can't figure out. We don't know what fonts they are. It's not editable. Photoshop has an amazing feature called match font. We have some success. This one here, I feel like we got pretty good. Matches that word. Same with Smart here. We get this one pretty good, maybe a slightly different weight is needed. It goes pretty good for this one. It goes horribly wrong for this one. If you do know what that font is, let me know in the comments. And it goes really well with this one, surprisingly. Somehow it knows magically what font that is. Let's go check that out now in Adobe Photoshop. All right, to get started in 08 typography, open up match font 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're gonna work our way through easy to hard and talk about the different instances. So often I'm working through, say, a site, okay, like Behance, looking for ideas, inspiration, and I'm like, ooh, I like this font here. So I clicked on it, loaded it, brought it into here, and I know it's not editable type, so how am I gonna figure it out? Photoshop's fancy match font. So I just took a screenshot, and we've got it here in Photoshop. So for this to work, we need to grab the selection tool, okay, the rectangle marquee tool in particular. And it doesn't like it when you group lots of lines. So I'm going to deselect that. I'm going to grab the one that has the most characters on it, this one here. And then I'm going to go up to type, and I'm going to go to this one that says match font. Kick back, relax, depending on how fast your internet is. Mine, I might have to, ooh, no, fast. Didn't even have to speed it up. And what it does is it goes and checks 2 things. It checks your computer. So it looks for things that are already on your computer. It also goes and checks Typekit to see, hey, I might have this font on here as well. And what I'm looking for is trying to figure out which one it is. And the only trouble is the sample here can't be edited yet. That'd be a great little trick. If I could type in an assassin, I could kind of see this because I'm dealing with the A and the S. The S I can match. It's probably this one. I'll probably have to go through and download a bunch of them. So it's not on my computer because these don't match, but these are available on Typekit. And all I have to do is decide on this one here. Goes off and starts syncing. Okay, orbital bold. I'm going to see if this works. A assassin. Orbital. I totally didn't pre-do this beforehand to make it all streamlined. Oh, maybe I should have. Orbital. There it is there. It might be the wrong weight. Maybe. Let's scale it down. Yeah, it's the wrong weight, but I think it's the exact right font. So I think I picked Orbital. What did I pick? Orbital bold. I'm going to have to go through to Typekit, find Orbital, and download all the different weights to try and match it up. Cool, huh? Now, when this first came out and I first did my tutorials, it worked like 30% of the time. Somehow Adobe have got better at it and have got more fonts in their Typekit library. So it seems to work like, I'd say 70% of the time. Just picks the font. Let's look at a few tricks. So let's go to match font and let's say this one here. Same thing. I want to give props to the two people I appropriated fonts from. Okay, this guy's Chinese and I don't know how to pronounce his name or say it, but that's him. The other one is the Black Panther mock-up. Okay, Andrea Bata. I probably ruined that one too. Anyway, I like the design. I want the font. How do I figure it out? Back in here, but we're going to do a little trick. What I'm going to do is grab the type tool and just type out the word smart. Smart. Okay, get it to a roughly the right size. So somewhere in there. Why? Because there's a little trick you can do. Remember the rectangle marquee tool is the thing to tell Photoshop to check there, but you don't actually have to be on the layer you're checking. It'll look through all of the layers. If you got 100 of them, it'll just check what it sees. But if I have my layer selected here for type, we can do this trick. Best to probably just show you. Let's go to match font. It does its font magic. If you are like me with a slow internet connection, this thing keeps updating. Eventually it'll stop. Okay, so font's available. And what I'm looking for is, watch this. This is on my computer. I can click on it. You can see there, oh, so close. Okay, and it's easier, because remember sample doesn't work. So you can go just kind of click on these and just work your way through. The trouble with these ones is that you've got to download each of these. That's okay. It's easier than guessing. And oh, I might just say, it's close enough. You can see the M is very different. Comes down to the baseline on this version. Doesn't for here. I might now jump into Typekit and just check Railway to see if there's like different versions. Maybe there's a glyph version of the M that gets used. Maybe there's a display version, or I'll just click on all of these and just see which one might work. Oh, that guy looks like a proximate. Let's do it. I should practice these things beforehand. I like the raw real world problems and things that we might get. Let's click OK. See if it does it. Proxima Nova, Nova, extra condensed. Where's Proxima Nova? Oh, what do you reckon? I think we might have done it, but maybe not the extra bold version. Let's see, we're going to look. Okay, there's no other than extra bold, so I'm going to have to go to Typekit now, and I bet you if I search for Proxima Nova, there will be a bunch of weights that I could use. And I bet you I would find it. I reckon it is anyway. All right, so just have your text on a type layer and just use your rectangle marquee tool to select the font. Let's look at some harder ones. Let's look at this one here. So real world photograph. For this to work, it needs to be straight. You could just double click the background, Command T to rotate, and just kind of get it close. And what we might do is use our trick that we used earlier. Remember the perspective crop? So hold down the crop tool, grab perspective crop, and this is pretty easy because it's got 4 corners that I can easily work out. The edges, click return. I think the perspective is a little bit wrong. It's a bit squished wide. Let's see how it works anyway. So marquee tool, drag box around it and say, and go to type. We're going to do it. I'd probably clean out the little dot using the spot healing brush, but I bet you it's going to work. This one I tested. Okay, type, match font. This bit here maybe needs some sharpening. We're just going to see how well it does. You can see it's given me some good examples. What I should do as well is do my little trick with the layer. But let's not double back now. Let's go forward. Okay, I'm gonna do it with this one. So this one here is like, how close is this gonna get? Is it even a font? Probably is, maybe. Let's give it a test. I'm gonna double click the background. I am going to use a different technique to line it up. So I'm gonna use a Command R or Control R on a PC. Okay, just opens up my rulers and I can drag one. You just drag from the center of the ruler down. I'm gonna drag it roughly about there. With the layer selected, Command T to rotate, or you can go to Edit, Transform, Rotate. I'm just trying to get it kind of close to the baseline. Return. Now my rectangle marquee tool. It's probably going to confuse it a little bit with all this extra stuff in the background, but let's give it a whirl. Let's go to type. Let's go to match font. Sometimes it comes up with a little error up here saying no chance, or you need to refine your selection a bit better. Okay, so far it hasn't done well. Let's have a little look. No, let's cancel it and let's do what they said. I'm going to copy and paste this onto its own layer. We're doing some hacking because all I really want to know is the font, right? So what I will do is I'm going to use the eraser tool. Gasp. Get rid of anything I don't need. I'm going to use levels just to kind of see if I can get rid of some of the wood there. Really accentuate that type. Let's see how that goes. Maybe it needs a white background. Who knows? D key to reset it back to default black and white. X to bring the white to the front. And hold down Option backspace. Getting a bit crazy with the shortcuts though. Okay. All right. So with it selected, come with me. Let's do match font. We'll fast forward this along. Okay, so I fast forwarded it because it didn't get it. I got it in a previous example, so I'm just going to kind of work through it again. I'm just picking this bit because maybe these are clearer letters than this. We'll give it one more go. We'll speed it up again. I'll see you at the end and we'll see how it works. Nope. We'll try the side. All right, here we are again, not working. I really did feel like I got a better result last time, but I didn't record that. It was just a practice. What I would do now is I would go to a site called What the Font, and I would try it in there. Do I think it's better? I don't do it enough to compare them to perfectly, but know that there is another service called What the Font. Great name. I'd save this as a JPEG and try it in there. Let's go to the last one that's super hard, and hopefully this one's gonna, I feel a bit deflated after the last one. Let's select this one and let's go to type. Match font. I'll speed it up. Okay, now I'm feeling better about it. Okay, it is like, there's no way it should know what that font is. There's a live action light on a wall, and you can see it's come back with some, maybe not perfect. I'm gonna have to work my way through and try and work out which one it is. But I feel like it could be one of these, maybe a different weight. But you can see maybe this one here. Ah, pretty close. All right, so we end on a high with matching fonts. If you are really desperate, you might go through and remove the background and just kind of draw around it a little bit. Maybe you can use the pen tool to kind of redraw it and see how it goes. But know that that feature is there. Pretty cool. That is going to be the end though. Let's get into the next video. Hi there, this video is all about artboards. To get started with, we'll show you the kind of, just the basics, but just quickly. Then we'll step into some more of the fun, professional, advanced stuff. So hang around. So to create an artboard, we're going to create a new document any which way. And all you need to do is we're going to be doing a social media update pack. So we're going to be creating a template for new Twitter profile, Instagram profile, and Facebook profile photos, plus updating all the cover photos for it, and then looking at the actual posting images in different sizes for all the different platforms, all in one file. That's the perk of artboards. So we're going to start with Facebook, and their profile photo at the moment is 180 pixels squared. And because we want this to be artboards, we're going to turn that guy on. Click create, and And you, my friend, have a document with an artboard. Artboards are kind of distinguished by these like little groups here. Let's say you didn't do that. Most people don't. They do it the how do I do it once I've got a file thing. So let's say we started it without turning it into an artboard. To turn this into an artboards file, okay, all you need to do is have your layer selected. If you've got multiple layers, just select them all and then go to the flyout menu in the layers panel and choose this one here. It says artboard from layers. So whatever you have selected, it will use that size. Okay, it'll appear down here. You might have to retype it in if you've got something kind of spilling off the edges here. Now, naming your artboards is a lot more important than it is naming layers. It's going to save us time because artboards is all about doing kind of lots of work at once. And then the next time we have to do it, it's super quick and easy. So although I'm kind of lazy with my layer naming, artboard naming is different. So I give it the project name, the date, the platform it's going on to, and potentially the size, just so you know what normally goes into an artboard name. Pretty nerdy. Okay, so this is for my Photoshop Essentials update. Okay, so whenever I release a course, I go through and update all of my profiles everywhere. So this is Photoshop Essential. It's done in July 2019. And then this one is Facebook profile. Why does it look so long and all these hyphens? That's just me. You might use underscores, you might use codes. Okay, like this is quite long. You might use like 0719. You can get fancy with it, but that works for me. And I'm going to click create. Okay, so let's say we want to add another artboard. There's two ways. Both of them require you going to the artboard tool. So grab the artboard tool. He's hiding secretly underneath the move tool. If you want to just duplicate this, I'm going to duplicate this one because I need this fella to be my profile for Instagram. Okay, so all I did is double clicked it here and I'm going to this is how you rename it. Double click it in your layers panel. So this one is all the same except this is Instagram. Another way to add them is using this tool. You can go up here and where it says size, if you've got this selected and you pick iPhone 6, it's going to change what you have selected, which might be what you want. I'm going to undo. Let's say we want to add, hit this little plus, then I want to add iPhone 6. Say you're doing a web design or an app development, you need the iPhone size 6. They're a bit slow with updating these. But anyway, iPhone 6 is a bit old, but if you click anywhere randomly, you get an iPhone 6 size. Deleting an artboard, just click on it. Okay, the easiest way when you're working with artboards is to click the name rather than trying to click the edge and just hit delete on your keyboard. Now I'm going to add a few graphics. I'm going to show you a few extra things. So we're going to bring in an image. We're going to go to File and we're going to go to Place Embedded. It's going to go wherever we have selected. I've got this artboard selected at the moment. And in your 09 artboards folder, grab Daniel Scott. Okay, it's a smart object. I'm going to kind of scale it to something-ish like that. Hello, me. Say I need to do my Twitter profile now. Okay, if I go to my technique here, artboard, click on it, and I want to duplicate it, it just kind of makes a new one. What I want to do is actually just, because I'm going to use a lot of the same elements, I want to duplicate it. The easiest way is to hold down the Option key on a Mac or the Alt key on a PC when you're clicking that plus. Now I'm using the one on the right. You can undo, use the one on the bottom. It really depends on your workflow. I'm going to go across that way. You can see it brings through both the name, which is cool, but also any images that are on there. So this one here is now Twitter. Another way of doing it is artboard tool again, and just holding down the Option key on a Mac, Alt key on a PC, and just dragging the name. You have to drag the name. Okay, that makes a duplicate as well, bringing along everything. You can see mine there freaked out a little bit. Artboards are weird. Artboards they've been around a while. I find the best kind of way of dealing with them is making sure there's a good bit of distance behind them. You can see I just using the artboard tool and dragging them. It's got some really cool smart guides to make sure they're all lined up. But I find a bit of distance means they don't end up overlapping and jumping ship into this other artboard. If you're finding them tough, move them apart a little bit. And that one there, all I did was I turned the eyeball on and off and it kind of came back to life. That doesn't happen very often, just in this video. I'll leave it in. Now, if you need to move a bunch of them, say you want to move them all down, okay, you can just shift click them all as well. They all kind of look like they're highlighted. You can shift click them in your layers panel as well, then just move one of them and they all come along for the right. All right, so that's the kind of introduction to artboards. Let's get into the next video. We'll get into some more hardcore stuff. As hardcore as artboards get. I'll see you there. Hi there, this video we're going to look at adding graphics properly. I say properly so that when we need to update this, we can update multiple artboards all at once. It's all about workflow. Getting it set up right doesn't take any longer, you just got to know what to do. Let me show you how. All right, when you're bringing in graphics, up until now we've been doing a lot of opening and just kind of copying across. So from the exercise files, I bring in Daniel Scott, and I can make sure I go back to my move tool and just kind of copy it across. There's nothing wrong with this. I just got to make sure where I drag it to could end up on any old artboard, especially if it's a big image like this. And when I do get it in, make sure the first thing I do is convert it to a smart object. But even easier, I'm going to delete that one there, is have your artboard selected and go to File and go to Place Embedded or Linked, whichever works for you. Embedded is going to stick it inside this Photoshop file, so it's kind of always in here. The file's a little bigger, but I find it most useful. Linked is when you're dealing with huge files, and like InDesign, it kind of keeps the file somewhere else. It means you can't lose them, but it keeps Photoshop ticking along nice and quickly. Let's use Place Embedded. And instead of Daniel Scott, I am going to use the logo for Photoshop. File Place. There's a size. Yeah, that works for me. Make it just a touch bigger to fit my profile. And this one here, I'm going to duplicate across. So the other way to bring it in is maybe from your library. So I'm going to go to my library, which I've already got my graphic in. There it is there. I can drag it in this way. And you can see here, I dragged it in, but I've got this one highlighted. So this thing over here goes, well, I can't see it because I'm not on that artboard. And this is just one of the problems with artboards is you've got to be quite intentional. If I hit return now, it did end up in the right place. But because I was telling Photoshop I was meant to be over here, it kind of freaked out for a second. That's okay. It's not even the graphic I want. I want the flag. Where's my certification flag? There I am. So I'm an Adobe Certified Expert for Photoshop. Hit return. I'm going to add this here. Stick it. Where am I going to stick it? Oh man. Make sure it's either File, Place, or Embedded, dragged in from the library. Or if you do copy and paste it in, make sure it's a smart object, because the smart object's really the thing we want here for updating lots. So let's say we want to move from one to the other. I need this expert logo over here. I can click it, hold it, wrong layer. Okay, click it, hold it, and drag it while holding down the Option key on a Mac or Alt key on a PC. To get it to this one here, I can hold down the Option key on my Mac, Alt key on a PC, and I can drag it. And that works some of the time. I find that with a small object, it's fine. With these bigger objects, say like this image back here, and I try and duplicate that over there, it's done okay, because you're watching. Sending it to the back, making him smaller. And you'll notice that my background here got turned into this kind of colored layer here. I'm just going to delete it. I don't need it. So dragging it's fine now you're watching, but it does run into problems. So what do you do? The easiest way is, say I want this over here now. So I'm going to go, you got to get it to the right-ish position for this one. Maybe I want it down here. The other nice thing about using this technique, it should end up in the right place, or roughly. So in my layers panel here, I'm going to right click the logo. I'm going to say duplicate my friend. And I'm going to say, where do you want it to go? I'm going to say this artboard, which is my Instagram profile, please. Give it the same name and it just moves across. That's really handy when you've got lots of objects. Let's say that I'm going to create something new. So I'm going to jump to my artboard tool. Shortcut for that, if you're looking for shortcuts, is hold Shift and V, and it kind of just toggles between the move tool and the artboard tool. I want a new document, and it's going to be the cover photo for, say, Facebook. Facebook uses 851 by 310. Don't worry too much about the sizes here. They seem to change it all the time. So just Google Facebook cover photo 2018. And the cover photo is different from the fan page photo. There's all sorts of different things. So just check what you're doing. We've got it here. Nothing's really happening. I can just click one. So I'm going to keep my Facebook stuff over here. So I'm going to shift click both of these. So I can just move them over, and that's going to be my little Facebook group. I'm going to give it a name. Now what you'll find with artboards, these guys get messy. I'm going to have a full video on how to work with artboards a little bit better, but just because we need it now, if you command click the arrow on it, okay, it just means it closes all of them up at once and just looks tidy. So where is my Facebook copy? And that is my Facebook cover photo. No yelling. Cool. There's no reason why you can't drag it to kind of keep them together. It doesn't really affect anything in here except when we export. It just means this page is going to be straight after this page, which might make sense. Cool, so now I want a chunk of stuff. So I want everything on this graphic to be moved over here. So the way I do that is I just have them all selected. So here my Photoshop Essentials Instagram, it's got all the bits I need. So I'm selecting them all, right click any one of them, go to duplicate, and just like before, just pick the one you want it to go to. Cover photo, okay. Hopefully over here now is all the bits and pieces. That's why we're using Smart Objects, I guess, is that these can all be resized now. Okay, my Photoshop logo can be bigger because it's a vector file. Same with my little badgy thing. And same with this kind of graphic here. Smart Object, it's a lot bigger than what we're using it for. Let's look at another kind of issue that happens that we want to try and mitigate. This image isn't very big. I'm going to try and break it. Oh, look how big it is. It's overlapping these guys. It's not going anywhere, but okay. It happens to me all the time when you're not here. Okay, it breaks out of its like home and it doesn't know where to go and it ends up, oh, back there. It's over there. Okay, they're all too close together. I've been too good and kept them far apart. So let's say that this is your problem, right? You're trying to like, oh, where did it end up? It ended up over here, but you're like, no, just be, oh, why? And it's now fighting back, it's good. Okay, let's say you, my friend, live here, you're not allowed to move. With that layer selected, there's this option here. And this just says, you, my friend, do not go anywhere. You are fused to this artboard. Prevent auto nesting. You can see it basically just locks it. But the cool thing about it is that it can still be moved, just not outside of its little home. Cool. So select everything on its artboard and just click on that. And they should all stay there. Let's look at two other things before we go. One is you've created these artboards, you just don't want them anymore for some reason. You've created two artboards, you're like, where are all the pieces? You just want to see it all. What you need to do is select all the artboard names. So we're going to use our trick where we hold down the Command key on a Mac, Control key on a PC, just click the arrow. Then we can hold Shift and click them all. Go to your layers little flyout here, and there's one that says Ungroup Artboards. It's not there. It's up here, it's under Layer, and there it is. Ungroup Artboards. And that just kind of puts everything, just goes, no boundaries, here we all are. That can be nice when somebody sends you a file and it's all mixed up. I'm going to undo that because that was not what I want to do. And we'll do the last thing. Okay, and there's not really any artboards. You can skip along. I'm just showing you content aware scale because we want it for the rest of the tutorial. And it's good for when you're doing these weird letterbox shapes. And it runs into a problem with, I want to use content aware scale. It doesn't work. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on a smart object. So we're going to have to right click it and say rasterize layer. Not exactly what I want to do, but it's what I have to do to make this work. So now edit, content aware scale, and I'm going to just magic up more background. My shadow gets bigger. I'm happy with that. Return. Now I'm going to turn it back into a smart object because later on I'm going to duplicate it and I want to use it. I'm going to send it to the back, and that'll be enough for this video. There's more artboard stuff to come, so check out the next video. Hi there, this video is all about getting our money's worth of all the effort we put in. Okay, we make sure they're smart objects. By default, we've been linking them without knowing. Let's get started. So let's say it is the next course that I'm doing, but because I've set this all up, it's reusable. And what's cool about it is, let's say it's now Photoshop time. So this little graphic here needs to be Illustrator. So what I'm gonna do is with it selected, I can right click the name here and go to this one that says relink to file. I can go out to my exercise files, 09 artboards, logo Illustrator, kickback. You ready? This is the satisfying part. That's not. Click OK. Oh, look at all those graphics update. Cool, huh? Same is true of pictures of me. I can right click them anywhere because it's a smart object. And I did that at the beginning. What ends up happening is as you duplicate it, okay, it comes along for the ride and they are still linked. Let's say that's not what you want, okay? You want another copy of me, but you don't want a link because when you update it, it's not what you want. Okay, so I'm gonna make a duplicate like that. That's the bad way. What I can do is in this layer here, I can right click it. And there's an option that says a new smart object, please, but via copy. Just means it's gonna make a new smart object, but they're not linked. Okay, so these two look the same, but they don't have that kind of connection like all these other fellas do. Let's do it. Let's update this one here. I'm gonna right click it and I'm gonna go to relink to file. There's now Daniel 2 in there. Grab him. You can see he updated, he updated, he updated. Now you'll see that they didn't update perfectly in the right spot because they were different size images. What I really wanted to do for you is make the images perfect so they all lined up. That wouldn't be really realistic when you go and use it and you're like, is it broken? Nope, that just happens to be a different image. So it doesn't fix everything completely. The images are just different scales. So we can, I select them both. I held down shift. So my trick is, let's say I'm clicked down here. I hold my command key down or control key on a PC and click this fella. That's him there. If I hold the command key and shift, that's on a Mac, control key on shift on a PC, you can click more than one across two different upwards. Because they're so similar, why are we making Instagram profile different from the Facebook one? They're different sizes, but the main one, Instagram, has a big, not problem. I'm working on the Instagram one. I am going to make a new layer. It's right at the top. Use my ellipse tool just to kind of start in the corner here, drag out an ellipse. I'm going to invert that ellipse. I'm going to fill it with red, deselect. I'm going to lower the opacity. Just tapping my number keys along the top because Instagram is circles, right? So you've got to kind of do some adjustments for Instagram. Perfect. I might decide that it's just not relevant there. But I want it there because I want to show you my cool little update. Actually, did he disappear from over here? I don't know. Anyway, upgrading smart objects is easy. It's just as easy for anything you've linked from the library, but a slightly different method. So we drag these flags from the library. You probably didn't because you didn't set up a library. I did. You could have just imported these from the files, but let's say you did have them in your library and you bring it in. What you can do is open the library. In my case, it's my Adobe Logos library. Same thing here in your layers panel, but instead of using relink file, we're just going to relink to a graphic, a library graphic. And it says select and relink. So I'm going to say you, and then down the bottom, this tiny little button, relink, and it's gone and relinked them all. Now we've been doing this for kind of like social media profiles. Now this red thing shouldn't be there, right? That's just temporary. I do this a lot for say web design or app design. All the principles are the same, but the smart objects gets even nicer because you end up having say a logo that's on all of the different layouts, maybe just different sizes to match the different viewports. Plus you've got maybe a navigation that runs consistent across them all or footer that goes across them all. Okay, and you just got them all different sizes. You can see how that would be useful. All right, that's enough for this video. Let's cut the next one into tips and tricks for using text and kind of viewing now that our artboards are getting slightly more complicated, but let's do that in the next video. All right, we're getting into the nitty gritty. Let's get into some more advanced speed tricks for artboards. I wasn't sure what to call this video, I'm running out of names. It's all just doing good things in artboards. So let's start with text. I'm gonna grab the type tool. I am going to click, hold, and drag out a box. Or if you click, hold, and drag, it gives you a fixed width box. So we're gonna say new Adobe Illustrator Advanced course. Anyway, got some text. The shortcut for Photoshop, if you highlight the text and go Command Shift and use your period key or the full stop, that's Control Shift. And I'm not sure what to call it. I call it a full stop, but I've been corrected lots on that. The period key, or it's the greater than, down on your keyboard there. I've got a size, I'm gonna pick a font, right? I'm gonna use Roboto, I'm gonna use bold. I've spent a bit of time picking my font. Maybe a little bigger. Cool. So what I wanna do is try and save myself some time. By doing some line breaks. Oh, it still doesn't look good. You get the idea, right? So with the text layer selected, so I've got it over here, I'm back onto my move tool. What you can do is I'm going to go to my PS Advanced libraries. With it selected here, you can hit this little plus and you can say, actually, I want the character style applied to Photoshop. You see them there. I'm going to give them a name. This is going to be my title. You might call your H1 or something useful. And it means that later on a completely different document or a different artboard here, we're working away. And let's pretend like it's not the exact same size. And font, I'm just picking something else random. So that with that layer selected here, I can just click on this and it goes and matches it. Bit of consistency across artboards. I've got another one here for like T's and C's. I got some text, random text that I typed in. Okay, I'm gonna click once, paste it in. It's way too big. Okay, so with the layer selected, I can just click on this other one here. I've called it Roboto, but it's actually called T's and C's. So I've worked out what the minimum font size is that I need for my advertising, and I can put in my text. Now, a little note is that in both Illustrator and InDesign, right, other Adobe products, they get used quite a lot by graphic designers, all three of these products. But what both of those other products have, which I'm hoping Photoshop will have real soon, so just in case it does already, often you can say this T's and C's here, you've typed it out, you can select on it and there's an option that says add text. Not the character style, not the text color, the actual physical text. The nice thing about that means that whatever document I'm in Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, I could just drag it out here and I'd have the text that I need and then add a paragraph style to it. But know that it's in those other two products, which are quite handy if you might be doing your ads in InDesign as well, or Illustrator. You'll have a nice snippet of text there ready to go all the time. Might be your address or email address group, you know, phone number, email address, physical address, that sort of stuff. Not in Photoshop just yet. Now, another little trick is, again, artboards are messy in here. We knew the trick from before. It's Command, and if you click the arrows, they all close, they all open. Okay, another little trick is up here it says kind. You can click on this one that says artboard. And what it does is it only shows you the active artboard. So if I click in here, it shows me this one. Okay, so just nice and tidy. But I go to here, watch what happens to my layers. I'm gonna click this one on the top left. I'm gonna click on something in here. I'm gonna click on something in the artboard up here. I'm gonna hold Command and click on this logo. And because I've jumped to that one, okay, you can see it's only showing me just this fella. So much nicer way of working. Same if I click on the name at the top. Can you see it just jumps to the Instagram logo? Okay, and there I can work on this one. This one here, just nice and tidy. You can turn it off by clicking Artboard now and go back to kind. You're welcome. All right, that's it for advanced speed tricks. Let's look at the last one where we look at exporting artboards. All right, so it's time to export. That's where the naming of our artboards was super helpful. If you haven't done it, just double click in it and if it's artboard 1, 2, and 3, give it a name here. It is handy, especially when you want to update your files if you make changes. So you can click in here. A nice little tip is you can hit tab. Tab, 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 tab. Means you can keep typing or copying and pasting the names in. So we've got all our names in here. Actually, this one here is wrong. Cover, this is meant to be Instagram. They don't have a cover image, but they have, this is for their posts. And it's probably going to crop to a square. Okay, didn't think that one through super well. But let's export all these files. So what we're going to do is go to File. Let's go to Export, and we'll start with Export to Files. PDF is pretty easy. We'll do that second, but most of the time I want to export a big pile of JPEGs, so I can now go and upload them to the different social media platforms. Stick mine on my desktop. There you go. Give it a name. This is just a prefix. It's going to add it to the end. It's not, I don't want anything added to the end. I've named them nicely over here. This one here, Export Selected Items, caches me out every single time. Okay, with this on, it's only going to export the Instagram one I've got selected. So I'm going to turn that off. The file type, you can decide I'm going to use JPEG, and export options isn't on by default. You can turn it on and just decide what kind of quality you want to deal with. I'm going to deal with 8. And hopefully on my desktop, thank you Photoshop, they're there. Okay, all ready to go. All got JPEGs all nicely named. Awesome. What's really nice about it is if you make an update. So let's go to this one and I hit inverse. I'm gonna do the same for this one, and I do the same for this one for no good reason. Other than it's easy to see, I can go to File and just run that thing again because I've named them all. Artboards to Files, put it in the same place on my desktop. I wish this would remember what I did. Click Run. And on my desktop now, you can see there, it didn't like make duplicates of it, so you got to be careful of that, I guess. But it's nice. All these things are updated, ready to go. Somebody's made a change, I can just run it. Now, if you need to just run one of them, let's say only this one's changed. It's inverted and now is black and white. So just this one needs updating. Is it this one? Yeah. So just right click it and go to Export As. And in here, you can say, I want you to be a JPEG, I want you to be 8%. It's using the right name. I can click Export, stick it on my desktop. Just going to replace it. Yes, please. That's the easy way to do just one. Where is it? There it is there. The other thing you can do is export a PDF. So export, let's go to Artboards to PDF. Where is it going to go? It's going to go to my desktop. This is using the file name now, not my artboards. So I'm going to call this one as my Illustrator. I'm getting lazy, advanced, July 19. This is going to be my A because I'm going to show you a B version with some different settings. Cool. Export selected artboards. No, I want all of them, not just the one I have selected here. You got these two options. Multi-page document just means I'm going to have one PDF with 5 pages. You click on this one and you're going to have 5 PDFs all separate. Up to you. We'll do this include artboard name. That'll be our A and B testing just to show you the difference. We'll run it without it. And you get what you imagine, right? You've just got a PDF with them all in here. Desktop here, where is he? There he is there. Open them up and I've got a PDF. Because it's a small one, it's not looking so great. It's a super large version. There's all my PDFs, 5 pages. Now there is a way in Adobe Acrobat to make sure that when the document's opened, it opens at 100% size, like down here. Not the full size where it goes fit visible, which looks weird. Can't remember off the top of my head where it is. You'll have to find it in Acrobat. But no, it can be done. Let's look at the other option. So in Photoshop, we're going to go to Export. We're going to go Artboards to PDF. Go to Browse. I'm going to stick it on my desktop. I'm going to give it the same name as before. This one's going to be A. Did I start with B? I did. It's kind of weird. Or was the other one B? Oh man, it's late. It's 10:30 at night. Call this one Z. I'm going to turn off that. Turns back on every time. Multi-page. I'm just going to turn include artboard name on. Hit run. Kick back, relax, and we have a slightly different PDF, which you might find useful because it describes it, because the other PDF just has a big kind of pile of shapes that all look very similar, like especially these profile images. I started with B. All right, so Z has this. It's extended the artboard out, and we have just text around the edges now, just to help whoever's proofing it or checking it, just know what we're talking about. All right, my friends, we have come to the end of artboards. That's everything I know about them. Let's move into some more exciting Photoshop tutorials. I'll see you tomorrow morning when I'm fresh and we start retouching. Bye now. Hi there, this video is all about going through some Healing Brush, more advanced tips and tricks. You probably already know how to use it. I'm just gonna show you what I do to make it go fast and to give you some better results. Let's jump in. All right, to get started, let's open up Healing 1. Thank you, Bruce Dixon. So before we get started, we're going to use the Healing Brush. It's the more advanced tool, but I just want to remind you that the Spot Healing Brush, which is this one here, okay, the automatic one, if you haven't used it for a while, it has got so much better, especially with the introduction of Content Aware. And when I'm doing professional retouching, it is like 70% of the work. It's just too easy. A couple of tricks to get good use of it, okay, is to make sure you're working on a separate layer. We're going to call this one Retouch. Make sure sample all layers is on, otherwise it won't work, okay? Because it's going to reach through to this bottom layer, but everything's going to end up on this layer that we can turn off afterwards. So pick a brush size, pick a hardness, and just click once. It is just pretty amazing. Don't want to get too close to the edges. Okay, so bulk of the work gets done with this tool. Tips for using this tool. Okay, so say we've got a chunk here, we want to get rid of this long hair. We can probably just paint it out, but I guess I just really want to show you my trick. Okay, you click once, hold shift, and click again, and it joins the two lines. Okay, so if you've got like a long seam that you need to fix up, you can click once, hold shift, and click again, and it just joins the two up. And because we used its own layer, you can start to see everything's on its own retouch layer. And what will end up happening is you'll end up going too far and you need to kind of dial it back. So with this layer selected, and your move tool selected. So I'm at an opacity of 100%. I can just tap 5 on my keyboard and it's at 50. So it's just a lot easier. I'm not even looking at this or dragging. I'm just looking at my image super close and just kind of tapping. If you tap fast, like if I tap 33, I get 33. I'm gonna go to 80. So they're still there. They're just heavily reduced, even a little bit less, 70. More realism. But let's say the Spot Healing Brush isn't working for you in your instance. I'm gonna turn that layer off and create a new one. Okay, this is going to be my retouch 2. We're going to use the Healing Brush by itself now and show you how to use this because we didn't cover it in the essentials. So what we're going to do is you click and hold down the Spot Healing Brush, grab the Healing Brush. It works the same way except I get to be in a lot more control. Okay, so The spot healing brush just goes and finds pixels and it's going to guess. What you can do is you can hold down the Option key on a Mac or the Alt key on a PC and click a target. Okay, just say, I want to use this bit of skin, please. Don't just pick anything. Pick this bit from all the way over here. So that's Option on a Mac, Alt on a PC, and you click once and then let go. And this is totally not going to work because I haven't done this one that says current layer. I want to sample all the layers, please. So set the target again. And now click and drag, and watch what I'm dragging. It's a little hard to see. I'll get the editor to zoom in. Can you see the target clicking and dragging and moving around? Okay, so you can kind of see where it's pulling from. Did just as a good job, just gives you a bit more control. You click, drag, let go. It gets fancier if you open up the window and go to the one that says clone source. It works for both the clone tool stamp, which we'll do in the next video, and this healing brush. And you can have more than one source. So at the moment it's just using this. It's pulling from this particular document. Okay, if I click there, that's where it is. What you can do is you can set up a group, okay, at least 5 different points you want to pull from. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say I want some kind of really light texture over here. So this first one, it's going to be my lightest option. This next option here could be from a completely different document. Just have it open and steal from that. It'll load into the clone source. But I want a kind of a medium kind of texture. That one there. I find I use this only when there's like a really high ISO and there's a real grain in the image and you need to kind of match the grain. In this case, we're matching kind of skin texture, but you get the idea. So I set a medium point here, darker, darker, darker. And here's going to be kind of where I find something that's the darkest part of the skin, probably across here. So now when I'm working, I can come down here and say, actually, this piece here is probably going to work with that first one I took. Then where is something else? This one here is a bit lighter, so I'm going to go to this lighter option. Over here is my medium. A little bit darker than medium, okay? And I'm not really taking the darkness of it because the healing brush will match the colors, but the texture that appears in these kind of dark areas, okay, just end up being a different kind of grain than the stuff that are in the lighter areas. Again, you might decide on skin texture. You might have, number one is stuff from this kind of clear patch on the forehead. So you might decide number one here is the texture from the skin from the forehead, and number two is the kind of porous one here from the nose. There's a little bit of like tiny hairs that are there. So that's just taking that a little bit further. And if I'm honest, even when I was doing like full-time retouching, I didn't use these points very often. There's a lot of this. Okay, I'll show you a bit more of the workflow that I did. But I want to show you that feature because some people do really like it. So let's say we're working in nice and close. Spacebar is obviously a really useful one. Another really helpful one, say I'm in real tight and I need to get a new sample point from the other side of the face. So spacebar, click and drag, and I can find it. The other side of the face is probably not that hard. Chin, I'm gonna go down to the chin and there it is. Okay, so it's not particularly hard here, but let's say I wanna go to somewhere I'm not too sure yet. Let's say I wanna go up to the forehead. Instead of clicking and dragging, just hold down the H key. Click and hold down the H key on your keyboard, then click and hold down the mouse key. And you can go over here, let go. Click and hold the H key, move down, start working on the arm. So it means I've always got my healing brush selected and the H just moves to the hand tool temporarily. It's like that navigator window that used to be up here. Another handy trick is I find I like to kind of move the object around, especially when I'm working on, say, the edges here. Okay, you can use this tool here. Okay, it's the rotate tool, or there's the hand tool there. But what I do is on the healing brush, just hold down the R key and just drag it around. Okay, and decide I'm going to be working here. Okay, I'm just going to kind of move along this edge. I find, especially with my Wacom tablet, my range of movement is a lot better when I have this thing rotated to an angle that kind of suits my kind of wrist movements. Escape to get rid of it. If you tap the R key, it just moves to it. So you got to go back to the healing brush. But if you click and hold the R key, it's kind of like just temporarily doing it. Same with the H key, same sort of principle. The one last thing I'll show you is this aligned on and off. There's times where it's great on and times where it's not so great. So let's say that I am escaping to get back out of here. I'm going to zoom to 100%. Show you what it does. Let's zoom in. So with it aligned, what's going to happen is if I set my point here and I like this, but I start dragging across, can you see the little target? Okay, and if I let go because I got close to the edge, then I come back again and start drawing again, can you see it goes back to where it started? Okay, so it's kind of aligned perfectly from wherever this is. It doesn't really matter. Can you see it keeps following it? It's exactly kind of like 200 pixels across and 200 pixels down. Doesn't matter where you are. If I end up over here, can you see it's grabbing bits of the chin there? Totally wrecking this. Let's go undo. Whereas let's say we've only got like one patch of nice skin, okay? The rest of it needs a lot of work. You can set it there and it doesn't matter where you are, okay? I can click over here now and can you see it's still pulling from that original image, so it's not aligned anymore. Okay, so if you've got one and you're kind of building it out, it doesn't have to be skin, say it's some brickwork or grass. You've just got a nice patch and you just want to keep going back to that. The only trouble with it is that you're going to have repetition potentially. All right, so that's going to be it for the healing brush. Let's move on next to the clone tool stamp. Don't think about skipping that one. The healing brush, yes, took a lot of the work from the clone tool stamp, but there are some cool tricks, which I'll show you, that make it useful to go into your toolkit. I'll see you there. Hi there, this video is all about the clone tool stamp. The healing brush is amazing, but there's just times, especially along there's edges like this nose ring here, we just need a little bit of clone tool stamp help. If you already know how to use it, there's a couple of little tips in here that you might not know about, so hang about and let's go clone tool stamping. All right, let's open up the clone tool 1. So working on this image, there are parts of it that are going to be easy to do with a healing brush, but there's going to be some tough parts that are going to need some clone tool stamp. So these spots here, spot healing brush is going to be the one that I'm going to use. Just going to work on these. Now when you are working, remember, undo, make sure you got your own layer, retouch, so you can kind of turn it off or adjust it later on. So here's perfect. And then we get to this nose ring, say we want to remove it. The trouble with it is if I try and paint it out, it's going to kind of get all milky and yuck across it. So I'm going to undo. So let's start with the inside nose here. So the clone tool stamp is like the healing brush we learned in the last video. We can set a target, but instead of, let's have a quick little look. If I set a target of the eye here and paint, watch this. When I paint, if I let go now, the healing brush would try and blend it in, whereas the clone tool stamp does none of that. Basically just a copy and paste, but in a brush. Cool. So where this is helpful is, say along these edges here, it's very clear. I don't want it all milky and blended like the healing brush does. I want to set a target of, say, maybe this nostril. Okay, and I want to paint it over here, but you can see the angle's not right. And this is where I guess the little trick is for the clone tool stamp, okay, is rotating it around. So in this clone source, you can go to Window, Clone Source. There's an angle here, and you can drag this around, okay, and you can see I can drag it left and right to try and get it so it lines up. There's a shortcut for moving it around. Okay, if you hold down the Option key on a Mac and Shift, or Alt key on a PC and Shift, and then tap the less than key or the greater than key to rotate it. You can see up in my clone tool stamp, it's going in like little tiny increments. Okay, so if you need to do a big swipe, it's probably better just to drag it across here. You can see I've kind of got it here. I'm just tapping it around, holding it down even, just to get it to where I want. And now, even though I'm pulling from over here, hopefully, it's going to retain that edge. Even just going to paint in a bit of this. All right, same with this edge here. I'm going to, you can see it remembers the rotations. That's not going to work. So it doesn't really need to be rotated across here. I'm going to grab this part. I will rotate it. Always go the wrong way. Cool, bit of that side as well. All right, and the other parts are going to be just the spot healing brush. It'll do great work of this in here, mostly. Paint it all out. Awesome. There's a bit there that I left behind. So it's a mixture of both. Do I use the clone tool stamp all the time? Nope. It's once every now and again. We'll do the same thing over here. I'll show you one last little trick. So I'm going to grab you and I want to paint across this bit. It needs to rotate just a bit. I can use my shortcut, but say it is like dragging this thing's a bit weird. You click, hold, and drag, and if you hold it for long enough and drag it, you can start to see what the original is being rotated with. It's hard to understand unless you're using it all the time. So just drag it one way, check it, drag it the other way. But what you can do is I'm going to reset it. If you do need to go in big increments, okay, say you set a target for there, and it needs to go over here, what you can do is click once in there, put it kind of where you need it to be, and then hold shift and just use your up arrow. And you can see it kind of moving across there. So I'm holding up and it's moving in just bigger chunks. Is this faster? Not the angle that I picked. Okay, and it's not the right bit of the air either, but I guess I just wanted to show you. So I'm gonna reset that, set my target, and it does need to go around a little bit. So remember Option, Shift, and I'm using comma or the greater than. If you're on a PC, remember it's Alt and Shift. I'm just gonna paint across here and probably paint out a little bit as well. Grab another bit, rotate it around a bit more. Cool, so it's the right angle now. I can kind of paint in here to a part. Awesome. Same with over here, I'm gonna need a smaller brush. Down here, but it needs rotating. Grab that bit. Around a bit, rotate around, just to kind of go around that corner. And then zoom out, and probably need a bit of work on the hand as well, where it joins the two. And because it's on its own layer, turn it on, turn it off, turn it on, turn it off. There's a little bit of work there that I want to go back and do. But I hope you learned something new about the Clone Tool Stamp. Let's get into the next video. Hi there, welcome to the Patch Tool video. What does it do? It's really good at duplicating people, but that's not its main use. It's really good for getting rid of large objects all in one go. It gets used quite a lot in retouching for removing things like bags under eyes, where there's just a lot of surface area to change. And my favorite use, Shiny Dan, not so Shiny Dan. Shiny, not shiny. Shiny, it's great when you are stressed because you don't like getting photographed. And there's people watching that you don't know. Stress Dan, calm Dan. Stress Dan, calm Dan. All right, I'm gonna stop talking about myself in the third person and let's get into the patch tool. All right, from your exercise files, open up patch tool 1, 2, and 3. We're gonna start with number 1. So the skinny version is patch tool just removes things. It's like the spot healing brush or the Clone Tool Stamp, but it has its own purpose. Let's say I'm using the spot healing brush, and in another tutorial in the Essentials course, we just kind of painted people out, and that worked most of the time, but let's say this one here, because this person crosses background here, we're just letting Photoshop guess, right? And it's done a pretty good job. There's some messing down here. If I undo it and do it again though, it's kind of one of those tools where you've just got to cross your fingers. And sometimes it's great, and then sometimes really bad. So I'm going to go back again. So the patch tool is hidden underneath the rest of these spot healing brushes. And it's more about, think of the patch tool as intentionality. Like I'm going to draw a box around the outside of him. I say box, a squiggly line. Click and drag around the outside. The cool thing about it is make sure you're set to source, and then just click, hold, and drag. And can you see what I'm doing here? I'm intentionally saying, I want you to kind of use this area here, then let go. It does a very similar job, but I give it some kind of boundaries. So I'm going to deselect. There's a little bit of work there that I might go into with the spot healing brush, but to be honest, if I showed you this image beforehand, I bet you wouldn't notice. Sometimes I get a bit too hung up on doing details that, like, is that a detail? Nope, that's just part of the original image. So I'm going to ignore it. Now the one thing, and what we've done in the previous tutorials, is we all went, okay, new layer, make sure it's selecting all the way up. Doesn't work. Okay, so you actually have to be on your original layer, so you should do a backup first, which I haven't done. The quick way to do it is either click and drag this down, or just hold Command J or Control J on a PC, and it just, whatever layer you've got selected, or groups of layers, it makes it duplicate. I've already wrecked the bottom layer, so let's just carry on. The other thing to know about the patch tool is this thing here, you're meant to drag it around, and I'm not very good with it. Okay, this is a rectangle. Wish I could just use my rectangle tool and then switch to the patch tool and pull from there, please. Cool, huh? So you can use the lasso tool or the quick selection tool, whatever you want. You don't have to use this kind of built-in selection tool. The other thing to do with the patch tool, there's a few things we're going to learn about it. The other thing to know about it though is if I go to File Revert's just a handy one, nothing to do with the patch tool. Just get you back to when the document was last saved instead of going undo for a million times. Let's say it's got a kind of another use. So I've got my patch tool here. I'm going to do the same thing, squiggly line. Oh geez. Okay, it's not bad. Most of the time you want to use it to source. This one here you can use destination. So we're doing a different thing now. We're saying instead of you kind of removing, I'm going to drag them along here and watch this. Adds a new guy. I use that never, but it's there and we're getting advanced and you might have a really good use for it. Let's go to patch tool 2. So in terms of retouching, often it's the spot healing brush, a little bit of clone tool stamp. Where with a patch tool, there's kind of two places it gets used. And it's anything that's like a large part that needs to get updated. Okay, so we're actually going to Command J this one this time. I'm even going to call it retouch. And I grab my lasso tool and I'm just going to grab everything kind of underneath here. And instead of destination, make sure it's on source. Click, hold, and drag it to a nice bit of skin. Let go. I'm going to deselect. You can see there. It's just nice for doing larger chunks. If you've ever watched any YouTube channel on patch tool, basically this is the one thing it gets used for. To add a little bit of extra awesomeness to it, I'm going to undo before I've done it. So I'm back here. I've done my selection. What I'm going to do is there's a little known feature in Photoshop. It's not just the patch tool. Watch this. I do this. And it can get very fake very quickly because we do have wrinkles under our eyes, okay? So what we can do is, first of all, so what I want to show you is under Edit, and this one here says Fade Patch Selection. Now this will say fade whatever the last thing you did. And it's really handy. It's like an undo, but it's got an opacity slider. So that is, I've done nothing. And I can kind of find just a happy medium of like, instead of it being perfect, just a little bit here. The nice thing about that is, if I click OK, deselect, I can let a bit of the background through. I could do it lowering the opacity of the layer if you're like, why don't you just do that? But that lets me do it per actual selection. So some of them you don't want it to be completely unfaded. So some of them you want to be faded more than others. So I'm gonna grab this, we're ignoring the chainsaw in the background. And this one here I want to fade, but I want it to be not as much as the first one. The other trick here is Command H. And depending if you're using a Mac or PC, if you're using a PC, it'll just work. It'll remove the marching ants just temporarily. On my Mac here, it's a shortcut that gets used both for Photoshop and for the Mac operating system. And Photoshop just says, hey, do you mean like hiding Photoshop or hide the extras? We want hide extras. The selection is still there. So Command H toggles it back on and off. And it just means when I do the fade, because it's a little hard to see the edges. Okay, so if I go to fade now and I drag it back, without that selection there, it just becomes a little bit handier. Find a happy medium. You can see you can kind of individually fade parts. You might find that useful. Okay, so it's great for large patches, hence the patch tool. Why I find it super useful is, here's me, shiny me. Okay, so the patch tool is really good at Command J. Grab the patch tool, I'm gonna draw this around here. Shiny bits of skin, it's really good for. Grab all of that. Get a bit more specific, grab this part. Goodbye, Shiny Dan. Same with the forehead here. You find a non-shiny bit of forehead. Off. Let's turn that on and off. If you try and do it individually with the spot healing brush, you can get lucky. For this, remember, intentionality, the patch tool, we say go here exactly. All right, patch tool, that is you done. Let's get into the next video. All right, it is class project time. In your 10 retouching folder, there's another folder called class project. Inside there is retouch 1. Thank you, Nino Ubizo. In your class projects, these are the 3 tools I want you to use to practice. So the healing brush, but not the spot healing brush. Use the manual one, be intentional. Get used to that. Setting targets if you haven't done that before, making sure it's on our own layer so that the retouching goes through to the bottom layer. You're gonna have to use the clone tool stamp, especially around, let's have a look. This part here, especially where the shirt kind of crosses over here, you're gonna have to rotate it around a little bit as well to match it, probably along the back here as well. That's gonna be probably the toughest part. Other than that toughest part, gonna use the patch tool, and that's gonna be good for these larger chunks of the chain on the shirt here. So selections and kind of moving it across. So the end result is I'll remove some of his spots from his face, the chain gone, and that's it. I want to keep him quite natural. So that is your job. I don't mind if you go a little overboard doing your practicing or if you keep it super subtle, but I'd love to see what you do. So the last step here is share with me. Either via the assignments here or the comments, or hit me up on social media. Instagram is bring your own laptop. Just tag me in it and I'll see it. I always comment. It's cool to see what people do, and that is us. Let's get into the next video.